Monday. Hello, hello. Well, we got two things that we're going to be covering today. We're going to be covering the Jamie Lee Komoroski trial, and then also Sarah Boone sentencing is happening in about 40 minutes. So we're definitely going to prioritize that when that happens, and then jump back and forth between Sarah Boone and this trial. Sorry, we're going to have some banging in the background. Hopefully I can time it right where it won't be too loud and crazy. Hope you guys are all doing well, and things are just getting started. Let me make sure I have the Sarah Boone trial up as well. Hi, Aegis Beauty. How are you doing today? Okay, here's the Sarah Boone one. Should be starting, I don't know, like 40 minutes, I think. Someone in the chat called her Sarah Doom. Sorry, I didn't fix my hair party yet. Oh my god, my hair is a mess. What do I think she'll get? I don't know. I think at a minimum 25 years. At a minimum. I mean, she's facing life. Hi, Mariah. How are you doing today? Good morning. Hope you guys are all doing well. Hello, hello. But while we wait for Sarah Boone's sentencing, we're just going to listen to what's going on in the Jamie Lee Komoroski trial. So Jamie Lee Komoroski, I posted about this in my Discord and I think in the communities tab as well. She was charged with 3 counts of DUI, causing bodily injury or death, and then 1 count of reckless homicide. This was back in April 2023. She was driving down really drunk, and she was allegedly going 3 times the speeding limit. Apparently, she was going maybe 65 miles per hour in a 25 miles per hour zone when she crashed into a golf cart. And on that golf cart was Samantha Miller, her husband that she just wed that night, Eric Hutchinson, and 2 other family members. Now, she hit the golf cart with such force that Samantha Miller, I believe she died at the scene. Like, she was ejected from the golf cart, probably died right away. And then the 3 others were transported to a hospital where they were just very injured. Very, very injured. And it's super, super sad because Samantha Miller and Eric Hutchinson, they were celebrating their wedding night. They got into the golf cart because they're going to go back to, I think, their rental home after celebrating. And it's just super sad. Something like this is just completely avoidable, you know, especially now today when we have Lyft, Uber. You can just get someone to drive you around. You can hire someone to drive you around. But super, super sad case. Now, the reason why this blew up a lot because the jailhouse calls were released. Jamie Lee and her jailhouse calls were really, really bad. It made her look very selfish. It made her look like she only cared about herself and that she didn't really give a shit about how her actions affected other people, especially causing the death of Samantha Miller. We listened to the jailhouse calls, the ones when she was speaking to her dad, the one that I think like she had one with her boyfriend as well. And yeah, it looks really bad. I'm sure her attorneys were like, okay, you need to get off those jailhouse calls. No more talking for you. You know, talk about other things, but just make sure, you know that everything's being recorded. I know, which is wild to me when people go on these jailhouse calls and they forget that, like, you know, in the beginning of the calls usually tells you, hey, this call is being recorded, blah, 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 blah. So very wild one, but we're having the trial right now. I'm actually surprised that there's no plea deal that was made. Maybe they didn't extend a plea deal to her, or maybe there was one extended to her, but she didn't want to take it. Apparently, she's facing up to maybe 80 years max, 3 years minimum. And she was only, I think, like in her mid-20s when this happened. Mid-20s, you know, like she has her whole life ahead of her, and she could be possibly spending it in prison. But same thing with Samantha Miller. You know, Samantha Miller was 35 years old when she wed her husband that night, and she had a whole life ahead of her, you know? She probably wanted to start a family. Maybe she wanted to have kids. It's crazy. Hi, Go Lucky. How are you doing today? Good morning. Good morning. How is everything? Yeah, super, super, super sad. And it's just so dumb because it's just very, one of those things that is just unavoidable. It's just avoidable. Apparently, the family has filed a lawsuit against her and all the other bars that serve Jamie Lee Komoroski that night. Apparently, she was going bar hopping. She was like binge drinking. There was, I think, like 3 or 4 or 5 establishments that were listed on there. Some of them have settled with the family. But, I mean, at the end of the day, it's like no matter how much money you get, it doesn't replace the person that you lost, you know? Hi, Jane. How are you doing today? Tam, hello, hello. Yes, Tam says, we get to hear George's family's impact statements. I hope they get to stick to it to SB. After all, she has put them through. Yeah, and you know, something tells me that Sarah Boone is going to go up there and talk to the judge as well, you know, in her sentencing. But do I think that she's going to feel sorry? And she's going to actually really admit that, like, hey, I did this, you know, I'm remorseful for my actions. I don't know. I think she's going to go up there and be like, oh my God, like, you know, I suffer from battered wife syndrome. I can't believe that I have to be convicted for this. I've been abused. I don't know. Hi, Hannibal. How are you doing today? Hi, Uki. Hello, hello. Hope you guys are doing well. Hope you're all doing well. Hi, Go Lucky. Yeah, how was your guys' weekend? It's been a while. I didn't get to stream last week, I don't think. Did I? We streamed last week? No. The week before that, we streamed a little bit for the Delphi verdict. Hi, Screaming Daisies. Hi, Kitty. Hello, Millie, Robin, Taxi Claudette. I'm doing good. How about yourself? How are you doing? I'm doing okay. I'm doing all right. You might hear a little bit of banging in the background. I'm going to try to mute the stream when it starts, just so it's not distracting. But we are just, yeah, I don't know. We traveled to go see my family for Thanksgiving. It was crazy. It was wild. I usually hate traveling during the holidays, but, you know, sometimes it's like, I just want to do family stuff for holidays. Don't forget to like. Thank you so much, Claudette. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I heard of this case. How sad. Yeah, super, super sad. Jamie Lee Komoroski was in jail for a little bit, and she did get out on bail. She did get out on bond in March. So she's been out on bond since March, and I didn't know that this device exists, but apparently she's like on house arrest right now. So not allowed to go out unless it's like for medical reasons or to go for like a court appearance. But they gave her a device where it can detect your blood alcohol level through your sweat. Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. I don't know, technology nowadays. But, you know, I hope that if, let's say she is found guilty and they give her a light sentence, because I believe she doesn't have any other, I don't think she has been in trouble with the law before. You know, let's say they give her like 10 years or something and she gets out in 10 years. You know, I hope she swears off alcohol. I hope she does. Because, you know, there are some people, you know, who get caught drunk driving and they pretend to swear off alcohol and they go back right into drinking again. Lie to their probation officers and things like that. I wonder if she's going to mention George at all, or is she going to talk about herself? I mean, we saw Sarah Boone in the body cam, you know. We saw her in when she was at the police station. She just talks about herself. Doesn't talk about George. Doesn't really care about George at all. And even when the detectives try to sympathize for George's family, I think like his daughters, she was like, excuse me, are you trying to make me feel worse? This is about me. How dare you talk about other people? How dare you think about other people? I tried to get the courthouse, but it was hard. Oh, really? To find parking close? So I got home to enjoy Corky's stream. For which one, Jane? For Sarah Boone sentencing? Or are you in South Carolina? Oh, don't spam the chat. Hold on. Hello, hello. I kind of enjoy working mostly. It's been kind of fun. Oh, you're doing like XRP. What is that? Is that Ripple? Sounds familiar. Yeah, don't spam the chat. Had surgery last Thursday and we're going under the knife on Friday. Well, I hope everything's okay. I hope you're going through, you know, recovery okay. But yeah, Friday. Surgery is always very nerve-wracking. I used to... You guys... Well, I don't want to mention it. We'll wait until you're done with it. There was a movie that I watched that would always make me scared of, like, you know, thinking about surgery and stuff. Hi, Richie. How are you doing today? Hello, hello. Oh, was it crazy busy over there? Orlando, Florida for the Sarah Boone sentencing. I wonder if people lined up. Do we think that she's gonna cry today, Sarah Boone? No, I don't think so. I don't know. I think she'll try to manipulate the judge. Hey, Chunky, how are you doing today? Yes, we are back. Hello from Australia. Hello, hello, hello. Hi, Ninjas. How are you doing today? How's it going? There's some background noise right now. We are in a courthouse. We're not in Sarah Boone's courthouse. We're in a different courthouse, but we are waiting for Sarah Boone's to go live whenever that happens. But I don't know if they've already done jury selection in the Jamie Komoroski trial, or I'm assuming they already have. Maybe. I think they said that. I'm assuming that they spent all morning doing jury selection, but who knows? Evening from Scotland. Hello, hello. How's the weather in Scotland right now? Chantal's like, nah, she's dead inside. Hi, Raina. How are you doing today? Hello, girl. How's it going? Big day today. Damn, 2 trials today, kind of? Yeah, there's a lot going on this week, actually. So, I mean, honestly, maybe there's a plea deal happening in the Komoroski trial. Maybe there's a plea deal happening. Maybe. But we have Komoroski trial this week, Sarah Boone sentencing, and we also have Ashley Banfield. Very similar, like kind of like Amber Heard case, except in her case, she actually killed her husband. We have that sentencing happening this week. And then also, oh my gosh, I didn't watch this trial, but it sounds ridiculous. Woman is accused of murdering her husband, burying him in the backyard or something. And I think they find the husband's body 5 years later after it happened. She fucking blames her child. She fucking blames her child. I think she was just like, oh yeah, like, you know, my child picked up the gun and shot my husband. It wasn't me. I didn't do it. It was my kid. Oh boy. Yeah, I gotta watch out for the crypto scams. I actually met a crypto scammer. It was really weird. The guy was bragging about it too. I don't know. Maybe he was lying. But we're trying to sell him something, and while we're waiting for the payment to go through, he was like sitting there and telling me how he scams people. Him and his friend do like crypto scams. I'm like, okay, like why the fuck are you telling me this? I was like super weird. She should have taken the deal, wasting tax dollars. Well, here's the thing. I don't know if she was offered a deal. I don't know. I'm assuming maybe they offered her a deal. It's like, hey, you know, this is your first serious offense. Here's a plea deal. And maybe she just didn't want to take it. Maybe the plea deal was, I don't know, 5 years? Maybe she thinks she can get off. Something like that. Oh, thank you so much for the $5.99. Hot spice wine. That sounds good, but no, I've never tried that. I don't think I have. Sounds good, though. Hey, scrolled quickly through the stream. Just want to confirm, are we already past Sarah Boone? Not yet. Sarah Boone is not happening until 1:30 local time. So we have another about like 30 minutes for Sarah Boone. We're just kind of killing time waiting for the Komoroski trial to happen. I mean, this was scheduled for, I think like 30 minutes ago, so. But no, we have not done the Boone sentencing yet. Not yet. Wait, no, really, Kelly? They offered her 15? She didn't take it? Ooh, 15. I don't think I would take 15. If it was like 5 years and then another 5 years of probation, maybe. But 15 years? She probably thinks she can get off. I didn't watch Courtney Clenny this morning. I'll have to take a look into it. So right now, I have to catch up with the Courtney Clenny stuff. But the last time that we covered Courtney Clenny was when they arrested her parents, Kim and Deborah Clenny, and that was a hoot. That was a hoot. There's a state's response to Owen's motion for a new trial. Oh, is there? Let me check. I've been checking the Sarah Boone stuff, but I didn't see any movements. The last time I checked Sarah Boone was when we had a Sarah Boone. It was for the pre-sentencing investigation. Let's see. State's response. Is it a long response? State's response. Oh yeah, we got the state's response. Came out today. Jesus. Well, we're waiting for Komoroski, so I guess we can read this. All right, y'all. So Sarah Boone wanted a new trial, and you know what? I think they're going to address each one. Okay, that's good. They're going to address each one. So Sarah Boone wanted a new trial, and I remember Owens had issues with one of the state's experts. It was the doctor who was supposed to, after the deposition, if she had new findings, she was supposed to reach out to Owens and the state prosecutors and let them know. She didn't do that. She testified with her new findings, and Mr. Owens like, "What the fuck? You guys are like kind of like coming out of nowhere, and you're blindsiding me." There was an issue that Owens had with one of the family members reacting to George being in the suitcase video. And what were the other ones? Oh, I think Mr. Owens mentioned how Sarah Boone, she lost her right to a court-appointed attorney. And I think there were two other ones. I don't remember off the top of my head. Oh, that's right. Owens was like, "You denied our motion for a continue. We should have had that continue." All right, I think there's one more that I'm missing, but we'll go through this. Let's see what the state says. State's response for defendant's motion for a new trial. Ground one, court ruling defendant not entitled to court-appointed counsel. The ground is based upon things that occurred well before the trial began and does not appear to be a basis for the court to grant a new motion for a new trial under Florida Rule of Criminal Procedure 3.600. Number two, the court's decision on the ground is well supported by the facts and law outlined in the court's 16-page order dated June 28, 2024. Oh, yeah, we can see Mr. Judge Kranick again. Yay, Judge Kranick. The state's response like, "No, lol." Number three, the court should not grant a new trial based upon this ground. Ground number two, court denying defendant's motion to continue. The ground is based upon things that occurred before the trial began and does not appear to be a basis for the court to grant a new motion for a new trial under Florida Rule of Criminal Procedure 3.600. 5, the defendant is overstating the holdings of the cases she cited. Perozo v. State, McKenzie v. State, Jones v. State, Deal v. State. In quotations, the court shall not deprive a defendant of his or her right to counsel of their own choice. Failure of the trial court to grant a continuance will result in a new trial should the court deny said motion for a continuance by new counsel is not the holding of these cases. Number 6, in quotations, defendant's right to counsel of his or her choice is not absolute, and a court's consideration of any continuance shall balance the defendant's right with the consideration of the impact of the administration of justice. Remember, y'all, Sarah Boone's trial was delayed so many times. It took her, 4.5 years before she had her trial? 4.5 years? I think she did a really good job of delaying it. McKenzie at 187, citing Alvarez v. State. Any denial of a continuance to attain new counsel must be based upon an adequate inquiry into the circumstances with findings to assure the defendant's constitutional rights were not being deprived. 7, the court's 16-page order dated June 28, 2024 adequately addresses the circumstances of the defendant's forfeiture of her right to counsel and the setting of a trial certain date of October 7, 2024, 56 months after she was arrested. Thank you so much for calculating that for me. Number 8, the court did not abuse its discretion by denying a continuance in this matter. The case was over 4.5 years old because of the defendant's issues with multiple prior attorneys, issues created by her behavior. The underlying work on the defense of self-defense and battered spouse syndrome evidence to be used in support of a claim of self-defense had been done by prior counsels. Much of the records disclosed to the state in October 2024 had been acquired years ago by prior counsels via subpoena and provided to private investigator Billy Lane. Let's make sure Billy Lane gets paid, all right? Number 9, the Florida Supreme Court requires only 30 days notice prior to trial for a defendant to rely upon battered spouse syndrome evidence. In this circumstance, with the expert already working on the defendant's case for years and relying upon records the defendant had in her possession for years, it was the state that had only 30 days to handle this evidence after prior counsel had indicated it would not be filing a notice of intent to rely on battered spouse syndrome evidence. Yeah, but something tells me the state was already getting ready for this, I think they were already getting ready for this. Number 10, while it did take time to review the entirety of the defendant's phone extraction, the state was able to do so in the same time frame and narrowed down to 167 pages of PDF timeline and 203 photos / videos. The phone extraction had been provided years ago to the defendant's prior counsel. It was again provided to the defendant while she was pro se. Yeah, but remember she had issues opening those docs? I don't know if she had the right update or the right program reader for that. I think she had issues opening a lot of stuff like videos and playing them and things like that. I don't know. Maybe she didn't update her VLC. The 911 calls, the body-worn camera footage from the prior incidents took approximately a half day to review, and that was accomplished after it was learned on October 1, 2024 during her deposition that Dr. Julie Harper relied on them. These were provided to, hi lady, how are you doing today? These were provided to the defense on October 4, 2024. That was an entire week of no action taken by the court between October 7 and October 14 because of Hurricane Milton. That in the prior 5 weeks was more than sufficient for a team of 4 attorneys and a trial consultant to review the materials if the undersigned could. I still think it was very, very tight for them. They were like, you know what? They had a whole team of attorneys. They had enough time to review all this information. It's a lot. It's a lot. The court should not grant a new trial based upon this ground. Yeah, I completely agree with that. Mr. James Owens knew what he was signing up for when he agreed to represent Sarah Boone. He had to prepare for the worst. I had to assume that the judge was not going to grant her a continuance, especially because of her prior actions. Oh, you started decorating for Christmas? See, I don't know if I want to decorate for Christmas because that means I got to go into the storage area. I got to open up the bins. I got to unpack everything. I got to deal with the glitter. I don't know. I'm like debating, like, should I decorate for Christmas this year? I don't know. I get so lazy. Hi, Ariana. How are you doing today? How's it going? Yes, her sentencing is today. We are waiting. And we are also waiting for this trial to start. So just killing time right now. Ground 3, homicide survivor outburst during the presentation of evidence. Yeah, I think, didn't Owens object to something? And then the video of George was kind of left on the screen, kind of just sitting there. Family members were probably looking at it and it probably just really sat with them. And yeah, I would have been really upset. But you know what they did? They exited out the courtroom. They exited out the courtroom and then they left. Number 12, during the publishing of an exhibit contained IMG 0162 movie. Apparently, a single family member of the homicide survivors had an emotional reaction, left the courtroom. The undersigned's back was turned and did not witness this. The family member did not return for the duration of the evidence presentation. It cannot be said that this was a nonverbal, single emotional outburst was so prejudicial as to vitiate the entire trial. Telly v. State. Thompson v. State. Single outburst by victim during trial did not vitiate the entire trial. The trial court's findings on the situation are based to an abuse of discretion standard, and the court did not abuse its discretion. The undersigned's recollection is that at sidebar, there was no request for a curative instruction, but rather a request to excuse the jury. The jury was excused, and a member of the victim's family member had either excused herself or then excused herself. The allegation was then made that the state intentionally staged by the state. Yeah, when Mr. Owens was asking for a new trial, Mr. Owens was like, yeah, the family members were seated next to the detectives. Did the state do this? I mean, he said it, I would say pretty overtly, in my opinion. 13, it was neither intentional nor is it uncommon that a homicide survivor who has a right to be in the courtroom pursuant to Article 1, Section 16 of the Florida Constitution was mistaken in his or her belief about his or her ability to not become emotional during a trial. How much will she get? What was it, like minimum 22 years? She's looking at life in prison. I don't know. I think it's possible that he's going to give her life. I don't know. Yeah, I think it's possible that he'll give her life. It was his mother. Number 14, Nebergall v. State is distinguishable. There, the victim deliberately testified about DNA evidence on her buttocks belonging to the defendant when in fact that was not the conclusion of the DNA analysis, whose findings were inconclusive as to the identity of the evidence found in the victim's buttocks. I have to read about this. Excuse me. Collin v. State. So, let's see. Collin v. State 3D985 is also distinguishable as it involves the mother of a sexual battery victim, apparently needlessly being shown a picture of her daughter's, private parts and throwing up in the trash can in the presence of the jury. There, a mistrial should have been granted. How long ago was this? Smith v. State involved a case where the medical examiner took a breath while testifying to the injuries the decedent has sustained and asked for a break. No error was found in the trial court's decision to not grant a mistrial. All right, now to Dr. Warner's testimony. I mean, I think that Dr. Warner's testimony was a real issue. I do understand the frustration that Mr. Owens had with that. 17, the state understands the court's ruling at trial in the matter of whether Dr. Warner's opinion about the inapplicability of battered spouse syndrome evidence as a concept was a discovery violation, and is not revisiting it for that purpose. Rather, the defendant has included this in her motion for a new trial, so the state will readdress it. Number 18, the state is not required to disclose unrecorded oral statements unless it materially alters a prior written or recorded statement previously provided by the state to the defendant. The state deposed the defendant's expert, Dr. Julie Harper, as soon as possible after she was disclosed. The deposition occurred on October 1, 2024. The very next day, Dr. Warner evaluated the defendant at the Orange County Jail at noon on October 2nd, 2024, given that trial was set to begin on October 7, 2024. This was less than ideal for the state. The state was not provided the materials that Dr. Julie had relied on at the time, although the defendant acquired much of them years earlier. Dr. Harper's deposition has not been transcribed yet for Dr. Warner's review prior to the evaluation. What? The second defense expert, Dr. Michael Brennan, had not been deposed yet. Because when Dr. Warner was testifying, it felt like she was very, very busy with a lot of other things as well. And that when she went up there to testify, I felt like she didn't really have enough time to really review the Sarah Boone case. In matter of fact, she'd even sat there during the testimony of the other two experts, I believe. Or I don't know if she even sat through Sarah Boone's, because I think she went after Sarah Boone, right? Yeah, I don't know if she even listened to Sarah Boone's testimony. I think she said she didn't. Number 20. Hi, Wayne. How are you doing today? How's it going? We're still waiting. It hasn't happened yet. We are still waiting. After the defendant in most material aspects repeated her statement she made to Dr. Julie Harper that she zipped the victim in the suitcase and that they both initially thought it was funny, she then became angry after the victim stated he could not breathe. So she became violent with the victim and ultimately left him in there despite his stating he could not breathe and demonstrating his inability to get himself out of the predicament. It was Dr. Warner's conclusion that battered spouse syndrome evidence would be inapplicable. 21. Immediately after the evaluation on October 2nd, both parties and defendant went to court to argue defendant's motion to suppress. On October 3rd, 2024, the state began reviewing the prior interactions with law enforcement that Dr. Harper said she relied upon during her deposition on October 1st and arranged for the body-worn camera and 911 calls to be provided to the defense team by ASA Dave Cacciatore on October 4th. While the undersigned was in Osceola, I think that's how you pronounce it, County, handling a placement hearing on a not guilty by reason of insanity first-degree murder case. Later, on October 3rd, the undersigned took the deposition of the second battered spouse syndrome expert listed by the defendant, Dr. Michael Brandon. On October 4, 2024, immediately after concluding the insanity placement hearing in the morning, the defense team took the deposition of Dr. Warner. Mr. Owens pressed Dr. Warner for any other opinions she may have, and Dr. Warner insisted on being asked specific questions. This is not a discovery violation, nor the creation of a prior inconsistent statement. The victim's failure to mention the two incidents in response to defense counsel's open-ended deposition questions did not amount to the material change in testimony from the videotape interview with Detective Martin, Detective Martin's report, or the victim's deposition. Because their victim's unrecorded statement did not materially change her previous testimony, the trial court ended the inquiry and properly concluded the state was not required to produce a statement to Elgomari. I probably butchered that. Cannot wait for Donna. Yes. Did they announce yet? Hey, Rain, how are you doing today? Hope you're doing well. How's it going? I don't know if they announced anything for Donna Adelson yet. But I know that Charlie Adelson was trying to... Was he trying to get a new trial? Was he trying to say that he had ineffective counsel or something? Because I saw a little headline about that, but I didn't understand it because... By the time Charlie's trial was done, Donna wasn't arrested yet. His attorney, Daniel Rashbaum, wasn't representing Donna at the time. Hey, Lauren, how are you doing today? How's it going? I wish they had a date for Donna at least. Okay, so that's still kind of like, we're kind of just waiting for that. 23, this is indistinguishable from this case. Furthermore, defendant was repeatedly placed on notice that the state did not believe as a matter of law that her statements taken in the light most favorable to her amounted to self-defense under Florida law. A discussion was held immediately following Dr. Warner's evaluation between the state and defendant's lead counsel to this effect, when defendant's lead counsel expressed that he believed the state should be lowering its offer of 15 years in Department of Corrections because of what we had all just witnessed the defendant say. The state viewed the evaluation very differently and let defendant's lead counsel know why. Further litigation ensued immediately thereafter on the defendant's motion to suppress statements. 24. Defendant in her motion states, the witness had formed a new opinion relating to whether the defendant perceived an imminent threat at the time of the offense. This issue was discussed extensively on the expert's witness. Oh, hold on. Let me finish reading this and then we'll get back to that. This issue was discussed extensively in the expert's witness's deposition taken on October 4, 2024. The word imminent does not appear in the entirety of the 87-page deposition. It was not discussed. What the defendant stated on page 78 of Dr. Warner's deposition, according to Dr. Warner, was, in quotations, and she said, I saw him in the suitcase, I zipped him up, and we were laughing. She said that he said he couldn't breathe, and I remember feeling I couldn't breathe when he was choking me or sodomizing, and I was angry, and I shook the suitcase. I lost control of the suitcase, and it flipped, end quote. 26, because she never questioned on that opinion, there was no inconsistent statement to impeach Dr. Warner with. Hypothetically, if the defendant had gotten Dr. Warner's opinion on the matter during the deposition, the state fails to see what the defendant could really do about it other than disagree with it, because Dr. Warner's opinion did not violate Florida Statute 90.703, no more than when Dr. Harper rendered the opposite opinion. It was not an opinion on whether the defendant was guilty or not guilty. It was not even an opinion about whether the defendant used a justifiable force, use of deadly or non-deadly force. The opinion was about the applicability of battered spouse syndrome as a concept, given what the defendant. I might come back to this. Sorry, the banging is continuing. All right, let's see what's going on here.
Felony DUI with death. GS 10-3983 felony DUI great bodily injury as indicted. 2023 GS 10-3984 felony DUI great bodily injury as indicted. And reckless homicide, 2023 GS 10-3985 as indicted. Are there any recommendations? Well, first, who's appearing on behalf of the state?
Timothy Fincher on behalf of the state, Your Honor.
Is there anyone else who will be assisting you in the present?
Do we know Jamie opened up the free book libraries around her mom's neighborhood yet? I don't know. I know she said she was going to do that when she was out on bond, and I think she wanted to do artwork and stuff to sell for charities. I don't know if she did any of that. I don't know. I hope she did.
This case.
Not the presentation of the case. Lemon Ziegler helped in the preparation of the case.
And Ms. Wilson is present as well.
That's right.
Who's appearing on behalf of the defense?
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
Nathan Williams on behalf of Ms. Komoroski and Chris Michio will be handling part
I'm
of
sorry, I'm going to need you to speak up louder. This is a vacuous courtroom, and we're not going to, I know you soft spoken, but if you speak up a little bit more loud, a little bit louder for me, and of course I know you. Nathan Williams, and who did you say would be assisting you?
Chris Michio,
And how's Chris spelled?
CHRIS, Your Honor.
And your last name, sir?
GRAM as in Mike, ICCIONI on behalf of Jamie Komoroski.
Thank you very much. Are there any recommendations and negotiations, Mr. Lynch?
No, Your Honor.
And does Ms. Komoroski have any record?
No criminal record, Your Honor.
Have you explained to your client, ma'am,
you want to say the podium? Or do you have
which is better for you? I mean, no. The podium's closer. It's probably easier for the full court to hear everything and record everything. Mr. Williams, have you explained to your client the charge, the punishment for rights?
I have.
Do you believe she understands the charges, the punishment for rights?
I do not.
Does she wish to plead guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Do you agree with that decision?
I do.
Has she ever been evaluated to determine her competency?
She has not, Your Honor.
Have you explained to her the violent and serious classification?
I have not.
And have you also explained to her the collateral consequences of these offenses, that being the suspension of her driver's license or the revocation of her driver's license, as well as the requirement of any interlock devices?
We have not. We have not.
raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear affirm the testimony you give will be the truth? You can put your right hand down. I need you to speak a little more loudly for me, please. State your full name for the record.
Jamie Lee Komoroski,
How old are you?
27 years old.
What was the last grade you finished?
I have a bachelor's degree
In what discipline?
science, and I have a bachelor in science and business administration.
And where did you get that degree?
Coastal Carolina University.
And how long ago was that?
I graduated in
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I graduated in 2020, so.
That's okay, the year is fine. That's what I needed. Thank you. Are you married?
No,
Do you have any children?
no,
Are you employed?
not currently, but.
What was your last job?
I was working for, I was doing digital marketing, and I was also doing web design.
And how long were you employed in that capacity?
Web design for about 2 months, digital marketing for about 3.
Are you on probation or parole?
No,
Ever been treated for the abuse of alcohol, drugs, or mental illness?
I'm now in AA.
How long have you been in AA?
I started AA as soon as it was available to me in the jail.
And so what year was that?
That was 2023.
Are you still engaged in AA?
Yes, very much.
Have you had any drugs, alcohol, or medication in the last 72 hours?
Yes.
What have you had?
My anxiety medication,
And what is that?
Lexapro,
How often do you take Lexapro?
2 times a day as needed.
Does that affect your ability to understand where you are or what you're doing?
No.
On the offense of felony DUI, how do you plead?
Guilty, Your Honor.
Do you understand the minimum is 1 year, the maximum is 25 years, and a minimum fine of $10,100 and a maximum fine of $25,100?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that it's classified as violent and serious?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that under South Carolina law that subjects you to enhanced penalties?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that if you receive 2 additional serious offenses, you could face life without parole?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may have discussed parole or parole eligibility with your lawyer or with others, but until you're sentenced, no one can tell you when, if ever, you would be eligible for parole or under what conditions. You should assume that you will serve any time that you're sentenced to day for day. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
On 2 counts of felony DUI, great bodily injury, how do you plead?
Guilty, Your Honor.
Do you understand that the minimum is 30 days and the maximum is 15 years?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that the maximum fine is a minimum of $5,100 and a maximum of $10,100?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand, and I'll go over that later, I apologize, I'll come back later to that. On the offense of reckless homicide, how do you plead?
Guilty, Your Honor.
Do you understand the maximum penalty is 10 years and or a minimum fine of $1,000 and a maximum fine of $5,000?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that on the reckless homicide that your license will be revoked for 5 years?
Yes, Your
Do you
Honor.
understand the court has no control over that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that on the felony DUI with great bodily injury that your license will likewise be suspended?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that no probation or can be given on those offenses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you also understand that you will be required to have an ignition interlock device on your car?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you also understand that likewise we have no control over those statutory mandated conditions.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you also understand that on the felony DUI with death that no portion of the sentence can be suspended.
Yes, Your Honor.
I want you to listen carefully to the facts. Mr. Finch.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court.
Yes, sir.
This occurred April 28, 2023, in the 1200 block of East Ashley Avenue, Folly Beach in Charleston County. On that date, shortly before 10 o'clock p.m., the victims had left the wedding reception of Eric and Samantha Hutchinson, which was held on the western tip of the island. The newlyweds were being driven away in a low-speed vehicle, or LSV, which is a street-legal version of a golf cart. The LSV was fully illuminated with head and tail lights as it traveled eastbound from the reception site. Benjamin Garrett was driving. His son Brogan was riding next to him in the passenger seat. On the rear of the LSV was a newlywed couple, Samantha Miller Hutchinson and Eric Hutchinson. The path of travel was on West Ashley Avenue, across Center Street, and then continue on East Ashley Avenue towards the rental house. At approximately the same time as the victims were leaving the reception, the defendant was wrapping up an outing with new co-workers at a bar on Center Street, Folly Beach. After leaving that bar, Ms. Komoroski stopped by another neighboring bar, alone, for a single shot of tequila before getting into a rented 2023 Toyota Camry to drive home to her residence on James Island. The investigation revealed that in an hour and a half prior to the collision, the defendant had consumed 6 alcoholic drinks. However, instead of leaving the island via Center Street toward Folly Road and James Island, the defendant headed eastbound on East Ashley as well, following the victim's LSV, albeit the LSV would have been significantly further up the road. While on East Ashley, the defendant traveled well over the island-wide speed limit of 25 miles an hour as she closed on the LSV. Data from the EDR, the electronic data recorder, or event data recorder from the vehicle, the Toyota, shows the defendant was traveling 61.5 miles an hour, 4.65 seconds prior to crashing into the LSV. 4 seconds later, at 0.65 seconds prior to impact, the EDR shows the defendant had increased to 65.9 miles an hour. The same data reflects the brakes were applied half a second later, 0.15 seconds before impact. During the time of travel eastbound on East Ashley, the onboard system in the defense vehicle captured black and white snapshots of the vehicle as it weaved across the road, off to the right, then over the center line, left, and then back into the right lane as it closed in on the LSV. At approximately 10:15 p.m. in the 1200 block of East Ashley Avenue, Ms. Komoroski crashed into the LSV. Crash,
10 p.m.?
10:15 p.m.
10:15.
Yes, ma'am. Crash reconstruction calculations estimate that the defendant was traveling approximately 63 miles an hour at impact, and the LSV was traveling approximately 25 miles an hour. Samantha Miller Hutchinson was ejected from the rear-facing seat onto the hood of the Toyota. Eric Hutchinson was ejected over the vehicle, landing near the point of impact. Benjamin Garrett was ejected from the vehicle onto the roadway. Brogan Garrett was ejected from the right side of the LSV into nearby ground cover. Brogan suffered injuries to his knees. Benjamin suffered a severe head injury, injury to his wrist, which was treated in the burn unit at MUSC, and injuries to his right hip and lower back. Ben will require further surgeries to address his other injuries, including a right hip replacement, a fusion of the right SI joint, possible fusion of his neck and back vertebrae, and surgery to address arthritis in his affected joints. Eric suffered 2 broken legs, one requiring surgical intervention to repair, a fractured facial bones, fractured vertebrae, also necessitating surgery, brain bleeds, numerous lacerations over his body. Additionally, his left eye was damaged, and the prognosis regarding his vision will develop over time. He necessitated surgery to fix the lid to that left eye, enabling it to close, and currently suffers double vision. Future surgery will be assessed. Samantha Miller Hutchinson died from blunt force trauma to her head and neck. Citizens that were staying or living in the area of the crash immediately responded to the site and called 911. Among those who responded were 2 nurses that happened to be staying nearby. They, along with others, began triaging the victims. Neither detected any pulse from Samantha. As a call for assistance was dispatched, officers from Folly Beach rushed to the scene. Sergeant Halpern, who was also trained EMT, was the first responder. On his travel to the site, and knowing the severity of the crash and the injuries, Halpern's speed from his cruiser's GPS topped out at 58 miles an hour. It was essentially consistent around 44 miles an hour with lights and sirens operating. Sergeant Halpern and Officer Honeycutt, also from Folly Beach Police Department, attempted to resuscitate Samantha using CPR and an AED. Ultimately, they were not successful. Samantha was declared deceased at the scene. Folly Beach Police Department put out a call for assistance to the scene and to handle other calls while working this crash. Sergeant Charles Seven and Deputy Aaron Scruggs of Charleston County Sheriff's Office responded to assist with the crash reconstruction. And CPD officers, including Zachary Azari, assisted with the DUI investigation. CCEMS, Charleston County EMS, that has transported Eric, Ben, and Brogan to MSC for treatment in the trauma unit. The coroner was called to respond for Samantha. At the scene, the defendant admitted to driving the Toyota and to drinking 2 drinks prior to the crash. She declined to perform standard field sobriety tests. She was then taken into custody for suspicion of DUI and transported to Folly Beach's Department of Public Safety to provide a breath sample, which she also declined. At approximately 1 a.m., August 29th,
They asked her how drunk she was on a scale of I think 0 to 10, 10 being the highest. I think she was 8. She knew.
April 29th, Sergeant Halpern drove the defendant to MUSC for medical clearance. A search warrant was issued for a blood sample from the defendant. MUSC collected the sample according to SLED protocols. The sample was later tested by a SLED toxicologist who reported a BAC of .261. A retrograde extrapolation based on the time of the defendant's last drink, her age, weight, and height, estimated her BAC to be .255 to .318 at the time of the crash, between 3 and 4 times the legal limit. Ms. Komoroski was indicted by the Charleston County Grand Jury September of 23 for reckless homicide, 2 counts of felony DUI with GBI, 1 count of felony DUI with death. Again, this plea is without negotiation or recommendations.
Angle that podium so that she's talking to her before the board. Just angle it this way so that she's speaking directly to her. Perfect. Gives us a better. Do you agree or disagree with the facts?
I agree.
Feel anything needs to be changed or added to the facts?
No, Your Honor.
Are you pleading guilty because you're guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand you're entitled to a jury trial?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that during a jury trial, the state has the burden of proving your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that you would have the right to confront and cross-examine the state's witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Call your own witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Present any defenses?
Yes, Your Honor.
And challenge any statements as well as remain silent, and your silence could not be used against you. Do you understand each of those rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that you're giving up those rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that if you desire a trial, that the court stands ready to accommodate that request, and we have a panel coming in for that purpose?
Yes, Your Honor.
And knowing all of that, do you still wish to plead guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are there any deals you're relying on that I've not been told about? Are there any secret deals you've made between your lawyer and the state that the court is not aware of that you're relying on in pleading guilty?
No, Your Honor.
Have you been satisfied with your lawyer?
Yes, Your Honor.
Has he done everything you've asked or expected?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any complaints about his services?
No, Your Honor.
Has anyone promised you anything to plead guilty?
No, Your Honor.
Has anyone threatened or coerced you?
No, Your Honor.
Are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily and of your own will?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you understood my questions?
Yes, Your
Do
Honor.
you need to ask any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Have you been truthful?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that you have the right to appeal each guilty plea and sentence of the court?
Yes, Your
Do
Honor.
you understand that you have to do that within 10 days of today in writing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that if you cannot afford an attorney for that process, that one will be appointed to you at no cost?
Yes, Your Honor.
I find there's a substantial factual basis for each plea, that each plea is going to end freely, voluntarily, knowingly, and intelligently with the advice and assistance of counsel with whom the defendant has indicated she is satisfied. I will accept the plea. Anything further from the state? And I did not notice, oh, actually I do notice now, I apologize. I thought I didn't see the other 2 victims' names, I'm sorry.
Your Honor.
And I assume, based on, and I neglected to ask this earlier, and I apologize for my oversight, I assume that that on indictment ending in 3982, which is the felony DUI with death, I assume that Ms. Hutchinson's relatives were notified,
Yes, correct, Your
and
Honor.
some of them are present.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Is there any restitution?
None is being sought by the state.
And I assume on indictment ending in 3983, which is the felony DUI, great bodily injury, that Mr. Ari Hutchinson was notified,
That's correct, Your Honor.
and
He's
is,
present.
and he is present, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there any restitution?
None sought by the state.
And likewise, assuming on indictment ending in 3984, that Ben Garrett was notified.
That's correct, Your Honor. He's also present.
So the Sarah Boone feed is now up, but it's just showing us the seal right now. We'll switch over to it when things are happening.
Courtroom.
And is there any restitution?
None sought by the state.
And on indictment ending in 3985, that's a duplicate victim, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Anything further from the state?
Only to notify the court, as you are aware, the members of the victim's family who would aware.
Certainly. You can call them in the order that you'd like and make sure they speak loudly and clearly for the benefit of the court reporter. You can call them in whatever order you would like.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
First would be Ms. Lisa Miller, the mother of the deceased Samantha Hutchinson.
It's up to you, however would you. I'm sorry.
We'll see if that's okay.
That's fine. Ma'am, if you would tell us your name for the record.
My name's Samantha. No, it's not. My name is Lisa Miller. I'm Samantha Miller's mom.
Yes, ma'am, we'd be glad to hear from you.
So sad.
Take your time.
Thanks.
You're
I
welcome.
appreciate you allowing me to speak, and everybody be patient. I really want to get through this. First of all, for the last 20 years, my career has been a substance abuse counselor. So I wanted to bring that factor to the court. I have dealt with many different populations, offenders. I did a program for offenders. I've dealt with military people, adolescent programs. So I've kind of ran all gamut. The one thing that all these groups and all these populations have in common is the word enabling. And enabling happens when, does everybody know what that means? Enabling happens when, it could be family members, it could be friends, it could be their children, maybe the adult is the one that's alcohol. They help them because they don't want them to get in trouble. They don't want them to have a bad life. By them helping them, they're really doing them a dishonor.
Oh, is she gonna call out the dad because of the jailhouse calls?
And the only way that somebody that's having alcohol or drug issues and addiction can get better is to suffer the natural consequences of their behaviors. In this case, the natural consequences is the legal consequences of what happened, which resulted in my family, sibling, child, not being here anymore. The good thing about it, if she goes and stays some time in jail, they have treatment in there. AA is not treatment. AA doesn't help somebody who's addicted. It's good once you get to that point where you're gone for treatment, you spent some time in sobriety. AA is where you go hang out with your other people, and that's it. This is in parts, but thank you. Who was Sam? I want to talk about Sam because it's my daughter. And she wasn't just a person on golf cart that just got married and got ill. She was a more experienced child. I'm going to tell a little bit of the story. bear with me. I got pregnant with Sam. I was single, divorced with an older child. Those things happen. They did not have any help or any assistance. And so I think that bonded Sam and I as being fighters together through life, helping each other, until my husband and I met and married, adopted Sam, and was her dad. So life wasn't always easy for us to get through what we had to get through. It's really hard to figure out how we were going to make it financially. My whole first career was based on being pregnant with Sam. I know it sounds funny, but it's like, I have 9 months to get a career. I can't make $10 an hour anymore. So 9 months, hey, I can go to hair school. We figured it out. Like, we always figured things out together. Not only was she my daughter, Sam and I had, excuse me.
That's okay, take your time.
Sam and I had a relationship probably better than most people that love each other. I'm very close with my other 2 kids. Our family has always been close. But Sam and I had a bond that was very different and very amazing, and we both had each other's backs all the time. We talk every day, her whole entire life. You know, most 30-year-olds don't want much to do with their parents anymore. You know, hey, yeah, I'll come over for Christmas dinner, but I'm not going to hang out with you all the time. And I'll lead into something else I'm getting off of. But in saying that, the last time I was with Sam before the week of the wedding, her birthday's 3/27. So on 3/27, a month and a day earlier, she called me for her birthday, and she said, all I want, Mom, is for you to come see me, and for you to be with me on a birthday. And I brought champagne, and we brought cupcakes, and we went down to the beach at sunrise, our favorite time, and we did silly dances on the beach with cupcakes and champagne. That's what an amazing relationship is. She used to, when she was little, when my husband would tease me or tease her or whatever, you know, just he would act like he was saying things about me, and she would just get so mad. I'd be like, don't talk about my mommy, like, just defending me. Then when we divorced and I started somewhat dating sometimes, she met one of them.
Oh shit, am I muted? Oh god. I said Sarah Boone is in here. She's all smiles and I don't know. She's smiling, y'all. Maybe she thinks that the judge will go easy on her. Can you guys hear me now? Sorry about that. I have it muted because I have stuff going on in the background. Was she smiling about? Maybe her lover is in the gallery just saying hello to them. I think Owen's showing Sarah YouTube comments. I don't know what they're looking at. I don't know. Oh, it unmuted for a second there. She thinks it'll be overturned on appeal. All right, guys, we got a poll up. What do you think Judge Krennic's going to give her? Do you think she'll get life? Yes or no? I just made it a very basic poll. Hey, Bleep, how are you doing today? How's it going? Was it supposed to be a different attorney? No, Mr. Owens is doing this. This is for sentencing. For the appeal stuff, I'm sure that's a different attorney that's going to be handling it. She gets more like, what time I see her, no remorse at all. I believe she'll be given a chance to make a statement. I'm sure she will. I know, right after this, Owens is like, I'm out. Bye. I'm done with the Sarah Boone case. I'll be right back. I'm going to get some more water. What's the holdup? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Did I get my hair did? I did like 3 weeks ago. I think she's still wearing eyeliner. See, I think I see a little bit of eyeliner there. Yeah, Mr. J, Mr. Cacciatore, Mr. Owens. Did y'all miss all of them? When people go to prison, do they bring a suitcase or what? A suitcase? No? Yeah, the pink handcuffs. Oh, God, David, no. Not with Sarah Boone. You hope Sarah Boone gets life. I think she deserves life. No remorse whatsoever. And what do we get from her trial when she testified? More lies. More lies. Oh, shit. What happened? Give me a second. Ah, meltdown. I mean, when she got that guilty verdict, I thought that she was crying, but then I was like, wait a second. No, I don't think she was crying. I thought she was crying, but she wasn't. I think she's accepted her fate a long time ago, but she was just trying to see if she can fuck with the system. I've been doing good, Aviation. How are you? Hello, hello. Yeah, this week we've got a busy week. I mean, now we don't have the Komoroski trial, right? It seems like she's pled guilty on all the charges against her. But we do have the Ashley Banfield sentencing. She's the one that shot her husband. You know, had a little bit of a kind of a Amber Heard's vibe about her. Shot her husband. She was found guilty. I think they're trying to do an appeal right now, though, trying to say there was like some impropriety going on with the jury. We'll see what happens with that. And then there's also a sentencing for, I forgot what her name was, but this woman who murdered her husband, buried her husband in the backyard. They found him 5 years later, and she tried to blame it on her kid, saying, oh, well, it was actually my kid that shot my husband. It wasn't me. Wild. Crazy, 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 crazy. Owens looks annoyed. She keeps turning and smiling. Owens is like, I'm ready to get this day over with. After this, I'm done. Finito. Give me my time on court TV and I'm good. I heard there was a new Animal Crossing game coming out. Oh, wait, there's this game that came out that kind of reminds me of Animal Crossing, but it's you work in a cozy Japanese ramen shop. I was just gonna play it because it looks fun. I was playing the Shinchan game. It's like Shinchan and the Shiro's Mine game or something. I don't know. It was like really cute. What was she thinking when she rejected the plea deal? Look at her. She got a big head, okay? She had her head so big. She thought she was going to be able to convince the jury that she was a battered spouse. And that she didn't deserve it. Or she doesn't deserve to be found guilty. And that George deserved it. And that she was actually defending herself. Because, you know, Owens was trying to... When Owens first... Before he even got on the case, he was trying to help her with the plea deal. I think he was trying to help her take the plea deal. And she was like, nope. Nope, 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 nope. It's on the Switch. Yes, it's on the Switch. But it's like a super cozy game. You run around town, you make meals, you do a little bit of farming, you catch fish. It was just a super chill game. After doing the Sarah Boone trial, it was really nice. But I want to check out this other game. I forgot what it was called, but it popped up on my YouTube feed. You run a ramen shop, and it just looks adorable. I heard that there's a new Animal Crossing coming out. Animal Crossing 2. I heard. Baldy is not shiny today? Who's Baldy? Oh, Luma Island. If you like cozy games, it's actually amazing. Okay, Luma Island. Is it on the Switch? I thought Nintendo abandoned us. Lol. I hope all those papers are not her statements, for fuck's sakes. Oh my gosh. Wait. Who was it again? They gave a very long monologue at their victim, or sorry, at their sentencing. Who was it? It was super long and... Who was it? Was it Daryl? Was it? Was it DB? Maybe it was DB. Oh gosh, DB. Remember when his grandmother spoke? His grandmother, I feel like she tried to make it seem like it wasn't like his fault. That society failed him or something like that, and some other bullshit. DB it went for 2 hours before the judge stopped him. Was it 2 hours? Damn. They found DB Cooper, by the way. The guy that robbed the bank and jumped off the plane. Is that the one? Yeah, maybe Judge Kranick is doing something else with a different court. The girl who threw a lie on her dad, she had like, 8 or 9 pages. What did she get for sentencing? Wasn't it pretty light, in my opinion? She was really upset, right? That the dad was supposed to do something for her birthday, broke the promise. She got mad at him. He was sleeping on the couch. So she like concocted this like, I don't know, like, was it like lye? Is it just like lye and water? She like threw it on him and like burned. Oh, Lori Vallow. Ooh. Yeah, Lori Vallow's is bad. His nan tried to blame the mental health system and the failing system. Yeah. That poor dad, how terrible. Yeah, because he didn't die immediately. I think it was like a really long death because they brought him to the hospital. He was alive for, I think like for a couple days or a couple weeks. The cartoon DB YouTube videos are so good to watch. They pop up my feed every now and then. You can't remember the last time you played on the Switch. Might have been the last time we did Mario Party or Mario Kart. You can't wait for Stearns to be convicted. I hate Stearns. I hate Stearns. I hate Soto. Jen Soto. Other than the actual YouTuber guy, I don't know. Penguin was talking about on his Thanksgiving video. She was crying that she had to live without her dad, even though she killed him. Oh, 5 months? 5 months? Wait, it took her dad 5 months to die, or she was sentenced for 5 months? Judge is meditating right now. I think he maybe has like another case that he's dealing with or something, and it's just delayed. Oh, that wasn't his real grandmother? It was a religious minister woman advocating for the family. Oh, that was his grandmother. Oh, yeah, there is no Mr. Henderson or Mr. Beck. Or maybe they're sitting behind. Maybe they're behind there. Wonder what demands SB will have for sentencing. God, her and her fucking demands. Switch was an impulse for me, to be honest. I don't know why I got it now I think about it. I don't like Zelda games, just like most Mario games. What else is there? I thought you loved Zelda games. Sarah Boone still looks evil. Yeah. I generally get the Switch because I got a new job at the time. Definitely an impulse buy. I got the AC edition. Apparently worth a lot of money now. Oh my god, the Animal Crossing one. I want that one so bad. It's so cute. I love the color scheme for it. I love it. All right, y'all. So again, she's facing a minimum of 22.5 years. Max life in prison. We'll see what Judge Kranick gives her. They did the pre-sentencing investigation. Apparently, I think... I don't know, from listening to the state and the defense, I think they said it was only going to take like 2 hours or something, this entire thing, but we'll see. Who was the bald fella she's talking to? Is that Billy Lane? Oh, you played Ace Attorney this weekend? I wanted to try that game out. Is it fun? There's this game that I want to play. It seems really, really dark. It's called Mouthwashing Game. I don't know. I like really weird dark games, and I like short games too. I want to check it out. There was a music video with Sarah Boone. You laughed so hard. Oh no. Breath of the Wild. My boyfriend did a hard parts. I just traveled and did the puzzles. LOL. That noise. Mouthwashing. It's huge right now. It keeps popping up on my YouTube channel. Girl, thank you so much for the 20. Thank you, thank you. I always forget. That's South Korean won, right? Let me see. Oh, Swedish krona. Ah, darn. Okay, I wasn't even close. I wasn't even close. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I appreciate your support. Swedish krone. Okay, I want to remember. Did I hear the hard rock song with Sarah? No, I haven't heard any of that. Mouthwashing was a really good story-wise. Yeah, it seems really intriguing. I keep getting a lot of videos on YouTube suggesting, and the thumbnails and titles are like, oh, why mouthwashing is such a genius video game. I was like, oh. So I started watching the beginning of the video, and I was like, oh, I think this is a game I'm going to enjoy, so. PoE. I thought PoE's been out. Haven't they been talking about PoE for like the past 10 years? Do narcissists just not experience anxiety? I get anxious just doing normal things, much less sitting in a courtroom. Yeah, I feel like she's just kind of like, hair in the wind, just chilling, you know? Mouthwashing is so popular now, it already has 2 controversies. Oh, what are the controversies? What? I started Stalker 2 yesterday, turned off tonight when I saw the live notification. Wait, what? Is that a game? Did I play PlayStation games back in the day? I did, because my dad gave us the PlayStation 1 when we were a kid. When we were kids. The first game that I played was Battle Arena Toshiden. It's a very funny game. We did a lot of fighting games back in the day. And then Dynasty Warriors was like our childhood game. You're excited for Atomfall to come out? What is that game about? I haven't heard about it yet. Good evening from Norway. Hello. Hello from Los Angeles. It is 11:07 a.m. The local weather is probably mid-70s today. Sorry, I don't know what it is in Celsius. PS1 was the best console of all time. Oh, man. But do you guys remember getting the blue screen of death? There's like the blue screen of death. There's like the red screen of semi-death, I think. I don't know. Atomfall is like Fallout. Oh, but it's in London. Oh, shooting game. You have amazing memories. Made in Korea. PS1 games were great. The first one I played was Tekken. Yes, Tekken. Love Tekken. Tekken 2, Tekken 3, Tekken Tag. Crash Bandicoot. Yes, there's a Crash Bandicoot where you can play as the girl and then you can jump on the tiger and run on the Great Wall of China. That was my favorite. It was so fun. Oh, you know what game I hated? Do you guys ever play Rayman, I think? God, that game was so hard. Why was that a children's game? The red screen, when you put the disc in and couldn't read it, literally caused me pain. Yeah, we used to rent games from Blockbuster. Oh my God, what a nightmare. Especially renting discs from Blockbuster. You played the Atari? We played the Atari too. I think there was a space game that we played on the Atari. It was fun. Oh, I love Xbox 360. Xbox 360, my memories with that was Fable. Fable 1, Fable 2, Fable 3. Is Xbox the one where Halo was on? I think Halo. Yeah, Halo. Oh God, so good. The zombie games. Oh, and the Modern Warfare, right? Call of Duty with zombie stuff. I played Spyro 2. That game was so hard. I don't understand. Those games are too hard for kids. You know, Tam, I heard about that. And someone linked it and I read it. And I was like, this sounds completely unhinged. I wasn't sure if it was made up or not. But yeah, there was some weird shit in there. Fable was great. I love Fable. It's so good. My memories with that one voice message chat, you leave other players online. You can leave voice message chat for people? Oh, we never did that. Yes, The Sims. Dude, I will always remember Rosebud. I started watching The Sims 1 playthrough. It's kind of fun. Like, you build a house, you get a job, and then you make food, you make friends. I don't know. It's like so fun to watch. Yeah, Rosebud. Ah! If you know, you know. Black Ops 2 had the best zombies. I don't know. I think I did Call of Duty Modern Warfare. I think Black Ops 2 was way later, right? Yes, Virtua Fighter. Yes, Virtua Fighter was so good. Wait, is Virtua Fighter the one with Sherry in it? Where she would grab you and be like, I think that was Virtua Fighters. Yes, Twisted Metal was my favorite too. I love Twisted Metal. So good. And the background story and all the characters were so dark and twisted. I love it. You were evil in Sims? Yeah, we would do evil things to our Sims. I feel so bad. Like lock them in a room with no toilet. I remember the blood on cheat for original Mortal Kombat on Mega Drive. Wait, the blood on cheat? What is that? Meanwhile, you know, Sarah's going through her newspaper like it's morning coffee time. Yeah, I would have so much anxiety. But I think she's already accepted that she's probably going to be in prison for the rest of her life. Oh, the judge is here. Judge Kreinik. Good morning, Judge. I'm going to boost the audio. It's loud, I'm sorry. Sometimes Law and Crime, they boost their own audio too. Sentencing. Is it me or the judge's hair look lighter? Hello, Judge. There will be letters, many of them. I just feel like it looks lighter, like he's been out in the sun or something. You know how people's facial hairs, sometimes people's hairs change depending on the season? I have a friend who goes from being blonde to being really, really red depending on the season. I need Kreinik on a t-shirt.
Calling State of Florida versus Sarah Boone, 2020 CF 2603, State.
Chief Cacciatore on behalf of the state. William J. for the state.
Defense.
James Owens for Sarah Boone.
Ms. Boone is seated at counsel's table. Ma'am, if you could please raise your right hand, Madam Clerk is going to go ahead and swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm?
I miss hearing his voice.
The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Ma'am, can you state your full name and date of birth for the record for us?
Sarah Boone, 10-10-7-7.
We are here for a sentencing. The jury returned a verdict on October 25, finding you, Ms. Boone, guilty of murder in the second degree. We are running a little bit late this afternoon. I apologize for that. I was in court all morning and took the opportunity to review all of your submittals from earlier this morning, Mr. Owens, including the victim or the character statements, the psychological evaluation by Dr. Harper, the motion for downward departure, the motion for new trial, and the state's response to same. Before we proceed with any sentencing in this matter, the court needs to address the defendant's motion for new trial and the state's response to the defendant's motion for new trial. Anything in addition you'd like to argue at this time, Mr. Owens, over and above what is contained in your motion, sir?
No, sir.
State.
No, sir.
All right. After reviewing the motion and the state's response to same, the defendant's motion for a new trial is denied. Based on the court's review of the record, the court's participation in the trial, and the review of all the evidence, and the court's prior findings and rulings at trial and prior thereto. With that, I believe that we're prepared to proceed with sentencing at this time. The court has reviewed the pre-sentencing investigation prepared by the Department of Corrections. Are there any housekeeping matters that we need to address, Mr. Jay or Mr. Cacciatore, before we proceed?
Not from the state.
Are there any housekeeping matters from your side of the ledger, sir, that we need to address, Mr. Owens?
Judge, I do have
What you got, Mr.
four
Owens?
lay witnesses that are going to testify. I've got Dr. Harper here to testify. Of course, client's going to testify, but one of the 4 lay witnesses wants to appear by Zoom. She lives up in Minnesota. I don't know if that's allowed.
We don't have an objection to that. One of our witnesses will be providing an impact statement, would also like to appear on the court's virtual link as well.
Okay, so stipulated. If you need it, just let Anita know, and I could have her email it to you right now, the link.
Is Minnesota, is that, remember how Mr. Owen said wasn't it a woman that was from Minnesota that contacted him and like really urged him to take Sarah Boone's case?
We do have the link. She's waiting to get on, I guess.
Who might it be, sir? Several people.
It should be Lana Albert.
She is here, sir. She's in the, she's viewing, her camera's off and she's, microphone is muted, but she's in the lobby.
Okay.
All right, with that, State, you may proceed.
Your Honor, at this time, we would like to take an impact statement from, I believe, Anna Torres, which you will be appearing virtually.
Anna Torres.
I see several guests, but I do not see a Anna Torres in the virtual lobby, sir.
Well, I think while maybe she's having some issue logging on, we have also in-person witnesses.
We can proceed with those first, sir.
Call Anna Torres.
Oh, is that mom? Who's going first? Mom? Oh, daughter.
Please.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Ma'am, good afternoon. Could you state and spell your name for the record for us?
My name is Blanca Torres.
Okay. Ma'am, you can go ahead.
I just want to tell Sarah Boone that I don't hate her for what she did. And I always remember that evening when that lady came into my door and she knocked at the door. And she asked for my name. I said, I tell her my name. And then she said, "Can I come in?" I said, "Okay, yes." And she told me to sit down. I never think that was going to be my son. And then she said my son was dead. Since that day, I can't sleep. It's hard for me to remember that moment. My son is not here no more. She don't only kill my son, she killed a father, a brother, an uncle. It's been hard. And my family, because all the brothers, they will always work together. But now it's like something real. Love is missing. Sometimes when I look out the window, I'm waiting for him to come and say, "Mom, I love you." She was always there. She called and called me. I miss that mommy. The last time that I talked to him was at 12 o'clock in January, New Year. He came to my bed and said, "Mom." He woke me up and I said, "Mom, I love you. Happy New Year." Since that day, I don't see him no more. It was my son. I love him. And I miss him a lot, and my family miss him a lot too. But I don't hurt her. But you know what? I was blessed she ain't gonna be blessed like me because I have my son, I raise him, I have his children, my granddaughter, my grandson, and she don't gonna be able to have that. And I did. I raised him. He wasn't perfect, but he was a good son. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. State anything further from this witness?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, sir.
Thank you.
That's true. Sarah Boone will barely be in her son's life. Yeah, poor mom.
You may call your next victim impact statement.
Victoria Torres.
Victoria Torres?
Do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Ma'am, could you state and spell your name for the record for us, please?
Victoria Torres. My name is Victoria Torres. George is my brother. Unfortunately, my family has experienced two horrifying tragedies. I just want to make it clear that George deserves justice. As far as my other brother and Sarah deserve to rot in jail. Sarah has caused a lifetime of pain, a lifetime of horrible images, a lifetime of hearing my brother George plead for his life. This is just this moment for all of you. For me and my family, it's forever. Such a simple thing as using a suitcase is so triggering. I try not to close it all the way.
Oh, I didn't even think about
I
that.
leave at least like 2 or 3 inches for the zipper. And it might sound crazy, but it just helps me. She really has flipped my family's life upside down. And I just hope that we can truly get justice for my brother. And I just want to tell the team thank you so much for everything they did. Thank you.
Thank you. State anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No.
Thank you.
Oh, it's so sad. I didn't even think about that. Like every time you use a suitcase, you just think about your brother.
Could we see if Ms. Anna Torres has been able to make it online?
Do not see an Anna Torres in the lobby, sir. I have lots of guests, HHSA, Mr. Beck, Lana Albert, Jason Gunn.
Your Honor, is there a cap to the link as to the number of individuals?
Not to my knowledge.
Could we just have just a moment?
Yes.
All the family members, they all look so alike to each other. She's facing life in prison. Yeah, that's how I imagine Sarah's face being. Through the entirety of the victim impact statements, I imagine her sitting there just kind of like emotionless. The detective, Capsule, and I forgot the other one's name. Lowen? I don't know if I saw them there. What did the judge say? I think, so there's victim impact statements, and then there are people that are going to speak for Sarah Boone. What are those called again? Character statements? What do you think they're going to say about Sarah Boone? Yeah, for those of you guys who are waiting, I think Anna Torres is trying to get in to do this virtually, but having some tech issues. I don't know if the link's not working. Cacciatore asks whether or not there's a max on how many people can join, and Joe says no. It's so true. Every time you see a suitcase, I think of the torture that he went through. So sad. It would be so triggering. Hey, Jen. How are you? You wonder if her son is going to be presented. Imagine being on trial, not having your son giving a character statement. She deserves it all. I don't know if Brian Boone is going to have her son be involved in this process. Like, shoot, I don't even think Brian Boone's going to be saying anything. How old was he again when she was in prison? Or sorry, when she was arrested? It was like, was he 7 or 9? 9, I think, right? Be interesting to see if Sarah speaks and if there be anything but the poor me speech. I wonder if she's going to apologize to the family. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I think he is
Yes, sir, Mr.
14, 15 now. That's
I'm
true.
speaking with Mr. Owens, given the fact that the victim's daughter is having difficulties with...
Is that her, Anna Victoria Torres?
Yes, sir.
Oh, she's in. Okay.
Is that
she's
it?
here.
Is that who it is? All right, ma'am, good afternoon. Can you hear us?
Good afternoon. I can hear you.
Okay, could you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Anna Victoria Torres, ANAVICTORIA
All right, thank you, ma'am. I understand that you'd like to provide a statement to the court at this time. You may proceed.
Okay. Okay. So I'll be speaking for myself and my 2 siblings. The murder of our father has impacted us on so many levels and in different ways. I myself, for the first year, would wake up screaming every morning or night, wishing I was having a nightmare, only to wake up to remember all over again that my father is gone and I'll never be able to hear him say he loves me ever again. To know my siblings have been affected in such a way that they are now different. They have had a piece of their heart ripped away from them, all while her son gets to hear his mother's voice and see her alive is pathetic. Because of you, Sarah, my sister is heartbroken. Because of you, Sarah, my brother is left wondering when he will ever see his father again. The loss of my father has left me with chronic depression and anxiety. Seeing any moments of fatherly love or kindness being shown between others in real life or even on TV leaves me in complete shambles. Seeking therapy was a must in order to navigate through my workday without a random breakdown. Thoughts of my father's demise still enter my mind ever so often. I'm left either angry, sad, or sick to my stomach to think of how his final moments were. George Torres, my incredible father. Not only was he my father, but my best friend. My personal comic provided me with wisdom and knowledge, creative and loving dad, an older brother, an uncle, a cousin, a friend, a son, and above all, our father. He was human and deserved to be treated as such. My father, George Torres, was one of a kind, an absolute gem. Unfortunately, his light was dimmed on earth by evilness, but with us, we will forever make his name live on. Especially Sarah, I pray that you see his face when you see him at night. That is it.
Thank you. Anything further, State?
No, Your Honor.
Anything further of this witness?
No, sir.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Anything further?
No other impact statements, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any other witnesses or evidence at this point in time, State?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Owens, you may proceed, sir.
Ms. Diane Smith. Judge, what do you want me?
I have no issue with her being at the podium. If you want to move about the well to conduct your examination, that's fine, counselor. Ma'am, come on up. Coming up to this podium right here, ma'am, if you could raise your right hand. Madam Clerk's going to go ahead and swear you in.
Diane Smith, who is this?
Ma'am, could you state and spell your name for the record for us, please?
Diane Smith, D-I-A-N-E-S-M-I-T-H.
Okay, thank you very much. Counselor, you may inquire.
And Ms. Smith, tell the court a little bit about you.
I was a chaplain at the 33rd Street Jail for 30 years.
And have you been a chaplain at the jail here in Orange County?
Yes, Orange County Jail
Is it the same
for
jail
30
you're
years.
referring to?
Uh-huh.
Okay. And during that period of time, did you have occasion to meet with Sarah Boone?
I did.
And was it over the course of how long?
I've known her 4 years.
And if you could, tell the court what you'd like to say.
Okay. Well, I first met Sarah. She came in. We have a Christian dorm, and Sarah enrolled in our Christian program. And she was in my classes for a year. And she was very sincere in her efforts to change her life and to be a better person. And I found her very helpful. She was kind and good to people. She loved to serve. And
But Diane, did you read her letters?
She helped the new girls that would come in, the younger girls. She would mother them and be very kind and very helpful. And then after she graduated from the program, I was her counselor for the other 3 years. And I always found her, very sincere and, trying to do better. I spoke with many inmates that knew her and was associated with her. And they spoke very highly of her and said that, she was helpful and kind and tried to help other people. And I just found her to be, very sincere and trying to be a very good person and change and help people.
Was the Bible involved at all?
Oh, yes, it was all spiritual. Yes, it was spiritual growth plus character, growth and character, trying to just be a better person in general. She liked to serve other people, she would help the girls wash their clothes and show them around and teach. But spiritually, she grew very, very great spiritually.
Thank you.
Hang on, ma'am, just 1 second.
Ma'am?
Hang on just 1 second, Ms. Smith. State, any questions?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, ma'am. I appreciate you.
That's interesting.
I'd like to
Both
call
sides can ask questions.
Christina Pena.
No, Diane Bauer, not you.
Yeah, it's fine, counselor. Thank you.
We're talking about Diane Smith.
Ma'am, come on up if you can. Raise your right hand. Madam Clerk's going to go ahead and swear you in.
Do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Thank you.
Ma'am, if you could state and spell your name for the record for us.
Christina Pena, Christina Pena.
All right, you may inquire, sir.
Ms. Penna, how old are you?
31.
And where do you live?
Orlando?
Now, it's my understanding, Ms. Penna, that you were in the county jail with Sarah Boone.
Yes.
How long were y'all in the same cell together?
Yes. I was in there for 4 years, but we were together for 3.
Okay. And
Was this the girlfriend?
I understand ultimately the charges against you were dismissed. And so you were released on what day?
April 4th of this year.
2024?
2023.
2023. So you've been out for a pretty long.
I've been out for like 6 or so months now. Yeah, since April of this year, actually. Sorry.
April of 2024. And you said y'all were bunkmates there together for about 3 years.
Yeah.
I would assume that y'all got to know each other pretty well.
We did.
Okay. And if you could, if you'd like to speak on her behalf to the judge.
Yes. Sarah's one of my best friends, my only.
Take your time.
She's helped me with a lot. Spiritually and like growing, and she helps everybody. She's always, I don't know, spirit. She helped me a lot, and she would come to me. She talked to me all the time and pick me up when I was down, or if I didn't know something. She's good. I don't know. She was a good person to me. Mistakes happen. She always helped. She always helped people. She was always helping everybody in the dorm. She, even like her artwork, she did art.
She could do puzzles.
If anybody needed any help or needed anything, they'd come to her and she'd help them. And even if they, did wrong to her, she would still go back and help them and praise with them and pray over them and everything. It's just.
And was she a little bit older than you?
Yeah.
How much older was she?
A little bit?
40 in her 40s.
Did you think of her as maybe an aunt or a big sister?
Big sister, yeah. She was like a big sister. Like a sister I never had. Because I have brothers, so I never, we clicked right away. I don't know. We'd be walking out in the backyard and she just would always try and talk to me, but I'm a quiet person and I don't trust a lot of people. So for me to open up and trust somebody, it's a lot. So.
And obviously y'all were there under difficult circumstances. Did she assist you in getting through that?
Yes, and she helped me a lot with my my case, and I would help her with with hers too. We're both. Justice is not what it is. I don't know how.
Bless you.
We both helped each other out. I don't know.
Ms. Mignon, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Any questions, State?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, ma'am. I appreciate you.
Ms. Hill? Judge.
Yes, sir.
After Ms. Hill, I want to take Ms. Howard, please.
Yes, sir.
Who else we got?
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Ma'am, good afternoon. Could you state and spell your name for the record for us?
My name is Mariela Hill, M-A-R-I-E-L-A, last name Hill, H-I-L-L.
Thank you. You may proceed, sir.
Ms. Hill, briefly tell us a little bit about yourself.
I met Sarah in jail. I spent 3 months in jail and went through a lot of unfortunate circumstances myself.
All right. Now, this was in the Orange County Jail here in Orlando?
Orange County Jail.
And when would that have been? Do you recall the dates?
Yes, it was April, from April to June of this year.
Of this year,
2024.
2024.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. And did you develop a relationship with Sarah Boone over the course of that 3 months?
Yes, yes. We met when I was moved to the B dorm, and I needed help with a form that I needed to complete, and one of the COs pointed to Sarah to help.
Sorry, she's speaking so softly. I'm boosting at the max. We could barely hear her.
Yeah, and since that moment, we became really good friends, and she was so helpful, so kind, so respectful and loving, not just to me, but to everyone. And I have nothing but good things to say about her, her character, her loving heart, and
Oh, you guys are saying this is the girlfriend? Maybe that's why Owens is trying to clarify by saying, okay, so Sarah is like an aunt to you, like a big sister to you, to the other person that spoke? I don't know who's who. I don't know.
how deep her faith is, her faith in God and believing in justice for everyone. So that's what I believe.
State any questions?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Ms. Hill. I appreciate it. Ms. Albert, good afternoon, ma'am. Can you hear me? This is Judge Kranick, and if you can, I would ask you to turn on your camera and unmute yourself at this time, please.
Sir, how do I unmute my, or turn on my camera? I know how to unmute, but I'm not sure how to turn the camera on.
Turn the volume down.
So, ma'am,
is that better?
When you join the link, there should have been an option for like a pull down on the left-hand side of the screen for you to open out or turn on a camera. I don't know what device you're appearing on, if it's a cell phone or a laptop.
It is an iPhone. Should I try to re-enter the room?
Yeah, try to do that. There should be an option for you to pick a camera.
How do y'all know who's the girlfriend?
You'll either select the default camera, and hopefully we'll be able to see you at that time.
Okay, let me, just give me 1 second.
Sure.
All right. You think this is the girlfriend? Oh, okay. I guess we don't know who's who then. I don't know. I don't know who's the girlfriend. I heard rumors about a girlfriend, but I don't know who it is. Maybe they're all the girlfriend. Maybe she got multiple girlfriends.
Did that work? Can you see me?
I cannot.
Shoot. Yeah, it's saying default camera. It's saying front camera. I chose it. It didn't show my face or anything like that.
Christine was the name of the girlfriend?
Technological skills are limited.
So the younger one?
State?
I have no objection to the witness making their statement here telephonically.
Okay, appreciate it. All right, Miss Albert, good afternoon. If you could just state and spell your name for the record for us, please.
Certainly. Lana, L-A-N-A, Albert, A-L-B-E-R-T.
Okay. All right, Mr. Owens is going to ask you some questions. And if you could just answer them, ma'am, I would greatly appreciate it. Sir, you can proceed.
Miss Albert, do you have the ability to turn your volume down?
Yes, I just did. I can't hear you very well when I do that, though.
You can't hear me?
I can hear you, but very, very quietly.
How about now?
Yes, I can hear you. Am I okay?
Yeah, you sound a lot better. You were too loud earlier.
Okay.
Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you.
All right, Miss Albert, tell the court a little bit about yourself briefly.
Well, I live in Minnesota. I currently have end-stage renal disease. Before I became disabled, I was a business owner in the Twin Cities here.
All right, and how old are you?
I am 50 years old.
All right, and you're considered disabled?
Yes, I am.
All right. And have you had an occasion since this event to establish a relationship with Sarah Boone?
Yes, I have. We have been friends for the past a little over 11 months.
And how do y'all communicate?
We've communicated a lot of phone calls, lots of tablet back and forth, and a lot of letters as well. I'd say many hours of time spent with each other.
All right. And do you want to speak on her behalf here today?
I would, please.
All right. Would you please tell the court what you would like for the court to know?
Thank you very much. And thank you very much, Your Honor, for the privilege of speaking on behalf of my friend Sarah Boone. I also want to extend my heartfelt condolences to everyone here affected by this terrible tragedy, which has brought us all here and listening in. Many articles and videos and opinions of Sarah have gone out in the airways and on the webs. Opinions that have been formed and commented on so much that it's hard not to give into the temptation to treat people like a comic book or a fictional character. In the case of my friend Sarah, the words narcissist, Karen, villain, many other things, they roll off the tongue with little regard to the humanity that is dismissed so flippantly. And under a lot of circumstances, I was one of those people, as I have a love of true crime. And becoming friends with Sarah has...
This person just wanted to address the internet. Okay, gotcha. Talk to the judge. Come on now.
shown me that there's a lot more depth to the people I see on the screen. I'd like to share with the world and with the court about the Sarah Boone that I know. Sarah Boone is a kind, honest, and good person. The Sarah Boone I know is one who loves animals, especially the kind who are damaged and defenseless. How many of us would take in and pour love for a hearing-impaired and a sight-impaired pair of dogs? She has a natural instinct to help reach out and give of herself. Her time and energy and love especially to those who are hurting or damaged. You all have seen her fight for her own life and truth here. I tell you this, she fights even harder for those she loves, giving time, attention, and companionship without a single thought for her own gain or what somebody can do for her. And one huge example is in the matter of our friendship. As I said before, I have end-stage renal disease caused by a genetic illness called polycystic kidney disease. As my life has progressed, things I have taken for granted have been taken away from me. I could not appear in court in person because I can no longer walk, as my dialysis treatments have affected the circulation of my legs and has confined me to a wheelchair. To say that my life has radically changed is an understatement. Through it all, I have many friends and family I love and cherish. Sarah has distinguished herself differently in this way. In the course of getting to know her, I started sharing the progressing state of my health. It was like lightning had struck her. The moment Sarah had learned the depth of my struggles health-wise, she straight up offered strenuously to donate a kidney to me. I got to tell you this. I hope she's not mad for me showing this, but she had no hesitation, no concern over personal risk or personal gain. I want to convey to this out and around the world that is merely offering.
Wait, so like, were they like a huge true crime fan, and then they reached out to Sarah Boone, but then they decided to have a soft heart for Sarah Boone because Sarah Boone responded to their correspondence and all that? I'm just want to know, how did this correspondence even start?
It's a good and heroic act. I've had many friends. I've not had one outside of my brother who has offered me a kidney. That is huge. I don't have anything of equal value.
Will she follow through? Would she have followed through? I don't know. Offering is very different than actually doing something.
To give to her. And that's not the actions of a narcissist. She did it as a reflex action, as a good person.
So do people pleasers.
After the verdict came in October, we spoke that night. And I hope Sarah doesn't get mad at me again for disclosing this, but out of all the shock and seriousness of what had happened in the court, the thing that made her emotionally break was that she realized she could no longer be a donor to me. I mean, I was sitting there like, hey, you know, it's going to be okay. But she was so broken up, she couldn't help me. That's a friend. She is not, nor does she come up anywhere remotely close to being a narcissist. Now, one more thing before I go. Social media has worked to rip the blindfold off of Lady Justice, to take the sword out of her right hand and start assassinating Sarah's character. However, the scales are the balance. As it says in Psalm 85, mercy and truth are met together. Righteousness and peace have kissed each other. Justice isn't justice without mercy. Our pursuit of righteousness isn't complete and right without peace. Thank you, Your Honor, for the honor of speaking for my friend Sarah Boone. I hope that your justice is mixed with mercy here today. Thank you.
State, any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Any follow-up, Mr. Owens?
No, Judge.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Albert. I appreciate you.
Like to call Dr. Harper? You want her on the stand? Or?
I'm okay with her on the stand.
Yeah, get
She
Dr.
can be
Harper
right
over
there.
here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I don't see Kevin.
I could be your witness if you needed. Zoom is fine.
Judge,
No, she'd be at the podium. That's fine. Doctor, good afternoon. If you could please raise your right hand. Madam Clerk's going to go ahead and swear you in. If you could, doctor, state and spell your name for the record for us, please.
Dr. Julie Harper, Julieharper.
All right, thank you. Counselor, you may inquire.
And Dr. Harper, we all know we were here a few weeks back for the trial, and your testimony said the judge knows quite a bit about
Owens doesn't have a microphone, so that's why he's so quiet.
testimony. But if you could, I know that you prepared a report, and we have submitted that to the court, which the court has read, and the state has a copy. And I don't know if you want to refer to that or just speak on your own about Sarah Boone and what you did to assess her, and then any opinions that you want to express.
All right. I think that during trial testimony, I reviewed all of the documents, excuse me, and all of the records that were available. They're documented in my report as well. In addition to the forensic clinical interviews that I conducted, I also have had the opportunity to talk to her brother, Philip Paulson, in the interim since the trial, and I included his information in my report as
Which
to her
brother is
family
that?
background.
If you could give the court a synopsis of what your findings are, and what you uncovered maybe from the brother, whatever you think the court needs to hear this relevant material to his decision in this case.
So referring to the summary section of my report, I'll keep it brief, but I'll outline the highlights that I feel like haven't been conveyed before, which is an understanding of Ms. Boone's early family life, in that she is the middle child of her parents' union, and that her parents did not have a happy marriage. They didn't provide an opportunity to have a good role model as to how to have a partnership together. Ms. Boone was born in close proximity to her youngest brother, 11 months apart. And in my clinical experience and training, I would say that that disrupted her attachment with her mother, some being close in proximity with her younger brother, whose temperament just seemed to suit a relationship with her mother better than her own. So ultimately, Ms. Boone bonded with her father. Though he wasn't described by either child as an affectionate person, he was somebody that was there for her at sporting events and more of a primary parent for her in that way. His untimely death by heart attack during her high school years was marked by her brother as a turning point for her in how she was acting at home. Her demeanor, her relationship with her mother took a turn for the worse. She was not coping well. She was...
This is Dr. Julie Harper. She testified for the defense in the trial.
Using substances based on what her brother was saying. And it is my opinion that that early lack of foundational relations with her mom and not feeling very secure, the death of her father, destabilized her. That's a period of your life when you're leaving high school, when you should have formed a very solid foundation to go out in the world, and I don't think that that's what she had at that moment. She bonded easily with Mr. Boone, and you can see that there are elements of that early difficulty with her relationships because she took on a parentified role, in my opinion, during that relationship. And therefore, there's a power imbalance in that she was making decisions and not, again, having an equal relationship. I think that that led her to a sense of being a need to be right, a need to feel like she is the one that's making good decisions, to have some ego support by being in the right all the time with Mr. Boone. And I think that that led to some behaviors that she carried over into her relationship with Mr. Torres, in that she's parentified around him and acting more like a parent-child relationship, being a facilitator of housing applications for jobs and things like that. So again, there's a power imbalance that I think was very seriously misaligned as her brother.
To me, she did nice things for George so she can later use it against him when he didn't act the way that she wanted him to act. It's like, if you misbehave, all the nice things that I did for you, I'll use it against you. Don't worry.
And the property manager of their apartment had verified they saw her being abused.
So that's why I'm not surprised that we have these other people that came in to talk about, Sarah's character and talked about how, Sarah did this to me or Sarah did this for other people. It's because I think Sarah generally enjoyed people being thankful for her actions, which I don't think is a bad thing. But the thing with Sarah Boone, I think she was just very manipulative and she would use it against you when she can. Maybe she's changed, maybe she's changed in the last 4 years. Maybe. But whenever we read those letters, whenever we hear how she spoke about her previous attorneys and how she addressed, and all these accusations towards the judge, towards the people, it's hard to imagine that she's changed, especially when she went up there and testified in the stand. And a lot of us believe that she just continued lying even more to save her ass.
Physically abused in serious ways, or the effects of the abuse and bruising or calls to them. It is my opinion that she called for help, but when people got tired of her not leaving Mr. Torres, they...
I can see that too, Applesauce. Sarah seems like a very transactional person, always bookkeeping in her favor. Yeah, keeping tabs on all the things that she did for you.
Stopped responding to those calls. And basically, my opinion that she called for help, but when people got tired of her not leaving Mr. Torres, they stopped responding to those calls. And basically, Ms. Boone handled things on her own, and as other people with healthier boundaries probably would have left, she acting out the pattern of intimate partner violence did not leave. She stayed long past when it would have been smart for others, or others would have said to leave, sorry. The undergirding of that not leaving the relationship is a long-term anxiety problem that became post-traumatic stress disorder. There is an earlier instance of exposure to traumatic stress in that she was the person in the hospital after her father died who found him having students perform CPR on his dead body. So that was an early exposure to high traumatic stress, witnessing that incident, and based on her brother's description, that was something that changed her. When a person is exposed to numerous compounding stressors, their adrenaline system is changed. It alters your body. And things that might be an otherwise neutral situation, you tend to have a cascading adrenaline response to that. And I think that that ultimately, for her, as she succumbed to other instances of serious physical abuse from her partner, became post-traumatic stress disorder. I do think that that is a condition that is still existent even while she's in jail. It's something that she needs treatment for because those triggers are unmitigated, meaning that she hasn't really had the kind of therapy to address them and reduce her adrenaline and anxiety responses when she thinks of past instances of traumatic events that have happened to her. You can also respond to post-traumatic stress disorder clinically by using antidepressant therapy, and that would be something that could assist her ultimately in reducing symptoms if she had counseling and antidepressant therapy.
Now, Dr. Harper, I know you testified in trial that in your opinion, she suffered as a married spouse syndrome that is legally recognized in Florida, in the courts of Florida.
That's correct.
And I understand that is tied to this intimate partner violence, which is maybe the same thing, but there's a complex mental health issue that ties into that. Can you speak on the complexity of that whole cycle that one such as Sarah Boone and George Torres were involved in?
Certainly. So intimate partner violence is not a diagnosis. It's a pattern of events that occur between two partners in which the power dynamic is altered by the physical abuse or behaviors that are controlling in nature to the point that someone's safety is threatened. It's common for victims of that to have a complex mental health condition, often including depression, anxiety, and substance abuse problems. And what might be substance abuse to cope with the problem, like numbing oneself, will sometimes result in its own diagnosis. The pattern of intimate partner violence, I think we covered in the trial, but just in summary about that, there are phases in which at first the bonding of the two partners might be something positive. They've got something in common or have pleasurable time together. And then the secondary phase of that is when there is change in dynamic and some kind of traumatic event occurs, some instance of physical violence. And then there's a third phase in which it's like a honeymoon phase where they're trying to right the relationship. So in phase 1, when they're having something pleasurable, the tone shifts. Phase 2, there is some kind of incident. In phase 3, there's the honeymoon phase. As that pertains to anxiety, I think that a person who suffers from intimate partner violence never stops experiencing that hypervigilance, waiting for the next instance of violence to occur. So even though they may look happy, they might be experiencing something positive, they've not really relaxed because their memory that could or will occur again is still in their mind. So they haven't fully stopped experiencing intimate partner violence. It's just what phase of the process they're in.
Now, and Dr. Harper, it goes into more detail in your report, which I supplied to the court, which is a total of 11 pages, and I believe that's confidential document.
That's what's been marked. I don't believe it's been filed in the court file.
Okay.
If it has, that's something if it needs to be, it's something we can address. I have reviewed it. It does reflect confidential privilege information on the first page. I don't believe it's been filed in the court file unless you did it. Okay. It already has been? All right, appreciate it. Okay, excellent. Thank you, sir.
And Dr. Harper, you're aware that the defense has filed a defendant's motion for downward departure.
Yes.
And we've listed several factors under paragraph 3, the capacity of the defendant to appreciate the criminal nature of her actions and conform with the requirements of law were substantially impaired, that she requires specialized treatment for a mental disorder that is not related to substance use or addiction, although you agree that she does suffer from alcohol use disorder.
So she has an underlying mental health disorder, post-traumatic stress disorder, and I additionally diagnosed her with alcohol use disorder, which is separate.
But you agree she does require specialized treatment for a mental disorder that's not related to the substance use or addiction?
That's correct.
And you agree she's amenable for treatment?
Yes.
And you agree that she acted under extreme duress in this unique homicide case?
Yes.
And you agree that the uniqueness of the circumstances, the facts and circumstances surrounding the case, that the offense was committed in an unsophisticated manner?
Yes.
It was isolated.
That's my understanding as well.
Other than she had the charge, which she was, both of them were charged at one time. I think she had the strangulation allegation, the felony case that was ultimately dismissed when both of them were arrested.
She had a prior felony case. Facts are different, of course, in this particular case we're going today.
Dr. Harper, I believe that's all the questions I've got, unless you would like to say, if I missed anything, of course.
No,
Okay, and if not, then report.
Yes.
Any questions?
Yes, may she take a stand so I can leave the podium?
Yes, that's fine. You may inquire, sir.
In pages 1 and 2 of your report, you go through the sources of your information, correct?
Yes.
And that would include 8 interviews that you had with her from the course of August of 2020 through September of 2024, correct?
There were 9 interviews, but 8 dates of service are listed.
You did the Miller Forensic Assessment of Symptoms Test, or MFAST.
That's right.
Inventory of Legal Knowledge, ILK.
That's right.
Clinician-administered PTSD Scale 5 examination.
Oh, shit.
You consulted with her attorney.
Yes.
Videotaped interviews from this court case number of Sarah Boone, interview part 1 and 2, Abraham Moreno interview, Brandon Moats interview, Brian
Thanks,
Boone
y'all.
interview, Juan Torres interview, and Melissa Sexton interview, correct?
Yes.
You reviewed the autopsy photos?
Yes.
You reviewed some of the digital forensic exhibits, including the Apple iPhone XS and a Samsung SMJ 327 T1 photographs from those.
I think what I was saying earlier, I was saying that is there no treatment available for Sarah Boone while she was in jail? And then my other comment was, I think it's better for them to do it better this way because earlier we could even hear Mr. Owens.
2 devices.
It's Mr. J.
You reviewed Bates stamped discovery pages 1 through 413.
That's correct.
The crime scene photos are photos of a scene taken on June 19th of 2020.
Yes.
Aspire Health records.
Yes.
And who do those pertain to?
Aspire Health records are for Sarah Boone.
Florida Hospital Medical Group records.
Yes.
And who do those records pertain to?
That is also for Sarah Boone.
And Aspire, is that a mental health treatment facility?
It has an emergency department record, but that would be the place where she was detained under the Baker Act.
And it is routine and common in the practice of forensic psychology or psychiatry to rely on the records of other such practitioners.
As a source of information, sure.
You reviewed the deposition of Dr. Tanya Warner.
I did.
You reviewed the trial testimony of Sarah Boone, Brian Boone, Dr. Michael Brannon, Dr. Tanya Warner, correct?
Yes.
The jury verdict form dated 10/25/24?
Yes.
Witness list notice of filing amended
Yes.
on this case? Records of Jorge Torres or George Torres involving case numbers 2019 MM 5114, a 911 call in PDF, case 2019 MM 7193, case 2019 MM 7193, Torres Public Records, case 2019 MM 7193, Torres Photos, Central Florida Primary Care Records, Advent Health Orlando Medical Records, correct?
Yes.
And those latter records that I just mentioned, those for Mr. Torres and not Ms. Boone, correct?
That's right.
Then you reviewed Sarah Boone written correspondence, Sarah's listing of domestic violence incidents, Sarah's writings regarding missing days of work and Baker Act, and a 74-page life story.
That's right.
And then case 2018 CF 10573, public records and photos.
Yes.
Fucking shit. God damn it. Oh, I hate this whole mute thing. Sorry, I have banging behind me, so I keep mute again. The really cool thing I'm seeing in Florida, I guess, is that when you have people giving character statements about the defendant who's about to be sentenced, you can direct and cross-examine them. So that's a really cool thing. And I think it's better that they do it in this format because earlier when Mr. Owens was standing on the side, we couldn't fucking hear him. So this is better. We have the microphones. And, you know, Mr. Owens did the direct examination. Now it's Mr. J. So this is not like a rewatch from the trial or anything like that. We're in sentencing.
And a telephone interview with Melissa Sexton, the property manager, which you conducted on October 1st, 2024.
Yes.
And a telephonic interview with Philip Paulson, the defendant's brother, on November 26, 2024.
Yes.
Where has Ms. Boone been housed and living since February of 2020?
At the Orange County Jail.
And does the Orange County Jail provide mental health services to inmates?
It does.
What kind of
And
mental health services?
you already testified you would routinely, as a forensic psychologist, review records kept of a psychological or psychiatric treatment of a patient or a client, correct?
Yes.
In this particular case, have you reviewed any mental health records generated by the Orange County Jail for Ms. Boone?
No, I have not had the opportunity to do that.
So for the last 58 months or so, if she was being seen by the mental health treatment staff at the jail, you have not reviewed those records?
That's correct.
And they are overseen at the jail, in the Orange County Jail, by a psychiatrist. Are you aware or not?
If the person's level of mental health intervention deems them eligible for psychiatry, then they will.
And any diagnosis or lack of diagnosis that they have had during the course of the last 58 months, you are unaware of because you did not review the records.
That's right.
I don't have any other questions.
Any redirect examination?
No, Judge.
All right, thank you.
One question. Dr. Harper, I didn't ask you to review those records, did I?
No.
Thank you.
Judge, I believe you said it at the very beginning that I had submitted several letters on behalf of Ms. Boone, and she didn't hear that, but I wanted her to be made aware.
Yes, ma'am.
And you don't actually read those letters into the record, but you did read them.
I have reviewed them. They're in my binder here. How many do I have? Yes. Give me a second, I can tell you. I have I have 6 handwritten letters. First one is 1 page. Second one is 2 pages. Third one is 1 page. Fourth one is 2 pages. Fifth one is 2 pages. Sixth one is 2 pages. I have a typed letter from Diane Smith, the assistant chaplain. I have another typed letter from a Nicole Ray, a typed letter from a Stephanie L., a typed letter from Philip Paulson, a email from Lana Albert, 2 pages in length, and a 2-page email from a Danielle Parsons.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Judge, I would like to call Sarah Boone.
You may proceed.
If you could take this.
Yes, please. Ms. Boone, you can be seated. You've been previously sworn. You may inquire, sir.
For the record, just state your name again.
Sarah Boone.
All right. Now, this is unlike a trial, so you're allowed to speak in a narrative form, as well as I understand you have taken some notes or written a letter that you want to read from, and then you want to speak to the court after that.
Yes.
All right. Why don't you go ahead and get started?
This is actually an edited version of.
Hold on a second.
I had a lot to say. I've had a lot of time to think about things, and I didn't really know how to put it on paper, and I didn't know how much I could say or how little I should say. So what I have here is, like I said, an edited version. But I would like to read the more important parts that I feel that everyone should know that wasn't said in my actual trial.
Oh, God.
And on top of what I have on paper, I have, this is just the tip of the tip of the tip of the iceberg. So I wanted to read this, and then, if I may, I would like to address everyone in my apology on top of my statement.
You may proceed, ma'am.
Kintu Sukuroi is a kind of Japanese ceramic style which means to repair with gold. In this tradition, when a ceramic piece breaks, an artisan will fuse the pieces back together again using liquid gold or gold dust lacquer. So rather than being covered up, the breaks become more obvious and a brilliant new piece of art emerges from the brokenness. It embraces flaws, weakness, and imperfections, and also teaches the essence of resilience. Every crack in a ceramic piece is a part of its history, and each piece becomes more beautiful because it has been broken. This is the wisdom of Kintu Sukuroi. In my wisdom and with all of my repairs, then, now, and ongoing, God is, has been, and will always be my artisan. All of my gold is forgiveness. This has held me together, made me shine brighter, and overcome the damage caused by George Torres, the Torres family, the justice system, Orange County Corrections Department, social media, scoundrel detectives, infamy, defamation, ongoing constitutional rights violations, second-degree murder, forced into being pro se.
Oh, here we go.
Just as gold is very precious, forgiveness is invaluable. Forgiveness is not an attempt to change or forget who, what, or how you've lived through to be so gold, but an act of grace, humility, and considerable self-compassion to be set free from sorrow. Withholding forgiveness denies your brilliance and adds even greater grief and deeper heartache, irreparable cracks on top of the already that no one deserves, no matter the pain or disappointment, untruths or injustice. It doesn't matter. As the more broken you are, even though now different than before, you've become more outstanding and more extraordinary. Above all, when you let go of blame, misunderstandings, excuses, give up your anger and cease from resentment, this is forgiven. And when you forgive, you have, and when you forgive, you heal. And when you heal, you move forward. My goal begins with George Torres, and every time he slapped me, kicked, punched, spit on, raped, stabbed, choked, laughed at, pushed, pulled, dragged, whipped,
tripped, stole from, lied, terrorized, threatened, humiliated, forced, degraded, made me cry. Every time he tried to end me, defeat, or destroy. I forgive George for beating me senseless, for trying to sleep because I had to go to work or my son's field trip the next day, for ruining my deceased family's heirlooms, traditions, and keepsakes, my son's furniture, destroying the television we watched together, for wrecking our townhome by breaking windows, punching holes in the walls and doors, ramming his entire body into glass doors, kicking in my front and back door over and over and over, for breaking or removing the locks from all of the doors and sometimes the knobs altogether, so I had nowhere to feel safe, including the sacred space of my son's room where he beat me bloody on his bed. For terrorizing and threatening my blind and deaf dogs by leaving the gate open I built to keep them safe, telling me he hoped I'd find their bloated dead body in the pond or scrape their remains off of the pavement.
Yep, she's pissed that she was found guilty for murdering George. She totally believes that George deserved it.
For kicking them off of the bed and throwing across the room because they were trying to protect me. For threatening to make me unrecognizable to my son by breaking all of the bones in my face, like his brother Moses did to him after he kept seeing all of the bruises from George beating me, like all of the times their father beat their mother. For all of the drunken rages and fist fights with so many neighbors when wandering into their apartments during hunting expeditions after I had escaped. For drowning me in liquor and wine because I didn't want to drink, causing me to urinate on myself, then butting the end of the bottle in my face, giving me 2 black eyes and a bloody nose. For making me experience what it is to be sodomized. Threatening to kill my friends and the neighbors when they checked on me to make sure I was alive and in one piece. For threatening to burn down our townhome and set my car on fire because I got a job. For holding me hostage on weekends my son was supposed to come over by keeping my keys around his neck, my phone in his crotch, and a butcher knife stuck in the middle of the table as a warning not to ask anything or try to leave. For stabbing me in the leg and not letting me call 911 for an ambulance or seek help, where I nearly bled to death until I concocted a lie to save him from being arrested. For destroying my phone with a hammer because my son called. For me experiencing ever being arrested and after today, prison. For beating me almost blind, crushing my occipital lobe. For having me experience what it means to see stars like in the cartoons, where a character has a tall lump on their head. I had that too, and many times. For dragging me downstairs by my hair in the middle of the night just to sit next to him. For taking my car driving drunk with my debit card to buy more alcohol while I slept, even after I kindly explained the importance of my car to take my son to school foremost, me to work, and he to his batterers intervention classes and probation officer meetings, where I would be forced to sit for hours in the parking lot waiting for him. For causing me so much trauma and pain, mentally, physically, emotionally, I had to be hospitalized more than once. For destroying my reputation and integrity, for my M for murderer scarlet letter, not letting me feel safe to live, talk to other people, spend time with my son, have a job, friendships, simply go to the bathroom with the door closed, or go to sleep soundly or comfortably. I forgive George for lying, for him trying in so many ways, so many times, to end me with his terrifying love.
I don't think she forgave him.
I also forgive the Torres family, his mother and father foremost, also his 2 ex-wives and daughters, all for knowing who George was capable of and has done in the past, his history of violence and where he learned it, than to keep turning a blind eye when I would ask for help.
Wow. Yeah, this is her way of getting back at George, getting back at George's family.
All of his siblings, including Pharrell Torres, who is now on his way to prison for stabbing the mother of their baby in the side of her head. For everyone who knew what George was doing to me, sometimes how and when, but allowed and enabled. I forgive them for caring too late. I hope they all ask themselves while quiet and comfortable in bed at night the uneasy question, what could I have done to stop this from happening to both of them? And after all the times Sarah tried to, by asking for help, from all of us, and so many times. Another great contributor of my gold is social media, with its greed, insensitivity, deception, obvious exploitation, and advantageous gain from my criminal case as a whole, and for sentencing me by anticipation as a result of ignorance and hate, conjured and fabricated by the organized crime that is social media, which condemned me in the court of global public opinion since the beginning. My family law case is the new prey waiting to be picked apart and pillaged from me being made infamous by social media in my criminal case. It simply seems I cannot forgive and be forgiven and move forward. Social media has made me a pariah. It has caused great oppression and undeniable disadvantages, especially by broadcasting and manipulating my cases online. In my criminal case, as a result, my opportunities to be given a fair, proper, and uninfluenced, successful conclusion was heavily depleted and poisoned. I forgive them. Also, all of them.
You know what? I didn't really expect to get the Sarah Boone the version of Sarah Boone that we were getting from her letters. This is the version that we're getting. This is the Sarah Boone letter version.
Media tycoons for not having a life of their own, trying so desperately to make themselves seem so right by making me appear so wrong. Forgiveness for prejudgment, ridiculous theatrics, lies, making and taking blood money from my and others' misfortunes, accidents, and catastrophes. It's all over their hands and their keyboards. And even after all that's been said and done, theorized, hypothesized, scrutinized.
Yep, it's all you. Everyone known but me. I thought that maybe she would start her speech off saying that, like, oh, these are all the cracks, made by the damage of George, made by George's family, by Orange County, blah, 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 whatever she said. But at the end of the day, I am accountable for my own actions. I thought she was going to end with that. I thought she was going to wrap up with that. I am accountable for my own actions at the end of the day. But no, she just continued doing the blame game.
Scrutinized and blasphemed in my case. Still no one knows me. In the end, I forgive myself for not choosing my life sooner, for not being more brave, vigilant, bolder, and outspoken, stronger, mentally, physically, emotionally, and spiritually, for being hopeless, desperate, simple-minded, weak, and inexperienced. I forgive myself for not realizing I was enduring a life of domestic violence and that the vicious cycle of never ends. I had nothing to compare to. I've never been hit by a man ever before in my life. I was raised hitting a woman was wrong and should never happen. No excuse. I forgive myself for not escaping permanently, for not fighting back sooner to save myself, my son, my dogs, home, and car. Having 20/20 hindsight thinking of everything I could have done differently or better to avoid the outcome. I think about this every day since. Also, of all the good days we had together, for him at least, while I was constantly in hyperdrive, high alert, and paranoid, making sure I did everything right all the time. If not, the great possibility I would be ended as George threatened me with so many times before. I forgive myself for falling in love with a monster, and no matter how grotesque he may become, I still loved him, hoped, and forgave. I tried breaking the spell so he wouldn't be a monster anymore. I saw who he was inside. George made me then, now, and always love him for all of his cracks also. We made each other our own brilliant pieces of art from the cracks and repairs. Unfortunately, not all cracks can be. In all of my forgiveness, George is my greatest lesson and will forever be a part of me. I think of him every day and still speak to him when alone on the rec yard. I ask his forgiveness and that he looks for me at the gates of heaven so I can tell him how sorry I am, endlessly, and that I never stopped loving him. In all of it and still. When I first came to jail, I put my mat under my bed and cried all day and all night for months, only falling asleep from being so exhausted with grief. I wrote him letters. I wrote his family and his daughters, apologizing for asking for their forgiveness. But due to fear that my life or sons would be jeopardized, I did not send. I am sorry. I cannot begin to fathom any of their grief and sadness. Please forgive me. Almost everything reminds me of him, seeing my stab wound especially every day especially. It truly reminds me that all I really did live through. George haunts me. He is everywhere. I believe because I do still love him, think of him, and miss his laugh the most. In my heart, I know he is with me and understands that this tragedy was not intentional. I hope everyone can, his family foremost.
She went with not intentional, oh boy.
Didn't mean for this to happen. Please wholeheartedly know that, and always, I would never. Forgive me, George. Forgive me, Torres family. Forgive me, Judge Cranick. To the entire planet, please forgive me. I graciously and humbly ask for consideration for forgiveness to be extended instead of judgment, for reconciliation and restoration for all of us to move forward. My apology is profuse and ceaseless. Allow me, please, to brush off the muck, wipe the blood off of my face, and fix the cuts in my skin. I ask for understanding in what really happened and for how long, for second chances, repentance, and redemption, to advocate for all domestic violence survivors, to help them overcome, heal, and still hope, always, to make their voices heard, to confidently walk with all of their scars on the outside and the inside, to help them not ever become a casualty of domestic violence as so many others, to stop the abuse and maltreatment before it's too late. There is always hope, and you can survive. In my soft-spoken conclusion, I ask this: would I be the darling mother, celebrated woman of the year, if it were I who died? How many daughters, mothers, sisters, aunts, grandmothers, nieces, and friends have been because they did? I am a survivor. Learn to do good, seek justice, rebuke oppressors, defend the fatherless, plead for the widow. Isaiah 1:17, all-encompassing, protect the abused.
Ms. Boone, is that the end of your written statement?
Yes,
Now, gathering your thoughts, did you want to make an oral statement?
I do.
All right, would you do that now?
Yes, please. My statement, my verbal statement, is primarily to the Torres family, to the judge, to his daughters. I know you all know who I really am and that I did care for George and that I do still love George. I know you know that we had very many good days. And I take offense to the statement of being said that this is just for a moment. Right now with me here in the courtroom in front of you all, this is just for a moment. But the moments before that, in order for me to be here, is endless. It's everlasting. The scars that I have on the inside, my outside scars have healed except for my stab wound. But this has changed me as a person to
Gotta remind them.
See things differently and to understand things differently and to not be weak and just try to protect yourself and forever, regardless of the time that I may receive from today, I forever will have this experience. I forever will have George Torres with me in my heart, in my mind, my body, and my soul. As he and I used to say that we were one soul split into two bodies. This is not just for a moment. It may be for everyone in this courtroom, but when I leave, this is forever. When you all leave, that this is forever. This is forever for everyone here and those who it matters to most. I am one of those who will experience this forever. I'm sorry. Words do not define my shame, and I don't know what else it is that I can say and convey to the Torres family how this happened. The ifs and whys and how really don't matter. It happened, and I'm sorry. Words cannot describe. And I hope that everyone can forgive me, the Torres family most of all, and his daughters, because I know what he meant to them. And I don't think that anybody ever understood what he meant to me and I to him. And I ask for forgiveness.
Ms. Boone, I have just one or two questions, if you don't mind. And you can speak on it if you want. or not.
Oh my
This
God, is it a mute?
is a
Oh my
unique
God, I
case,
fucking
and
hate
one
having
of,
work done
one
in
of
my
the
house.
reasons it's so unique
Fuck myself. I don't know. Maybe I'll repeat it all later.
is that you were in jail for 4.5 years prior to your trial. And I understand that when you were brought up as a child that you did have some spirituality in your family, some church, some religion.
Always.
But I understand that you got away
Ugh.
from that.
It's because I have work behind me and I'm trying to mute it so you guys don't hear all the banging noise. And then I'm not used to muting my mic. I usually have my mic on open all the time. So
Did you have a chance during the 4.5 years to look back at your spirituality?
Absolutely. You know, everyone supposes that this is one of the worst experiences of my life, and it's actually been one of my greatest. If I were not beaten to death, I was going to work myself to death on the outside, and I never had time to get back into my Bible and to pray and to be with the Lord. And I, being here incarcerated, have had time, of course, to get closer to God, to reacquaint myself to Him, and realize what it's all about. This is all temporary, and when I say temporary, I don't mean by being set free in jail or from prison or wherever else. It means being set free and temporary, meaning that you work for something higher, you work for God, that you strive for your crown to be placed upon your head by Jesus Christ by being said, "You have done well, my good and faithful servant." I've always tried to be a good and faithful servant. I was just a servant as opposed to doing all that I can when my family were alive and I was going through everything up to this point. I've become so much more closer to the Lord, and it's made me such a better person, and I hope that I am an example going forward of the Lord's light and can draw many people to me because of it.
Any follow-up, State?
No, I assumed that was the final word.
Thank you. She can return back to council's table. Anything else from your side of the ledger, Mr. Owens?
No more witnesses, Judge, just arguments.
Okay. Anything else in rebuttal, or just proceed to argument, State?
Just proceed to argument.
Okay. All right. Once Ms. Booth's seated, you can proceed with your argument, either Mr. J or Mr. Cacciatore.
You know, maybe Mr. Cacciatore, Mr. J, maybe they'll highlight
proceed,
what
sir.
I was saying earlier. And I want to
Your
repeat
Honor,
myself. We'll
I'm
see.
going to start my argument by what I anticipate Mr. Owens will bring up in his presentation regarding the plea offer in this case. That she was offered a resolution in this case of 15 years in the Department of Corrections to begin with. I think it's important, though, that the entire circumstance of that plea offer is put forward. And there's something very critical to that. It's not just 15 years in the Department of Corrections. It's 15 years in the Department of Corrections, but it's predicated on something. And the consideration that it's predicated on is the defendant coming to court and accepting responsibility for her actions.
Yep.
For her coming to court and saying, I am responsible for George Torres's death, and I accept the punishment that comes with it. That consideration was never given in this case. And because that consideration was never given in this case, the offer of 15 years in no way represents what this case is worth, or what George Torres's life is worth. That is an offer predicated on a particular circumstance, a circumstance of a first-time defendant accepting responsibility and giving every benefit of the doubt in coming to court and saying that they are ready to be punished. Those conditions were never met. So then we turn to this case, and we turn to this crime, and we turn to the actions of the defendant of taking the law into her own hands and murdering George Torres. She has never shown remorse for that. She didn't show remorse for that here today. She again painted herself as the victim. She's the victim of George Torres. She recounted the litany of evil deeds and mistreatments that he perpetrated upon her. She's the victim of George Torres's family. She's the victim of police. She's the victim of social media. It's all about Sarah Boone. Everything's about Sarah Boone, about how she is the victim.
Mm-hmm.
But Sarah Boone sentenced every one of George Torres's loved ones to a life sentence. Just like she sentenced George Torres when he was in that suitcase. George Torres lived out his last nightmarish circumstance in that suitcase, begging to be let out, for several minutes, which undercuts any argument that this was somehow unsophisticated. There was ample time and opportunity over and over for her to do something different, but she went forward with taking the law into her own hands and ensuring that George Torres was never getting out of there, while she went up to bed and went to sleep for hours on end. She can't say that she was in duress for the same reason. She was in such duress of George Torres that she goes upstairs and goes to sleep for 11 hours. Your Honor, there's been nothing from the testimony of Dr. Harper either that establishes any type of diagnosis that would give this court a basis to downward depart. Dr. Harper has put blinders on to the fact that she has been incarcerated for 58 months. 58 months with the opportunity to receive mental health treatment, and the expert witness is absolutely incurious about what any of those records or diagnosis or anything that would have been there would have said. There is no valid basis for a downward departure in this case. She deserves a life sentence. Thank you.
Mr. Owens, response?
Ms. Cranick, first off, I want to thank you for taking the time to hear our side, hear the witnesses, and review the letters on Sarah Boone's behalf. We've all been here for this trial. We've all been here for other trials. We've all got some age on us. We've all got some life experience on us. And this is a unique case. This was a unique homicide. It was a unique death. And as we all know, a lot of these cases are not black and white. They're shades of gray. And these crimes don't occur in a vacuum. That there's generally a history, especially involving a domestic couple, a history that comes into play that must be explored. And a lot of what Sarah Boone testified to here today probably happened behind closed doors. And we all know that many times we do not know what happens behind closed doors between a man and a woman in their home, unless there is some reason for the neighbors or law enforcement or somebody else to get involved. And that happened in this case. And so gradually over time, as this event occurred, there was an investigation, and it was learned that there was a history of domestic violence involving these two parties. And what we learned was that physically there was violence, and there were photographs to establish that, as were introduced in the trial. And then there was testimony from experts, not only the defense expert, Dr. Harper, that Sarah Boone was the victim, and she was a victim of intimate partner violence, but coupled with the fact that the state's expert testified on the stand at the trial that Sarah Boone was a victim of intimate partner violence, that she suffered from this domestic or this battered spouse syndrome at the hands of George Torres. So there's two sides to it. And in a domestic violence situation like that, 95% of the women get out of that relationship. When violence starts to occur, they've either been raised a certain way, they have a certain self-esteem about themselves, where they refuse to put up with it, knowing that it's wrong, knowing that they can do better. But there is a small percentage throughout the country that, for whatever reason, mental health issues, addiction issues, whatever it is. It's complex. Financial reasons, children are involved, whatever. If you do any studying on it, there are circumstances where there is a group of women, predominantly women, it can happen to men, but majority of the time it's a woman that gets caught in this cycle of what we term as intimate partner violence. And we heard the testimony about the cycle that occurs. It's over a period of time and it repeats itself, and you go through these phases. And a lot of times the victim's not a great historian at trying to articulate it. She tried to do it here today. And I think on Sarah Boone's behalf, she is a unique individual. She's got the personality that she's got.
That's a nice way of saying it.
You heard from Dr. Harper that a lot of that was formulated based on the way her mother did not bond with her, the way that her father was the way that he was, the fact that she lost several relatives at a young age, and the trauma that can result. We heard from Dr. Harper that she did suffer from post-traumatic stress as it relates to that trauma in early childhood, and then again as it relates to the events that occurred between Mr. Torres and her. So it's complicated, Judge. It's complicated. But the jury has spoken. Sarah Boone was entitled under Florida law to present that defense, and she did. That testimony was allowed to be presented. She was allowed to testify. But the jury spoke. And so here we are today with you in a position to decide what is justice for Sarah Boone. And I don't know you that much other than our time together, but from what I know you try to do the right thing. And that's what we're asking the court to do, to have some discernment, to have some understanding of the unique situation that Sarah Boone found herself in. And quite frankly, Judge, this all didn't occur behind closed doors. A lot of this was in the public eye. Mr. Torres had, I believe, 3 criminal cases before the courts of this county in which Sarah Boone was a victim. Mr. Torres was the accused. Those cases were dismissed. We know from the history of this domestic violence field that that's normal, that Sarah Boone every time either tried to bond him out or tried to get the case dismissed. At some point, somebody has to stop. Somebody has to say, wait, what's going on here? This keeps repeating. It's going to get worse. Something's going to happen. The system failed, Sarah Boone. I'd ask for you to consider that.
The system is very patient with
circumstances
Sarah
surrounding
Boone.
that failure and what led us here today. I've asked the court to consider a downward departure. I believe you've gotten a copy of the score sheet.
Not since before trial.
Okay.
Is the score sheet stipulated to?
Yes, sir.
All right, you may approach.
Sarah Boone summoned the system, law enforcement.
Thank you.
Any chance she could
Yes,
get?
sir. Judge, I was provided that here today, and I believe, I can't remember the total number of months that it involves, but divided by 12, I think it's 20 months. 20.6 is the low end of the guidelines or something about.
It's 246.0 months based on the score sheet.
I did the calculation, but I believe that the low end is 20 years, 20.6 years state prison, I believe is the low end.
20.5. Yes, sir.
As the court knows, I believe it's on page 3. There are some aggravators that the court can consider in opposing the sentence, and then there are a list of mitigators that the court can consider in downward departing, meaning going lesser than the low end of the guidelines. And in the defendant's motion for downward departure, we mentioned, and I had Dr. Harper testify about 2 or 3 of the grounds, and the court needs to only find one to go below the guidelines. The capacity of the defendant to appreciate the criminal nature of her actions and to conform said actions to the requirements of the law were substantially impaired. Judge, I don't have to reiterate the facts and circumstances surrounding this event. You were here, you heard the testimony, you heard the circumstances surrounding what happened and how it happened.
I think what downward departure is, I think it's like, you know how she's looking at minimum like 20.5 years? I think Owens is asking for, instead of like staying at that minimum, maybe possible if the judge at his discretion give her less than that, even though 20.5 is the minimum. I think that's what it is.
Happen. I would ask that you consider that as a mitigator.
Downward departure.
2D, the defendant requires specialized treatment for a mental disorder that is not related to substance abuse or addiction and is amenable to treatment. I think it's fair to say here that we know that Sarah suffers from some mental health issues, objective mental health issues that have been opined by Dr. Harper and Dr. Werner. And you heard Dr. Harper testify about the post-traumatic stress disorder that she suffered.
Downward departure from the lowest permissible sentence, again, it's 20.5 years here, as calculated according to the total sentence points pursuant to blah, 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 is prohibited unless there are circumstances or factors that reasonably justify the downward departure. Mitigating factors to be considered include, but not limited to, those listed in subsection 2, the imposition of a sentence below the lowest permissible sentence subject to appellate review under Chapter 924, but the extent of downward departure is not subject to appellate review. So she's looking at 20.5 years, and Mr. Owens is asking the judge to consider the mitigating factors and give her maybe like less than that if possible. But I think she's looking at life, but we'll see. Maybe he'll give her 35 years. Thank you guys for all the super chat. I appreciate it. I'm sorry for all the mic mute stuff.
Trauma as it relates to this event, as it relates to her trauma that occurred in childhood. I think we heard from Dr. Werner. Dr. Werner testified that she suffered from the alcohol abuse disorder, as did Dr. Harper, but Dr. Werner also mentioned that she was not for sure about the anxiety disorder, whether it occurred prior to or because she was in the jail for the 4.5 years. However, she does require specialized treatment for the mental disorder, and she is amenable for treatment. And then third, the defendant acted under extreme duress, I think based on Sarah Boone's mindset as she testified to here today, and then you heard from the experts at the trial, that when you get that anxious about what happens, Sarah testified about they would have good days where there would be no drinking or very little drinking, and then there would be other days where there was heavy drinking, and generally when George Torres got highly intoxicated is when potentially things could get violent, and that she was constantly anxious about each day that she was with him. She loved him, obviously being in a cycle like that where you love someone but can't leave them. For whatever reason, George Torres couldn't leave Sarah Boone, and Sarah Boone couldn't leave George Torres, and it was a vicious cycle. But we believe that she qualifies under that it was under extreme duress at the time of this event. And lastly, the defense was committed in an unsophisticated manner, which was an isolated incident. Now, isolated, we know, Judge, that she had one prior event in which both of them were arrested. You heard her testimony that it was during an event. They ended up downstairs next to the washer and dryer, and that she was on the bottom, and she had used her hands to try to get him off, and she had tried to choke him, and there were some marks on him. And she was arrested for felony domestic violence battery, as well as he was arrested. I think a few days later, both of those charges were dismissed against either party. But she has no criminal conviction record. She has never been convicted of a crime other than that event. Now, I think that can be distinguished. So we believe that it was an unsophisticated manner. Obviously, the uniqueness of this event is unsophisticated. Anybody that would calculate that they were going to murder somebody by putting them in a suitcase and letting them spend the night, and the next morning, not try to dispose of the body, not try to put the suitcase in the car and go dump the body, not try to dispose of the bat, do something. She did nothing.
Hey,
no
criminals are very
attempts
smart sometimes.
to tamper with evidence. No attempts after the fact to uncover any conduct whatsoever. No attempts to delete the videos from her phone. Here's my phone. Voluntarily giving that information. I think that goes to the unsophisticated manner and unintentional death that occurred.
Because she was a dumb drunk.
I remember the first time I saw the suitcase video. And I know people have differing opinions. Tony Henderson, my colleague, had a different opinion when he saw it. But I remember the first time I saw the video, and I heard what she was saying to him. When he was saying, "Hey, Sarah, let me out. I can't breathe," or words to that effect. And the way that she was talking to him, and the statements that she gave him, in my mind, what has he done to her? What has he done to her? Any loved one you see in a situation like that is going to run and let him out. So my thought was, obviously, they were both drinking. But what has he done to her? And I think it's telling about what she had endured. So it's not a clear-cut case, Judge. It's not black and white. There is some gray. And it's up to you to decide what's appropriate based on the court's, based on the jury's decision. But I would ask you to temper whatever justice that you think is appropriate with some mercy, and consider the fact that the state was willing to offer 15 years on a manslaughter as a lesser included offense based on the facts and circumstances that they were aware of prior to this trial. Thank you.
Thank you. Any rebuttal by the state?
Oh, we should have checked through the plea deal.
The court has had the opportunity to review the evidence and testimony that was presented at trial. The victim impact statements presented here today, the statements of character witnesses, both orally and in writing, Dr. Harper's report and testimony, the defendant's testimony, pre-sentencing investigation, the arguments of the state and the arguments of the defense. Court pronounces sentence as follows. Ms. Boone, court sentences you to life in the Department of Corrections with credit time served that Madam Clerk will provide to you momentarily. There are also court costs and costs of prosecution, which Madam Clerk will give you the totals of momentarily. Due to the court levying a life sentence, the court is inclined to liquidate those to a civil judgment unless I hear opposition from the state.
No opposition, Your Honor.
All right. Madam Clerk, if you could please give us the credit time served and the court costs, please.
4 years, 9 months, and 8 days, and the court costs are $418, a state prosecution fee of $100, a dirt fee of $50, and a PD. Oh, excuse me, you're not
Right.
So the total fee will come up to $618.
All right, ma'am, the court costs and costs of prosecution are $618. Those will be liquidated to a civil judgment. You will be given credit time served of 4 years, 9 months, and 8 days. You will have 30 days from today to appeal the judgment and sentence in writing. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be provided to you. I'm going to have the courtroom deputy provide you the paperwork. Because you've been incarcerated for the last 58 some odd months, the court is going to declare that you are indigent in this matter. I cannot appoint the public defender to represent you as they are conflicted out. Similarly, I cannot appoint the regional conflict counsel to represent you for the same reasons. The clerk will appoint an attorney from the conflict wheel who specializes in appellate litigation. And again, you'll have 30 days from today to appeal that judgment and sentence in writing. Do you have any questions for me? You will now be remanded into the custody of the Orange County Jail to transfer you to the Department of Corrections, and I wish you the best of luck. State, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Defense, anything further?
No, sir.
All right. Thank you all very much. Court's off the record.
Wow. Judge is like, I'm giving you a life sentence, but I wish you the best of luck. Watch her be a bitch for a appellate lawyer. She better not be. Unless there's reason for it, like if they're being ineffective or something like that, you know. But So, anyone else wondering what the long version was? Do you think she had the long version up and Owens was like, Sarah, no. You cannot give them the original version. I need you to trim down this part. I need you to trim down this other area too. Was it Owens that told her to trim it down? The edit was so long. Yeah, she's like, this is just the tip of the iceberg. Tip of the tip of the tip of the tip of the tip. I have a lot to say about her speech, but I will give you guys the edited version. Let me just wait until they clear out. She got life. Life in prison. People in my chat kept saying that there's no parole in Florida. Man, should have taken that plea deal. I'm glad she didn't take the plea deal, though. 15 years, nothing.
She's on her way. Okay.
Oh, no, yes, well, maybe. Thank you so much for the super heart. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Life is life in Florida. Well, it depends on the state, Kevin. Some states, I guess, or I don't know, I feel like it's most states, you could be eligible for parole. You can have a chance to be eligible for parole.
They're going to get me to sign a document before she leaves. Oh, is that it? Can I see if she... Is this it?
Mr. Owens.
It's the wrong one. Just hold on.
All right, Owens, you did your best. I think they're trying to take her away, but Owens is doing something. No, I'm thinking Owens probably did review her statement and told her to trim it down a lot. Because why would she do it on her own?
There's a special contingency form for the appeal. She'd have to sign. This is the one.
Florida doesn't have parole. Only way to have probation after your sentence here is to have suspended sentences issued by the judge. So life is life. A suspended sentence? Florida removed the parole for life sentence, life is life. When did they do that? Yeah, the judge did it so quickly. You know how some judges will give a statement to... Oh, CK, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the 49. Appreciate that. There are some judges that will give a very long, lengthy statement to the defendant. Judge Newman gave one to Mr. Murdaugh. I mean, it wasn't super long, but still, you know, kind of gave him like a dressing down a bit. I don't know. I thought Koenig might have had something to say to Sarah Boone, but Koenig's like, you know what? I'm going to keep it short and sweet, straight to the point, and I wish you good luck. That's all he said to Sarah Boone.
We already ordered to appoint another attorney.
Why didn't the judge comment on her? Oh, he probably doesn't want to. I don't know. I usually like when judges do. Because judges, they have to sit there the entire time, you know? Keeping their opinions to themselves. The judge probably got, maybe he's got some other cases he's got to run off to.
I can give you the...
You wanted to be done with her? Possibly. All right, y'all watch the back of Sarah Boone's head real quick, okay? Let me use the restroom.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the order probation. Yes, I do.
I mean, if her trial is going to go, then she may come back and do that. I understand, like, she has two tracks. So long as they're not.
The person name. What about Gary?
That's Gary lateral.
He bring him up?
Yeah, we had some new stuff going on because we had, so we had, so they plugged me in twice.
Okay, so he hasn't signed it, I'll give you his
Jared out there, he got it.
but, the only difference between this one and the one that yes.
Ernest Garrett.
And the only difference is gonna be, I think, that your original.
Yes. That's what they said, that's what he told me, been telling them since, last week he played, he said. So cancel it.
2 more, okay. Walking off the afternoon, it was 2 days, 0 days.
That's the female?
Yes. 2 days were bloody.
She's not here yet, is she?
I'll check when I take her.
They're just where we have, well, here it's like just experience. And maybe so we had an extra person here, and we were truly starting. So they're like, all right, like we don't have.
Chiro jumped off the couch. I told him not to jump off the couch. Oh wait, shoot, I need to get some more water. I drank all my water.
But he said he was giving her some in. I thought it was a civil thing.
If we had 45 attorneys for each side, for each division, yeah. All right, I do know that. That's right. She's coming in, she's great, she's professional, she's smart, she's talented, and I feel that I'm more sad about losing Kaylee than I am anything else. We had 9 months. We just do check the data. She's one of our city attorneys. And then nobody else. Misdemeanor's not so much a rotating fix, but everything done, especially if it's up top. Right now, you'll have nothing until no. I think the current modus operandi is. I was telling Laura, it was Jared and Faye both leaving the same division. Because then there's just like this big power dynamic over there. And then it's like, well, we can pluck here, that means we can pluck here. And then it's like, well, if we're gonna rotate 6 people, we may as well rotate every person that we wanted to send somewhere new. Well, they have plans for that because they moved David and the web. I
Are they trying to take her away now? Okay. All right. Well, that's it for Sarah Boone. Okay, y'all. Did I miss anything? I'll see you, Paul. Okay, so for Sarah Boone, yeah, she started off her monologue very interestingly, talked to me about all the cracks that she's had and how all those cracks are filled in with gold. I guess making you into a different person. Part of being transformative, I guess. But like I mentioned earlier, I think she started off with the cracks, and she said these are cracks caused by other people, caused by George's family, social media, Orange County. She blamed so many people, like she always has, blaming other people. I thought it would have been good if she had ended with, these are cracks caused by blah, 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 blah. But at the end of the day, I did this to myself. I did this. These are caused by my actions. Do we hear that? Nope. She decided to air out a lot of dirty laundry instead. Again, reminding the whole world everything that she said George did to her. And that not only that, but she was like, okay, well, George did all this to me. And where did George learn that from? George learned it from his parents because his dad would beat his mom, airing out all the dirty laundry. And then she goes to blame his family, saying that she blames him for ignoring how George is. She also mentions what George did, George's brother did to one of his, I think, girlfriend, because I think George's brother right now is like up for murder for putting a knife through the girlfriend's head. And of course, she had to remind the world about that. I think she just one of those people where she just couldn't let it go. Her ego, she just couldn't let it go. She's got an ego on her. Because when at the end of her statement, when she was trying to say that, she was asking for forgiveness from George's family. She was like, I'm asking for forgiveness. I'm asking for forgiveness. But before she asked for forgiveness, she, instead of giving this whole airing out the dirty laundry, she could have just omitted a lot of stuff in her statement, but she didn't want to. It's the ego thing. She had to have the last word. She had to remind the world what happened between her and George behind closed doors. And these are behind closed doors. I'm not saying it didn't happen, but no one else can dispute what happened because the family members, they weren't there. It's only Sarah and the other person, George, and George is deceased. No one can dispute anything that she says, so we kind of have to take her word for it, right? And then she goes on saying that, I forgive you. I forgive George's family. I forgive the mom, the sisters, the siblings. I forgive all of you guys. It's so funny to me that she decides to forgive everyone and then ask for forgiveness, but I just didn't really hear a sincere apology. Like, hey, I'm really sorry this happened. George is dead because of me. I don't hear that. It's like, oh, I forgive you guys. Yeah, I forgive you guys. Okay, well, will you forgive me? Will you forgive me? Well, you're forgiving them and you're asking for forgiveness, but you haven't even really given a sincere apology. She goes back to saying that it's unintentional, saying that it wasn't her fault. It's unintentional. She didn't mean to kill him, but she really should have said that, when she was talking about how she wished she was a stronger person and how she had regrets, I think she was heading towards a pretty decent direction. She's like, I wish I was a stronger person. I wish I took my dogs out of that situation. I wish I took my kids out of that situation and that I'm a survivor. And she really should have let it into I wish I was stronger. I wish I did better for my, dogs, family, kids, whatever. But I really wish that I didn't kill George that night. I wish I wasn't a drunk. My actions, my drinking led to what happened to George. But again, she goes back to saying it was unintentional. She didn't mean to do it. She blames everyone. And it's crazy that the version that we got from Sarah today was the version that we see in the letters where she blames the world. She goes after, social media and how she's been villainized and how it's not her actions on the body cam. It's not her actions on what she said in the interrogations. It's all of us. It's everyone else. It's always just a blame game. You know, if she really, really wanted to apologize to the families, and if she really wanted to get their forgiveness, there's just so much in that monologue of hers that she could have omitted. But no, she has a fucking ego. She had to get the last word. She had to remind the world what a piece of shit George was to her. And she had to remind everyone that, like, hey, you guys are the family members. Y'all are the participants in this abusive relationship. She just had to make sure she had the last word on that. And then again, just blaming everyone. But I think there are parts of her speech where I was like, okay, this is not too bad. But in the context of everything else that she said, it was just same old Sarah Boone. You know, Sarah thinks that she's changed. She thinks that she is going to become a better person, that she's, you know, religious now, and that she's found God and all that stuff. But it's the same old Sarah Boone, in my opinion. Same old Sarah Boone. Yeah, zero contrition. Same old Sarah Boone. And when we had, those 4 people that spoke for her, I mean, I think Sarah Boone's just really good at manipulating. And I don't think it's bad for people to want to see the good in people. I think it's good to have that. But sometimes when you so badly want to see the good in people, sometimes people take advantage of that. And it's really unfortunate. It's really unfortunate. But I mean, I don't blame them. But yeah, it does suck when they take advantage of you. Textbook narcissist. Yeah, and it's very interesting how both her and her friend just had to address the internet, just had to make sure the internet knows that it's our fault. It's our fault. It's not Sarah Boone's actions, not what Sarah Boone said. Very well said. It was, I said it way better when I was muted that entire time. I do better when I don't prepare for a speech. I do better if I'm just like going on the limb, but yeah, it was, I said it way, way better earlier, but it was all muted. Oh, but it was recorded, I think. Oh, no, never mind. It wasn't recorded because my microphone wouldn't have picked it up anyways, even if it was recorded. Just kidding. But, you know, there were times where I felt sorry for Sarah Boone. And I was like, you know what? Maybe she can change. Maybe this was a very isolated incident. She was in a really bad relationship, and maybe she could have learned from this. Maybe she could have learned from this, but she just never had a sense that she felt sorry for what she did, that she blamed her actions for what happened to George. I think she truly believed that George deserved it, and she just didn't give a fuck. You know, I think had she taken on a different route, and instead of like trying to put this, I don't know, she was trying to like put this like good person persona out there. Like, I'm a good person, you know, I found God now. Look, I have friends in jail. They're here speaking to me. And like, I've taken the time to reflect and I've forgiven everyone else, you know, but she just didn't really say sorry for what she did. And she didn't really take accountability, in my opinion. But yeah, there were times where I thought maybe she could change, and maybe, you know, she doesn't need to be in prison for the rest of her life. Maybe she can become a contributing member of society and, you know, not rot away in jail. But after when she gave that monologue, I was like, yeah, you know what? I'm like 100% certain you should get life. 100% certain you should get life. Because there were times where I was wavering around a little bit, like, oh, maybe, you know, give her like, I don't know, fucking 25 to 30 or something. Yeah, what did she say? The sleuthing detectives or something? I forgot what she said. The scoundrels? She called it scoundrels. Let's go back to the other sentencing. Yes, GMC. Let's do that. All right, so that was Sarah Boone, y'all. We are done with Sarah Boone. She's got 30 days to appeal the judge's decision. And let's go back to Jamie Lee Komoroski. Jamie Lee Komoroski has waived her right to trial for a jury trial, and she has pled guilty on all the charges. She was charged with 3 counts of DUI, causing bodily injury or death. So again, she injured 2 others. She caused, 3 others. It was Eric Hutchinson, who was the groom that night, his 2 family members, and then she caused the death of Samantha Miller Hutchinson. And she got 1 charge of reckless homicide. So, wait, did I say that wrong? I did say that wrong. Sorry, 3 for the injuries, and then 1 reckless homicide for Samantha Miller Hutchinson. Right now, the victim's mother is speaking, and I guess like we're going to have victim impact statements, and we'll probably hear from the victim side of the family, friends, maybe from Jamie Komoroski's family and friends as well. And then I don't know if we're just going to go straight to sentencing or not. Maybe. Not quite sure. We'll see. But, I was very surprised that today I was like, oh, is a jury trial really going to happen? Like, how come there's no plea deal? Or how come there's, do we really want to go to trial for this? Like, we know she did it. And then we have the jailhouse calls that makes her sound very bad. You think the true crime friend was a troll? I don't think so. Because I think the true crime friend is the one that was really pushing James Owens to take on Sarah Boone's case. I think after James Owen met with Sarah Boone, he was like, I'm not taking your case. You didn't take the plea deal. I'm not taking your case. It's not what I'm trying to do. And then I could have sworn James Owen said there was a friend from Minnesota that called him. And he was like, oh, she was a very nice young lady and begged me to take the case. And I did. I think that was the Minnesota person, I think. All right, but let's go back to Jamie Komoroski. Again, just a reminder for those of you guys who don't know this case, Jamie Komoroski became pretty big in the true crime scene because of the jailhouse calls. These were jailhouse calls after killing Samantha Hutchinson, the bride. And these jailhouse calls were just pretty bad. She said a lot of statements like, oh, why me? Why did this happen to me? Why me and all that stuff. It just sounded like she didn't really care about anyone else. She sounded like a brat. Sounded like she didn't give a fuck, that she ruined a wedding night, that she, killed a bride. Was having it's supposed to be the best moment of her life, right? And that she injured 3 others. The jailhouse calls just looked really, really bad. So it was on April 28, 2023. This was in Charleston, South Carolina. Samantha Miller Hutchinson and then Eric Hutchinson, they were celebrating that night. It was their wedding night. They got in a golf cart after celebrating and they were heading back to, I think like they had a rental home out there. And they had 2 other family members with them. They were struck by Jamie Komoroski's car. Jamie was going about 65 miles per hour, allegedly, in a 25 mile per hour zone. And she also had 3 times the alcohol in her blood, 3 times the limit. She had about 2.61. And she did, I think they tried to get her to do the field sobriety test and she was like wobbling around a lot. They asked her from 0 to 10, how drunk are you? She said 8. That's a pretty high number. She refused to do a breathalyzer, so they took her in and I think they withdrew blood from her and that's how they got the 0.261. They did the calculations and I think it was way higher. At the time that she would have been driving, I think they said it would have been like 0.2 or 0.3, somewhere between that range. Apparently she was bar hopping that night. She was drinking, taking shots of tequila, drinking beer, and the victim's family have sued. They went after her and also some of the businesses as well. And some of the businesses did settle with the family. And let's see, what else? Oh, she was denied bail initially, but then they requested for it again and she was granted bail. They had her on house arrest and she had something called, I think is it a scram bracelet, which I think is pretty interesting. It's a bracelet that detects your blood alcohol level through your sweat. I've never heard of that technology before, but that sounds pretty cool because I used to live with an alcoholic and, they would have DUIs. Didn't give a fuck. The moment they came back from prison, they would just start drinking again. So the scram bracelet seems pretty cool. New technology out there. Jamie was facing, or I think she's still facing, 3 years minimum and up to I think 80 years plus max. But she has pled guilty and waived her right to a jury trial. So let's see what's happening. Yeah, for those of you guys who have to go, I will see you guys later. A scram tether. Yeah, I've never heard of scram before.
She'd get right up in the face and be like, you hurt my mama? I'm gonna only leave out the words she used. Hurt you, basically. That's the best friend. You can only hope that anybody in this room that has kids could have a relationship like that with their child's best friend. She wanted everybody to feel happy. I had people coming up to me after Sam passed and was like, if they worked with her, I were going to go to work and I was in a bad mood, I went anyway because Sam would make me feel better. Because that's who she was. She wanted everybody to just feel loved, cared about. And as much as I didn't want to talk, if something would happen to me, Sam would be up here screaming off the mountaintops for all her family. That's who she was. Yeah, you're doing pretty good. I'm not sure if talking to yourself is pretty good. The one year she moved to Utah on Valentine's Day, and that was the hardest. That was the only year we were ever apart. On Valentine's Day, I came home to my house, and my whole driveway was covered with I love you mores in pink everywhere. My whole walkway. My
She
whole
does look like an
floor.
actress.
Just different color flowers. I mean, different color hearts. Red, pink, my whole entire front door. I don't know many kids at 30-something years old that would care about their mom having a good Valentine's Day party or day and want her to feel loved and live in a different state and have one of her friends come over to her mom's house and do this.
Yes.
So, unfortunately, I don't like talking about the event, but I just
Oh, really? I forgot about that. They do give statements, don't they? Let me look for it. Give me a second.
want to tell you what happened through Sam's mom's eyes and our family and what we experienced, which is pretty horrible. So it was supposed to be a rainy day. It was supposed to be cloudy, and the weather just an hour before the wedding just became beautiful. Couldn't have been better. Everything was perfect. Sam had me hold her phone during the wedding. And when she was on the golf cart, she realized she didn't have her phone. I'm getting ahead of myself, but that's okay.
Yeah, if you guys know where Mr. Owens is giving his statement, I forgot. Mr. Owens always giving a statement. If y'all know where he's giving his statement, let me know.
So she said someone to come get her phone. And you don't know how many times we go down the rabbit hole. She had just gone with her phone and told me to come bring it to her, whatever. It was perfect timing that she got right in front of this car. But we try not to do that too much.
You're over Owens? I like
So after
Mr.
the
Owens.
wedding,
He's annoying, but I like him.
we went to where we were staying in our Airbnb and basically got into some sweats and we're hanging out on the porch and everybody had a good night and pouring a glass of wine, relax, and I'm standing out there and I hear all these sirens. And the fire trucks, which on a Friday night in Folly, it's not very rare. I mean, they're there all the time, right? But I heard those fire trucks and saw those lights, and I yelled, "Something happened, Sam." And Maybe said, "No, Mom." And I said, "Something happened to Sam." That's a connection with somebody. I knew. And it wasn't until, I don't even know how long later, somebody came by and was nice enough to ask us if we'd heard about the accident. And so she took us down there. Sorry, this arm is work. And Mandy and I, my daughter, ran barefoot into the scene, which was all Sam's dad was there. And within, like, I don't know the timing, but maybe 15, 20 minutes, one of the officers there came up and told us, me, that everybody that was in the accident was taken to the hospital. So Mandy took me to the hospital and went to the hospital to find Sam.
Aww.
They didn't have IDs, so it was going to be a while before they figured out where everybody was. But I really believe that she was in the hospital. And then it was like 2 in the morning. We hung out outside. Some of Sam's friends came. And we stayed outside waiting. And then my husband and Sam's dad called my phone and he said, "Sam's not at the hospital, Lisa." He said, "Sam's still on the side of the road. I just identified her." And I just fell onto the ground. I don't even know how we ended up going through the next few days, but anyway, I know that's our story. I'm Sam. And what happened? Sam was light. She was love. And she was amazing. And always will be.
I'm going to insert one more thing that I forgot when we were talking about the wedding. We're almost at the end, but another thing that Sam did. She planned the wedding, you know, it was a little bit for really that year planning the wedding, which sucked, but she was kind enough to do her daddy-daughter dance with both of her dads, and nice enough to include both of them. And then afterwards, we're all standing there waiting for the next thing to happen, and the DJ announces special dance for the most special person in Sam's, the most important person in Sam's life. And it was me. And she played our song again. That's the last time I hugged my kid. It was on that dance floor. It was the most beautiful thing a child could do for their mom. And that's just unexplained, our relationship.
Can y'all hear okay?
The last thing I need to say, and I'm probably just reading this, is that myself, Sam's siblings, Sam's siblings are nieces, and her father, we've been sentenced to a lifetime of pain, as with half the world. As a mom, I can't even describe to you. I've lost my brother. I lost
Thanks,
both
Kelsey.
my dads. This is so different. And it is scientifically proven that some kids' cells stay in your body. She died. We died. And she had to get a partial sentence. She doesn't get to come back to life in 10 years or 20 years. And we don't get to come back to life in 20, 25 years. This is a lifetime. Your Honor, I hope that you consider our plea and the world's plea to hold the defendant responsible for her poor choices and to experience the legal consequences of her action. Thank you. You're welcome. I appreciate your time.
Oh, when's this big Matt? What's the timestamp? I don't see it.
Next, Amanda Jenkins, sister of the deceased.
Hi, my name's Mandy Jenkins. I'm Sam's sister. As I stand here today, I'm struggling to find words that can truly convey the depth of the pain, grief, loss, and life adjustments we've all experienced in the last year and a half.
Oh, okay. So the family members must have got a heads up that she was going to plead guilty and they can give their statements. Because I was wondering if it's like if they were caught off guard, but I see like they have their statements ready. So I think they knew. That's good.
It's obvious to everyone that Sam was a bright light in this world. A person full of love, laughter, and kindness. She touched everyone she met with her warmth and compassion. Her death has left a hole in our lives that can never be filled. I will never get to hear her voice, see her smile, or share any moments we had planned for the future. The pain of losing her is unbearable, and every day feels like a struggle to move forward. But Your Honor, I don't have a choice to give up. Sam was an aunt to my two daughters. My daughters, Amber and Maisie. They're Auntie Sammy. I can't see the words. Despite Sam's constant care to everyone, the love she had for them was like no other, and it was mutual. Becoming a mother is the greatest milestone in my life, one Sam will never get a chance to do. My family traveled from Florida to South Carolina on April 20th, 2023, in preparation for Sam and Eric's wedding. And me and my girls never went back to Florida. 12 hours after we found out Sam was killed, Ember asked me why everyone from the wedding was at our Airbnb and why is everyone so sad. I was not prepared to explain death to a 5-year-old yet, especially because it was her Auntie Sammy. If you've never experienced trauma, I don't wish it upon anyone. Regardless of the thousands of dollars spent on therapy, the triggers are immensely debilitating every single day. The sirens, flashing lights, seeing a wedding dress, a golf cart, just the simple task of driving, and many, many more. When I'm with my girls, any of these things come up, they try to protect me. Singing a song loud to drown out the siren noise in hopes a grief wave doesn't hit me and I quickly spiral. Day to day, if I say, hey, mommy's just going to the grocery store real quick, Ember and Maisie quickly panic, having to say goodbye multiple times just in case I don't come back, in their words, like what happened to Auntie Sammy.
My job is to protect them, shouldn't be the other way around. But I also now have the task of protecting my mother and being her rock through this. She once said years back, if anything ever happens to one of my kids, I'd kill myself. The moment we found out Sam was plowed down, I made my mother look me in the eye and promise me she wouldn't do that. I didn't quite believe her, knowing the bond her and Sam shared, and I knew I needed to be by her side through every moment of this. I sent my husband on a plane to Florida, and he packed up our house and we moved to North Carolina, now 1,000 steps from my mom. This tragedy has not only stolen the future that my sisters should have had, but has also forever altered the course of our lives. I know that no sentence can bring Sam back. The choices made by the drunk driver the night she killed my sister will affect us forever. They have taken more than just a life. They have taken the future, our future. I am filled with anger and frustration, knowing that my sister's life was cut short.
She doesn't even refer to her by her name. She calls her the drunk driver.
By a selfish, senseless, and preventable tragedy. The defendant's actions have forever changed our family, and we have to live with the consequences of this loss every single day, and she should too. No one should endure this pain except for her. Thank you for allowing me to speak today.
Next. Oh. Okay, so let me see. Let's listen to Mr. James Owens. Y'all said he's big mad. All right, Mr. James Owens here. How long is his statement? Oh, he's here for a little bit. All right, let's listen to Mr. Owens. Shout out to Trial TV Live outside of the courthouse.
Very dissatisfied, very unhappy about that result based on the testimony that came out from the two experts, as well as Sarah's testimony about the abuse that she suffered. Obviously, I don't believe she was lying about that. I think we had a history of it with photographs, with arrests that were made. We had two experts, not only the defense expert, but also the state's expert, saying that she suffered from intimate partner violence. I think that is at least a minimum, a mitigator in something like this. I understand the jury's decision. We respect the jury's decision. But the testimony, the photographs, the evidence was clear that she was abused. And no, I'm not happy with a life sentence.
Sarah Boone didn't have
I'm sure Judge Cranick believes that too.
much of a reaction as far as what we could see inside the courtroom after learning she had a life sentence. How did you talk to her after? How is she feeling?
Well, she did say something to me to the effect that, can you believe it? I got life. And I said, no. So, I think she was poker-faced. I think maybe that's what you're referring to, but I think she was not expecting life. Neither was I.
She wasn't expecting life. She wasn't expecting to get convicted either.
Owens, Jules with Top Mark Media. Can you tell me, did you prepare her for what might happen today? Was she prepared for this?
Yes, she was. We talked about the minimums. We talked about the maximums. She was aware. The court had told her what the minimums and maximum were before trial, so she knew what they were. She understood the judge had the power to downward depart and give lesser than the low end of the guidelines. He did not do that. So, that was his decision. He's the judge. He's the trial judge. He ultimately had to make the call. The jury made their call. It was the judge's time to pass sentence, and that's what he gave. I respect Judge Cranick. I like him a lot. I disagree with that sentence.
Can you talk about the next steps for Sarah?
Well, she's got 30 days to file an appeal. Usually, these appeals are handled by the public defender's office, who has maybe 3 or 4 lawyers within the office, and that's all they do is appeals. But in this case, Judge Cranick has said, I've already found that there's a conflict with the public defender's office. I've already found that there's a conflict with the alternative public defender's office called Regional Conflict Counsel. So there must be a list of appellate lawyers that do appellate criminal work in the private bar, and the clerk will pick whoever is next on the list will be her lawyer.
And again, you won't be representing her any longer.
No, never say never. If the case gets reversed on appeal and she's entitled to another trial, I'm not going to say I'll never represent her a second time, but I'm definitely not doing the appeal. And we'll see. I do believe there are 3 or 4 good appellate issues. We'll see what the appellate courts say. That usually takes, I think, about 1.5 years to 2 years for them to come back. So she'll be with the Department of Corrections, wherever they send her, for the next couple of years.
And I apologize for this, but my camera glitched as you were starting. Your reaction to the verdict?
Well, disappointed with that. I thought because she did suffer from battered spouse syndrome, and that was elicited from the state's expert as well as the defense expert, as well as the testimony from Sarah Boone, as well as the photographs and the evidence, the arrest of Mr. Torres prior, that she was the victim of battered spouse. I thought the court should consider that. It was within his discretion to give her life. I just strongly disagree with that result.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Owens.
If you believe that Sarah was more apologetic in her statement today, the judge may have given her a lighter sentence.
No.
Sarah seemed very upbeat when she walked in. Was that truly how she felt, or was that like a stiff upper lip kind of thing?
You know, Sarah, you can imagine somebody being in jail for 4.5 years. Their self-esteem, they're at the bottom. Okay. And she's a fighter, as we all know. When she's backed into a corner, it's just her personality that comes out. She doesn't give up. She doesn't just say whatever. And it was her chance to say what she really believed based on her experience. And like I said, nobody knows what goes on behind closed doors. You know, we saw videotapes of her berating Mr. Torres, and it appeared, you know, the state argued in the case in chief that it was a mutual abusive relationship. You know, we can only go with what we know and what's presented as evidence. Nobody knows the details and the extent of what went on. We heard Sarah try to explain it. I believe she was trying to explain it. Did she harm herself maybe by some of the things she said as it relates to Mr. Torres or his family? Maybe.
I was just going to ask you about that. Did you have an opportunity to go over Sarah's statement that she was going to make in court today, or she did this completely on her own?
Well, she had written that statement several days ago, but I was not able to get back down here. The holidays and some other things that went on until last night, so I had a chance to talk to her about that statement earlier, right before court. You know, I'm torn between being a lawyer and being a human being. I mean, she's facing life in prison. It's your chance to speak. You know, I don't like to take away everything, but I did have her delete a bunch.
I told you guys. I was like, I'm pretty sure Owens went through it, was like, Sarah, we're going to cross this, take this, off. And you know what? He probably crossed off a lot of stuff, and she probably just kept it in there just to keep it in there.
She did say it was edited.
It was.
Okay.
My suggestion, but to some degree, you know, she truly believes that she's a victim. And, you know, to this country...
Yes, she truly did believe, or she truly does believe that she's a victim. I agree with that.
Sure, there have been other victims of domestic violence that have been battered women that have gone to prison. There have been a few cases where they've been acquitted based on the testimony. But it's a case-by-case basis. It is a difficult syndrome to explain. It's a difficult syndrome to understand because most women leave. The first time some guy pushes, strikes, hits, whatever the case may be, they won't stand for it. But there is a small percentage of women that put up with the abuse.
What's next for you now, Mr. Owens?
I'm going home.
So am I.
Yes, driving home.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Scott, is there any last questions you have? Do you have any questions for him?
Okay. Well, that's Sarah Boone. I think you know, this was a horrible accident. It happened. I don't think she intended to kill him, but the state didn't have to prove that she intended to kill him. I do think she loved him, but it was a highly toxic, dysfunctional love affair that should have never been together because of just the way he was and the way she was and how it ultimately ended up. Obviously, if you could go back in time, you'd want to change things. I think you know, they probably tried to break up 2 or 3 times. I think he moved in with his parents and he would come back over. So it was one of those relationships we've all seen, and we've had family or friends, maybe not this dysfunctional, but relationships where you know it's not working out, but they can't seem to let go.
The statement she made in court with his family in there, knowing that he was no longer alive, the family there, I heard say that she forgave them for not stopping the abuse. Is that something that you advised her on?
I can't really hear her.
Well, that's something that...
I think something about the statements that she made to George's family. Is that something that you advise her on?
She came up with and she wanted to say. And again, she's facing life in prison. I believe she was a victim of domestic violence based on everything that I've looked at in this case. So I know that she was a victim. Now, whether she was justified in somehow this happening, of course not. But...
I mean, didn't that strike you as, you know, you've been not strike you as odd or not a good situation to be blaming the victim, the dead victim's family for?
I don't know that she was blamed. I think
She was saying, wasn't it odd that she was blaming the victim and the victim's family?
she was saying she forgave him. She felt like they should have intervened. I know that sometimes you'll have interventions where family members will intervene in a situation where you know it's so toxic or know it's potentially violent. You know the history of the person. I don't know. That's what she wanted to say. I believe she believed in her heart of hearts that she was a victim and maybe they should have done something sooner. Maybe it is to some degree just Sarah Boone not wanting to accept the responsibility that she knew all along that she should have gotten out of the relationship. She just didn't have the courage to get out of it. So she's wanting to say to other people, maybe y'all should have stepped in and helped me some more because I was too weak or not strong enough to, not independent enough to let go.
What did she say after she was given the life sentence?
I think she was, she didn't say much other than, can you believe he gave me life? Or can you believe I got life? And I said, that's all she said. And then we started talking about the appeal. And we started talking that she wants to talk to me tomorrow. I think I'm going to Zoom in or something at the jail and speak to her tomorrow about everything. So, yeah, up there after that, you can't really talk to the client that much. And the next only thing you can do is go down to the very bottom and talk to her. So I just told her I'd talk to her tomorrow. So we were talking about that, and then she had to fill out a form, an indices form for appeal. She wants me to file an appeal, and I'll do that within 30 days, and then the court will appoint an appellate lawyer.
Does she have grounds for an appeal?
I believe she's got 4 or 5 issues. I'm not an appellate lawyer. I'm not a great, legal scholar, legal mind, but I know that I had a case years ago that I felt like there was some mistakes, and I know that I made sure we filed the appeal, and it was reversed on appeal. So I know it happens, and it was just my gut instinct that there were some things that were done. The appellate courts have a lot of power. They can find just one thing as being so egregious that it affects the entire trial, and she didn't get a fair trial, or they can maybe find 4 or 5 things, and they say the cumulative effect, maybe.
Didn't the judge say, though, that there was no mistrial?
Well, yeah, and that's his opinion. But all the cases that have been reversed on appeal and had to go back and try it, the trial judges did the best they could and felt like there was no mistakes made. So
she's going to try and get another trial?
Well, yeah, if when you file an appeal and you claim that there was errors made either by the judge or by the prosecutor or whatever the case may be, and the appellate court agrees and says we're going to send this back to the trial court, we're going to set aside the verdict, and it'll have to be tried again or resolved some way. At that point, it's back to square one.
I could totally see Sarah making that statement. Can you believe he gave me life? What?
On for negotiations with the state attorney, but of course that's her hope that she wins an appeal. Nobody wants to do life in prison.
Who will pay for all of this?
The state, the Florida state.
Taxpayer?
Taxpayer, ultimately. As in any
Does
case.
the taxpayer have to pay for it?
Yeah, I didn't charge anything to represent her, and all the costs and expenses that I'm not asking for reimbursement. So I agreed to take the case. Ms. Boone understood that, the court understood that I wasn't going to be asking for any attorney's fees or any cost.
Why did you take the case?
Well, that's a long story. I've explained that before, but it was, if you remember, she went through about 7 or 8 lawyers, and finally the judge had deemed that she had forfeited her right to a trial or right to representation. And so I think after that, of course, I'm a YouTube fan, so I was watching it on YouTube, and I saw a couple of hearings after that where she was representing herself, and I can remember her saying something like, "Judge, this is not fair. I can't do this." So at that point, the court had ruled she'd forfeited her right to a lawyer. She couldn't represent herself. I didn't think somebody could get a fair trial for murder without a lawyer. So, I came up here and talked to her and agreed to take the case.
And now
She'll get another appellate lawyer.
Owen's just watching court TV.
That will, of course, everything will be typed up. Everything that was said. That's why it's so important to record everything. Everything will be typed up, and there will be a transcript, and that appellate lawyer will have to go through everything from the very beginning of the case.
But are you done at this point?
I'm done, other than I've got to file a notice of appeal. So I've got to do that. So I'm out of the case.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Very good. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
fucking shit. Oh, I didn't say anything important. I just said, I don't think Mr. Owens did bad. I respected him for saying that he respected the jury's decision, the judge's decision, and yeah. Yep. Sorry, they're banging in the background again. You got some bang, 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 bang noise. So I had to mute it. All right, y'all. Boy, oh boy. Let me read some of the comments you guys had for Sarah Boone. Tam, she proved that she would never stop abusing people when she went after the victim. From his family, that sealed her fate to me. She continued to berate him today, his family, her family, and her former husband, social media, the prosecutor, and the judge. Yep, her ego. Gotta make sure she's got the last word. Gotta make sure she has to remind everyone it's all everyone else's fault, not hers. It was unintentional. You agree she wasn't remorseful at all. She was angry, pointing fingers. Yep, she was very spiteful, very spiteful. And the thing that really stood out to me was that before she apologized, I don't know if she really gave a real apology, to be honest, but she said, I forgive you guys. I forgive you. Everyone gets a forgiveness. And then, will you guys forgive me? And then she begged for forgiveness from everyone. But I just didn't really get a genuine apology from her. Hey, I am sorry that I did this. My actions led to this. George is dead because of me. We had a toxic relationship. It was really bad. He was abusive. But I didn't mean to kill him. I was really drunk. Drinking was really bad for me. I don't know. I feel like she could have went down a different path, but she didn't. It was just everyone blaming everyone. Daniel Penny. I don't know who Daniel Penny is. I don't know who that is. All right, let's go back to Komoroski. Yeah. Kradik was like, I'm just gonna go. Judge Kratik's like, you're guilty. Here's your sentence. Life. Goodbye.
Nathan Miller, brother of Samantha Lawrence.
Nathan Miller, Sam's brother.
Yes, sir.
What kind of like John Krasinski?
Not much that hasn't been said. So just really brief. But I'm sure as you and everyone else can see and hear that how hard it's been on our family to go through something like this. It's unimaginable. If you haven't been through anything like this, then it won't really do it any justice for me to try to put it into words. And if you have, then I don't need to put it into words for how much pain and anxiety and just constant worry, just living in a state where, when your phone rings, that there's a pretty good chance that on the other line, there's going to be somebody in peril, and you have to do your best to try to help them. Not only do we have to deal with the loss ourselves, but we have to watch our loved ones go through it as well. The last thing I'll say is just hope that the sentence is the maximum, because this wasn't an accident. It wasn't an accident to go over 60 miles per hour on these pitch black, tiny, folly roads that are constantly filled with people. Honestly, it'd be more surprising if someone wasn't killed in those circumstances. So, leave it at that. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir. Mr. Finch.
Hey, Your Honor. Nice. Brad Warner, biological father.
What's the Daniel Penny trial? What's he convicted for?
I'm Brad Warner.
Yes, sir. Be glad to hear.
I'm Sam's biological daughter. My father. I'm the one that wasn't there in the first part of her life. For the past 20 plus years. I was there for her when she needed me. When I was 2 years old, I got hit by a car, left on the side of the road for dead. I survived. Everybody says they think the person was drunk. It was a hit and run, they never found the person. So every day I woke up for 57 years and hated this person. Hated every day. I'd wake up and hate somebody I didn't even know. Six months before Sam was taken, I said to her, I was like, I gotta get this weight off my shoulder. I said to Sam, I'm gonna forgive this person. I don't know who it is. I did. The next day I talked to Sam. It was like a 1,000-pound weight was taken off my shoulders. I felt like I could fly. 6 months later, That hatred is back on with vengeance. I've never felt this much weight. This person, you took such a beautiful person away. She was loved by so many. I didn't realize how many people over the past year and a half I've heard from people that actually hate you. And they love Sam, they never met Sam, don't even know Sam. For the rest of my life, I'm gonna hate you. And when I arrive in hell and you come there, I'll open the door for you. You have ruined so many people's lives. And I hope you understand what you did, because you've taken no responsibility for what you've done. You can apologize all you want later. I will not listen to a word. It's not worth it. Everybody used to call Sam a female version of me. Because we say what we mean and we mean what we say, and she always did. She was a beautiful soul. Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome, sir. Your Honor. Next, Annette Hutchinson.
Your Honor, my name is Annette Hutchinson. That's
Mother-in-law?
H-U-C-H-I-N-S-O-N. Yes. I am related to the victims. I am Eric's mother. Samantha and Benjamin's mother-in-law, and Robin's grandmother. My family is my world. My children and grandchildren are everything to me. All that I do is for my family. Yet until today, I've spent the last 19 months watching helplessly as this horrific event and aftermath unfolded, shattering the lives of 2 out of my 3 children, and ending the beautiful life of my beloved daughter-in-law, Sam. Speaking here today is the one thing I can do for them. Your Honor, I ask you to please consider Sam when you impose your sentence. Sam joined our family in March of 2019 when she chose my son. She was a force, so lively and so full of love, especially for my son, Eric. It was apparent to all of us they had both found the love of their lives. For over a year, Sam planned every detail of her wedding, a first marriage for both. She was excited and counting down the days, unaware she was also counting down to her own tragic death. On their wedding day, I had never seen Sam or Eric so happy. Their faces lit with smile the entire time, even as they waved goodbye from the golf cart they were riding on to start their life together. Photos in the video of the day captured the magic, but they are now too painful to watch or look at, because our lives were forever changed moments later by the defendant when she recklessly sped through a quiet residential neighborhood into the back of the golf cart. In the police report, a witness described the crash as sounding like a bomb's explosion. That statement replays in my mind, thinking of the 4 of them struck in such a manner. The next day, I had the horrific task of telling my son that his new wife had died, after he repeatedly asked during moments of consciousness, "Where is Sam?" I cannot describe to you the pain I felt as I watched my son's face process this, and I knew what he would say before he said it. It should have been me. Later, my husband and I spent a week cleaning and repairing Sam's wedding dress so it was presentable to Eric, because he did not get to see Sam after she was killed. So he wanted to see what she was last wearing in his final memory with her. Your Honor, I ask you to please consider my children and grandchildren when you impose your sentence. The night of the crash, my son Eric and son-in-law Ben both sustained injuries from which they'll never fully recover. I'll never forget the shock of arriving at the scene. I wish we could have shielded my other 4 grandchildren from the trauma of it, but we were from out of state, so we had no option but for them to accompany us. My memories from the scene are vivid and fixed in slow motion. My daughter being held from running to her unrecognizable husband, Ben, where he lay, her slumping to the ground, the police officer who stopped me to verify if they had found the correct number of victims, and my own realization at that moment that my son and Sam were there also. I recall the onlookers' expressions telling me more than I wanted to accept. My other son, Adam, and his family arrived and tried to comfort my daughter's two children, while my daughter ran up to him and screamed, "It's Sam and Eric too!" Each devastating detail is permanently etched in my memory, including the moment when we found out that mere minutes after the happiest moments of her life, Sam had died. My son stayed at the scene and saw the criminal defendant sitting on the side of the road completely unharmed, and watched as she was led away past him. All 5 of my grandchildren, ages 10 to 17, one a victim of the crash, went from the scene to the emergency room, spending the night in the waiting room, not knowing what happened to their family. They will carry the trauma of this core memory with them for the rest of their lives. In the initial hours after the defendant slammed into Eric, Sam, Ben, and Brogan, medical staff at the hospital thought Eric wasn't going to survive his injuries. They moved him into ICU and advised us to spend as much time as possible with him. For months following this tragedy, Eric needed full-time medical care. He could not drive for 15 weeks. Since the crash, I've spent over 7 months here in South Carolina. My husband, who still works full-time, 6 weeks. Eric's siblings and friends have spent several additional weeks helping him, and we relocated him to our home state for a few months over last year's holidays, knowing how hard they would be, and he was all alone here. After Eric's initial surgeries for facial reconstruction and to repair both his legs so he'd be able to walk again, he required wound care, numerous follow-up doctor visits, and physical therapy. I watched him use a walker to get around and throw it across the room in frustration. I ran to the bathroom in the middle of the night after hearing him fall and cleaned his blood off of the floor. When he developed internal stomach ulcers, acid reflux, a deteriorating esophagus, and had bouts of profuse vomiting, I saw the pain and agony those caused. However, dealing with the severe physical injuries was easy compared to the grief, anxiety, and survivor's guilt to come. You cannot imagine the pain of constantly seeing your grown son crying helplessly and lost. For months upon my awakening, I would go check to see if my son was still breathing. On the darkest of days, I had to chase away the thought that maybe it would have been better if he and Sam had been taken together. I would prefer my own grief over my son's. One of countless heartbreaking memories I have is brushing the road debris off of the wedding envelopes that police gathered at the scene, while Eric opened them and read all the well wishes wedding guests had expressed for the life the happy couple would make together.
Aww.
There were 125 wedding guests and vendors at the wedding. 75% traveled from out of state to attend, only to be traumatized. Since this tragedy, Eric has made over 20 trips to the emergency room and 3 times was readmitted to the hospital for severe anxiety attacks, nausea, and dehydration. His most recent visit was only 3 weeks ago. I know some here see Ben and Eric as the men they appear on the exterior. What are not visible are the internal injuries, the scars hidden by clothing from the multiple surgeries both have endured. You don't see the constant physical pain that has become a part of their lives. The pain doesn't stop there. The emotional pain, the post-traumatic stress disorder, anxiety, survivor's guilt, and grief have been constant for these 19 months. You don't see the daily struggle, the arthritis setting in, and the future surgeries they have been told will be necessary to control pain and enable both men to remain mobile as they age. You don't see their limited abilities. They're unable to do activities they did before and must rely on others. Both are facing a difficult fight for the remainder of their lives. I was told there are no charges against the defendant for my then 17-year-old grandson, Brogan, because he was not severely injured. Yet he was struck by a car at 65 miles per hour while sitting next to his father, thrown several feet, landing close to his new and now deceased Aunt Sam. His view of Sam shielded by another young girl who had ran out of a nearby home, until he was placed in an ambulance and taken to the emergency room. I know Brogan struggles with his own PTSD anxiety, trauma, and grief, but mostly in silence, because he sees the physical and emotional struggles of his father and uncle. And I know he feels lucky, but I worry for him when he starts to recall the trauma of the day. Your Honor, I need you to please consider the irreparable damage the criminal defendant has caused our families when you impose your sentence. I'm standing here today to tell you I don't know if my son will ever be okay or know happiness again. We now live under a shadow. We go through our day-to-day. We even smile for pictures, but it's not real, or the life we had. None of us will recover from losing Sam. Although unseen, the emotional damage is constant and at times relentless. Your Honor, please don't prioritize the defendant's life over the life of Sam and the life sentence of pain and suffering inflicted on Eric and Ben. Please send a clear message to the defendant that she must take responsibility for her actions and to others, that taking a life as a direct result of irresponsible and selfish choices will result in severe consequences. As we now know, no one is immune to losing someone at the hands of another. It can happen at any time, and we live with the newfound
Hey, Frank, who are you talking about? Sarah Boone or Komoroski?
fear it could happen to us again.
Welcome back, Man Dark.
You're welcome, man.
What do you guys think she should get?
Alexis Garrett.
What sentence should the judge impose on her?
Yes, ma'am. Tell us your name for the record.
Alexis Garrett.
Yes.
My husband, Ben.
Boone got life in prison. Life in prison. We're now on the Komoroski trial right now. She was supposed to have her trial today, but she decided to waive her right to a jury trial. But yeah, Sarah Boone got life in prison.
Garrett was the driver of the golf cart on April 28, 2023, along with 3 other of my family members. My son, Brogan Garrett, was a passenger in charge of playing the music and holding Eric's suit coat. And my brother, Eric Hutchinson, and my new sister-in-law, Samantha Miller Hutchinson, were all in the golf cart. Your Honor, I've struggled with what to say here today because nothing will convey the depth of pain and struggle that we have endured all of these months or feel adequate to express what was lost that night. We spent the entire day of April 28, 2023 together. We started setting up for the wedding that morning on the beach with our entire family helping. It was a perfect day and a beautiful wedding. I have never seen 2 people happier or more in love than Eric and Sam were on that day. We were still cleaning up at the wedding reception venue when I got the call that changed our lives. I was told my husband and son were involved in an accident and to come right away. Most of that night and the days and months that followed are a blur, except certain moments that will forever stick in my mind. Arriving at the scene, to so many police and medical vehicles, running in my bare feet to the crash site, seeing the chaos and destruction, seeing what I didn't even recognize as a golf cart scattered across the road, seeing my husband in a terrible state lying on the road covered in blood, and then being loaded onto a stretcher. I was not allowed to get close to him or anyone there. I remember the moments of despair as I could not see anywhere where my 17-year-old son was. The confusion and the chaos of the scene, and the kind bystanders who held my mom and I as we tried to comprehend what was happening, and as we learned that Sam and Eric were also involved. Being told to go to the hospital, praying with my other 2 children in the car on the way to the hospital, arriving at the ER not knowing who was there or what condition they were in. The look of fear and the way my son cried.
Really? 50 years, 25 years, 20 years, 30 years. Oh, I don't know. I feel like drunk drivers, I don't know. Maybe I'm just making a generalization that's founded by nothing, but I feel like drunk drivers don't get that much unless it's like their 2nd, 3rd, 4th offense or something like that. First time offender, drunk driving. I don't know, man. I think like at most maybe 15 years. I think she should get 15 years. I don't think she'll get 15 years though. I feel like it's going to be like, I don't know, like 8 years and then like 5 years probation or something like that. Like, I don't know. I feel like she's not going to get a lot. We'll see.
When he finally saw me in the emergency room, waiting in my son's room in the ER, while we weren't allowed to see my husband, and then finding out that Sam did not make it. And then hearing that my brother was also not doing good and wasn't expected to make it. I remember the worry of not knowing whether I should leave my son and husband when we didn't know the extent of their injuries so that I could go up to the ICU to say goodbye to my brother. It was all too much.
It was so much tragedy. I'm trying to figure out how to help so many people I loved all at once. It felt like we were constantly trying to triage all of our family members, all while staying in a rental house 2,000 miles from home. The days that followed were heavy, as we tried to comprehend the loss of Sam while trying to navigate the physical injuries Eric and Ben both had. I remember going floor to floor to each of their rooms in the hospital to see them, all while my son recovered at a rental house with my other 2 children. That day that started out so blissfully happy ended in absolute tragedy. The defendant stole the life of the most vibrant woman with the best laugh and the most gorgeous smile. Losing Sam created an irreplaceable void in our family. The pain of losing her is an ever-present reminder of how fragile life can be, and it has left us in a state of grief that is difficult to put into words. My brother Eric is never going to be the same. I have never experienced that depth of pain and sorrow when we were in his hospital room the days following, and he would wake up and not remember what had happened, and we would have to tell him all over again. The past 19 months, he has struggled to continue to live. We have worried we would lose him many times since then, because the sorrow and survivor's guilt are just too great to comprehend. He suffers from many physical injuries that cause him daily pain, but nothing will ever compare to his shattered heart. My husband has experienced many physical injuries. He was covered head to toe in road rash and deep cuts and gashes. He spent 11 days in the hospital in Charleston. 9 of those were in the burn unit, undergoing surgery to clean out his many wounds. He underwent physical therapy to be able to walk with a walker and had to be able to sit long enough to endure the long flight home. He is the strongest man I know, and to see him in so much pain was one of the hardest things I have ever done. He continues to have physical pain limiting so many of his daily activities. Many days even walking is too much. The repercussions of that night extend far beyond his physical scars. They have left emotional wounds that we will carry indefinitely.
Yeah, the jailhouse calls that I remember, one of them was like, why me? Why me? Why did this have to happen to me? And then her dad was trying to console her, saying bad things happen to good people, but not applying it to the victims, applying it to his daughter, who was DUIing. Yeah, I don't know. And then like the jailhouse calls are just basically like her kind of like screaming, you know, a lot of like self-pitying. And then they like publicize like her talking about like, oh, it's not so bad here, you know, the desserts here are good, the cookies here are good. Yeah, they were pretty bad. I did listen to some of the other jailhouse calls that Court TV posted about 5 days ago. Those weren't too bad. It was just like her like saying like, oh, when I get out of here, you know, I plan to do X, Y, and Z. I want to do this. She did mention that when she does get out on what's what I'm looking for? On bail. What I'm looking for? When she does get out on bail, she does want to contribute to society. She wants to like do artwork. She wants to like sell them for charities and all that. I don't know if she did that. I don't know, because she did get out back in March. So I don't know if she actually followed through with any of that, or was she just saying that and then maybe she just spent most of her time scrolling on TikTok. I don't know. Maybe she did try to do something, you know, do some good while she was out, but no idea. Was not her first DUI, I don't think. I heard that this was her first offense. So maybe she has driven drunk before and she like didn't get in trouble. But I heard this was her first like offense.
My son, who was 17 years old at the time,
She said losing
merely a passenger.
She said losing her license was punishment enough on a jail call. Yeah, I remember something similar to that. Like, oh, like I'm already suffering enough, or it was like something like that. It was just like, oh gosh, like I don't know. This person just seems really out of touch of reality. I don't want to blame her dad too much because it seems like he was just trying to do his best to console his daughter. But I mean, it's possible that her parents were just enablers, you know, maybe never made her accountable for anything in her life. Maybe that's why she is the way she is. I don't know. Not too sure. I feel like that's too much assumptions to be made. But a lending library, her mom's, yeah, they have those. It's like what's it called? Those like free mini libraries. We have them too in Los Angeles. They're like these like mini libraries where it's just like a little like box and then it's decorated and then you just put books in there. You can take one and then you just bring one back if you want to. Her mom hit a firefighter working and killed him. She was not driving drunk, just like reckless. Oh, I didn't hear anything about that, Veronica. Damn. She's 27 now. Yeah, very, very. I mean, still though, like when you're in your mid-20s, Gosh, mid-20s. Should have known better. I don't know. And then like it wasn't like she was drunk driving and she was like driving slow. She was speeding. She was driving fast. Like going 65 miles per hour. You're going like over the highway speed limit on residential roads. Not a very smart person.
And what was meant to be a joyous celebration has been deeply affected emotionally. Witnessing the aftermath of that horrific accident has instilled in him a sense of fear and anxiety that he struggles with daily. The innocence of his childhood and my other 2 children has been stolen and replaced with an overwhelming sense of drama. It is heartbreaking to see my children struggling with feelings they should never have had to experience at such young ages. Being here today was a conflict for us. We live in Utah, and we had to leave behind my daughter, who cries and breaks down at the mere mention of South Carolina. And the thought of returning to the state terrified her, and bring my youngest son, who didn't want to be parted from his brother again. Whenever I go 65 miles per hour on the freeway, I now think of how fast that really is, and that they were riding in a golf cart. It's terrifying to think of what they experienced as the defendant hit them going so fast. We know that it is nothing short of a miracle that these 3 men are still with us.
That's what I heard. It's a Toyota Camry. She rented the car. She was actually, was it like for a job or I don't know. It was like she was it was like for a work function, I think. It was like it started off as a work function, but then she continued to do like bar hop and just go on a night of like binge drinking.
Here today, and we know Sam had a lot to do with that. She is love and light, and the world will not be the same without her. No family should have to endure the heartbreak and suffering that we have due to this completely preventable tragedy. I do not believe this was merely a single act of recklessness. It has destroyed our family, shattered dreams, and left lasting scars on all of us. We will never be the same. Ours is a life sentence without Sam, and with all of the physical and emotional injuries that the defendant has left in her wake. Thank you for your time, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Thank you, Your Honor. Next, Rogan Garrett.
Oh, really? The firefighters' family's using the attention this case got to bring attention to what happened to his brother. They want charges for the mom, but it's been 10 years since it happened. How come the mom wasn't charged? Weird.
My name is Rogan Garrett.
Can you spell your first name for us, sir?
B-R-O-V-A-N. And on April 28th, 2023, when me and my family were on a fun vacation to support my uncle and aunt, what was supposed to be a joyous and celebratory day turned into a nightmare that will haunt me and my family for the rest of our lives. That night, after my aunt and uncle's wedding, an intoxicated Jamie Komoroski struck me and my dad while we were taking my aunt and uncle to their rental.
And he's lucky that
The crash took my aunt's life.
he's lucky because I believe he didn't have any his injuries weren't bad. Right? Yeah, I think they mentioned that his injuries weren't bad.
A bride celebrating the happiest day of her life just hours earlier. She was full of love and laughter and light, and her absence has left an unfillable void in our family, as well as others who had to have Sam ripped from their lives. The impact of this tragedy goes far beyond her death. My father and uncle were severely injured, my uncle to the point that he was not supposed to make it through the night. My father endured immense physical pain, a long hospital stay, and grueling recoveries as well, as having to watch my biggest role model and protector in my struggle that much to walk just a couple of feet, to sit up in a chair, and to watch him sit out while me and my brother would play catch. I too was injured, both physically and emotionally. The images of the mangled golf cart, staring at the leaves of the trees, as sirens blared and lights flashed across them. My ride in the ambulance to the ER. Finally, getting to the ER and hearing my mom tell me what was going on. Finally seeing my dad in the state that he was in. And listening to him groan while my mom shared the news with me about Sam. My thoughts were racing while I was young, wondering what was going to happen to our family. And thoughts of the brand new marriage that got ripped apart in seconds. These are things that I relive daily. The fear of getting rear-ended again has haunted me since that day. And I cannot stop checking my rearview mirror while I drive. The emotional and mental impact has caused me to often wonder how anyone could make the choice to drive while intoxicated. A choice that has brought so much harm to innocent lives. The decision to drive under the influence is not reckless, it's selfish and cruel. It is an act that destroyed a family and robbed us of a loved one who we can never get back. This accident didn't just affect our bodies, it shattered our hearts and broke the spirit of the family that had come together for love and celebration. Instead of remembering that day for the joy of a wedding, we now associate it with grief, trauma, and loss. The few more days that I spent in Folly Beach were not pleasant. When I finally returned to the rental that we were staying at, there was a dull feel to everything. The adults with us were usually taking naps or resting before they returned to the hospital to take their shift with my dad and uncle, while the older kids were tasked with keeping the younger ones entertained. My sister refused to let me out of her sight. They would be constantly taking care of me while my mom was with my dad. I was faced with having to try and help my brother while we struggled with emotions that were not meant to be felt and processed by a 12-year-old. Every little daily task was a struggle for me, and everything seemed to move in slow motion. When it was time to finally go home, we came to realize that my dad was not going to be joining us. And that devastated.
Oh, here's some pictures, just so you guys can see like how like fucked it looks. Like you can barely even like differentiate like the car versus the golf cart. So there's the car right there. The golf cart's like kind of like wrapped around on the side. Golf cart's like on the side right now. But this is like the scene. I think this is like when they were trying to tow the golf cart. And pictures of them from the wedding. This is her as Bud Lightyear for Halloween. Like she was like heavily imbued in the drinking culture. Yeah, super sad.
Me and my siblings. Having to separate our family in a time where all we wanted was to be together was very hard. When we got home and were forced to return to our normal life.
It's okay. We were getting annoyed with Elaine when she had her mic muted too. It's just that I don't usually have my mic muted. It's just that they are fixing the tiles right now because they installed cracked tiles and they're just fixing it. So
it was a struggle. Going back to school and trying to pretend like everything was okay was mentally draining. Everyone asking you the same question over and over again about whether you were okay or not was taxing. Everyday activities like classes, sports, and hanging out with friends felt pointless. And my motivation started to disappear when all I wanted was for my dad to come home. When my dad finally returned home, the enormous burden that was placed on my family did not go away. While still having to help my dad recover, we were also hearing stories about how my uncle was doing back in South Carolina. They were hard to hear, and the combination of watching my dad struggle to recover from his injuries made it hard to keep our hopes up for a better future. The justice process that followed was daunting and placed a lot of stress on me while I was trying to navigate this foreign world that I was dropped into. The big toll on my mental health and the fear of losing another family member has also affected many big decisions in my life. One of those decisions being after graduating to serve an LDS mission, which I was preparing my whole life to do and was looking forward to. I hope the court will consider the profound impact that Jamie Komoroski's actions have had on me and my family and my future. I ask for accountability and justice, not only for the harm done to us, but to send a message that such choices have devastating and irreversible consequences. Thank you for allowing me to share my story.
Benjamin Garrett.
Yes, sir. If you would tell us your name for the record.
Benjamin Garrett.
You may proceed.
Your Honor, I just want to start out thanking all the first responders for that night. I know it wasn't something that anybody wanted to go through. And also, I just want to thank Folly Beach, the community, Charleston, Morgan, Utah, North Carolina, everybody around the world for supporting our families through this. Your Honor, that evening was such a good night. Celebrating Sam and Eric and their love. And I was looking forward to driving them off their rental with my son. It was my only job for the wedding. While we were on the drive there, we were talking that night. You know, we were just listening to Sam and Eric talk, flirting with each other. Rogan and I were having conversations. We talked about the breakfast burritos at Bird's Market, how fantastic they were. And that's the last thing I remember that night. The next thing I knew, someone was stabbing my shoulder. asking me if I knew where I was. And I remember opening my eyes and seeing all the lights and knowing that I was at the hospital. I had no idea how I got there or what had happened. The next time I woke up, I remember hearing Eric yelling in pain, just screaming, "It hurts, it hurts." There was so much chaos inside the ER, in and out of consciousness. I asked about my son, and one of the nurses came back, I think it was a nurse, I don't know who it was, told me that it didn't look good. And then a little bit later, when I woke up again, they came back and told me that they'd given me the wrong diagnosis. They'd given me Eric's diagnosis instead of my son. And then my son was with my wife, and they'd be taking me back there. The hospital staff eventually took me back to go see my wife and my son. And that's when my wife told me that Sam didn't make it. They didn't know if Eric was going to make it through the night. It was my only job, and I didn't get it completed. To make sure that they got to their rental property.
Oh, it's not your fault.
Your Honor, I had road rash all over my body. That night, I had no idea what the extent of my injuries. I didn't want to move. I couldn't move. I had stitches in my forehead, an open hole in my knuckles on my left hand, giant gash on my right wrist, and I couldn't walk. Couldn't even stand. I actually, when they released my son, I told him I'd come home, and the doctors told me, well, if you can stand, you can go home.
Is it possible for them to suspend your license for the rest of your life? No, right? Only for like a small time period. Like they can't just like completely take away your license, right?
It was a struggle to sit up, and I knew that I'd be staying longer. After the first couple of days, my wife getting pretty upset with the condition that I was in. Dr. Heath,
they can?
and her team took me in for surgery again. Fixed up the stitches on my forehead, and also gave me a fish skin graft on my right wrist. And then spent the next 9 days.
Oh, sorry. I think what I meant to say was like, if you keep offending over and over and over again, then that I can see. But you've heard of life suspension? Like for her, could they just take away her license permanently? They can revoke it for life? Or does it have to be like repeat offenders? Then you could revoke. Oh, in North Carolina, they take it away after 3 DUIs? Okay. Because I wonder for her, would she have to hit the 3 DUIs in order to completely take it away for life? Damn, man. Not driving? That's rough. That's rough. Gotta pay the Ubers. Pay for the Lyft.
Recovering from injuries and trying to walk. I separated my right SI joint, cracked my sacrum, and tore the labrum in my right hip. I had to practice sitting in a chair so that I could show the doctors that I could fly home and join my family food lab. When I returned home, I was referred to the University of Utah Burn Clinic and instructed to see a general practitioner and orthopedic surgeon. I had more MRIs and X-rays due to problems in my pelvis, my back, and my neck. That is when they found that I had broken vertebrae in multiple places in my back and my neck. And I still have issues there today. I spent 6 months in physical therapy until my insurance told me I ran out of visits. Your Honor, this is just a list of the physical injuries, and most of them I'm still dealing with. I will need to have a hip replacement, fusion of my SI joint, and possible fusion of my vertebrae in my neck and my back. This will
Driving's a privilege, not a right. Yep, I remember that statement. I remember hearing that from the judge when my ex-boyfriend, was it an ex-boyfriend? I was sitting in a courtroom, and because it was always like for speeding, you know, like if you get like 12 points, I think they suspend your if you get 12 points, they suspend your license. Yeah, I remember going to the courtroom and listening to the judge saying that driving's a privilege, not a right. Don't fuck it up.
Continue to be a burden that we'll have to deal with financially, physically, and emotionally for the rest of my life. The hardest part of this, the whole incident, is the mental and emotional side. Your Honor, my wife and kids saw me in a state they should never see me in. I am unable to be the husband or father that I was or wanted to be in the future. I should be seen as their protector, their rock. My kids and my wife now watch me go downstairs to make sure I can make it. They come out and carry things in from my truck or from our cars because I can't carry them in. These are all things that I could do on my own before. And I can't even do stuff around the house. I can't get on the ground, fix a faucet that's leaking. I can't get on the ground, pull weeds, or fix sprinklers. Wrestle with my boys, run football routes, throw passes, swing a bat, swing golf clubs, be a catcher for my son when he wants to pitch. I can't even go for a run. I don't even like to run, but I can't go for a run. I would love to be able to do TikTok dances with my daughter, like I used to. These are all things that have been taken from us, including my hobbies of hiking, fly fishing, ice fishing, skiing. I get so frustrated that there's so many things that I can't do. And stuff that I do around my house, I now have to hire somebody to do. But before I could just do it on my own. And whenever someone leaves our house, which we got teenagers, so it happens all the time, we are nervous and always checking on them to see where they're at, hoping that they will make it home safely. It's a new fear for us. It's a new fear for me, just to even make it home. I have a golf ball in my truck that when I start getting anxious, anxiety when I'm driving, I can grab that golf ball and rub the dots, the dimples in it, to help ground me and help me calm down. And I always go back in my mind to that night, me being the driver, if there was something that I could have done, something I could have done different. I replay the events leading up to it constantly in my mind. Like Rogan going back to get Sam's cell phone. How long we sat at a stoplight listening to a song.
Hey, Poppy.
Could I have gone a different route? Could I have gone slower? Could I have gone faster? These are the things that I struggle with every day. Every day I'm in constant pain and have no way to get the relief that I need. I have to go to work. I have a family to support, and I work in construction and drive a lot, so I can't take painkillers. When I get up in the morning, I say a prayer that the pain today will not be that bad, and that I'll be able to do the things that I need to do to take care of my family. It is a daily struggle. Some days it's hourly. But I will not let James' choice to drink and drive that night keep me from trying every day to get better. Your Honor, I don't know Jamie. I don't know her personality. I've never talked to her. I don't plan on talking to her. So the decision to drive drunk that night was made well before April 28th, 2023. I'm a strong believer that people have a moral compass in their lives, whether we agree with that compass or not. Everybody has a moral compass, and Jamie made the decision that it was okay to drink and drive well before that night. There is a statement that Jamie made in one of the calls to her father where she asked, "Why did this happen to me?" Like she didn't have control over this. Your Honor, nothing happened to Jamie. Jamie happened to Sam. Jamie happened to Eric. Jamie happened to Brogan. Jamie happened to me.
And it must have been so devastating for them to listen to those jailhouse calls. You know, they heard the jailhouse calls where she was feeling bad for herself, where she was pitying herself for everything that was happening. As if, yeah, like you said, like as if she didn't have any control.
It happened to everybody that was impacted by this. She chose well before that night to drink and drive, and that it would be okay. It was not. I'm not sure that Jamie is remorseful. We are here today, a little over 19 months later, listening to her plead guilty. Even though I am thankful for that, and that we aren't going to trial, we did not get to delay the physical and emotional prison that Jamie put us in for 19 months. The evidence was there. Why did it take this long? Jamie will serve her time and the penalty that the court decides, and we will respect that. She will eventually get out, but the prison that she has put us in will be with us the rest of our lives. We will never get Sam back. Our lives will never be the same. I think about having grandchildren and not being able to get on the ground and play with them. I know the court will do what it needs to do, and we will accept that. And I thank you for your time, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Thank you, Your Honor. Eric Hutchinson.
Oh, Eric, the groom.
Yes, Eric A. Pricey.
And your last name, sir?
Hutchinson, H-U-C-C-H.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't make this.
Sam was my wife. I was sitting next to her on the golf cart. I've been thinking about what to say ever since that night. What do you say when your world's just shattered? Physically, I'm in pain every day. My face hurts, my back hurts, my feet hurt. It's a struggle to get through every day. I've seen more doctors than I can count. I've seen more therapists, more psychiatrists, done more procedures than I ever care to do, and I still feel I'm at the same point as when I found out that day. My world will be ever changed what happened that night. I think about that night every single day. In the last moments I had with Sam on the golf cart. She told me she didn't want the night to end. And I kissed her on the forehead. And then the next thing I remember is waking up in the hospital. And I see my mom's face, still wearing the wedding dress from the night before. And I knew instantly. And so I asked where Sam. I knew she wasn't there. I wish more than anything. Because me instead of Sam. I wish I died that night.
Hey, Cat.
So she didn't have to go alone. I wish I saw you coming. And I jumped off the golf cart so you would only run me over. And pray to God that you'd miss that golf cart. We did not get hit. We got ran through at 65 miles per hour. There's no way any four of us, any three of us should be alive. All four of us should have died that night. But I'm a firm believer Sam saved us. That's who she is. And she would have took one for all of us. She said, take me, save these guys. The guilt with that I live with, every single second of every day is unbearable. You took the greatest human being I've ever met. She's not coming back. She's gone. She was my world. And I'd give anything just for 1 second to hold her. She wanted children, and she talked me into having two. She wanted them so bad that she wanted to start having kids, or trying to have kids before the wedding. So I was nervous that she wouldn't be able to fit into her wedding dress. So we decided to wait till after the wedding to start a family. I don't have joy, I don't have passion, I don't have drive, and I feel like I'm stuck in hell. I wish every day that I had that. Do you know what it's like to vow to protect your wife and to do anything for her, and then to lose her hours after that? Something nobody should have to go through. This tragedy has touched so many people around the world. I've received letters, messages, strangers all over the country or world just hit home with a lot of people. And they have shown so much love and support.
Hey, Jen.
Your sentence does not matter to me. If I had it my way, I'd give you life. It seems only fair since you took Sam's life. And the holes that you've ripped through our entire family, my family, and all of our friends. But I know that decision does not up to me. Regardless of what decision is made, I still will be in this hell. I still will have to go through everything. My brother-in-law will still have pain, will still have surgery. Sam's family will still miss their daughter and sister. Sam was a light to all of us. And she was the wrong person to die that night. This is a quote from Sam's vows. She said, I will love you today, tomorrow, and until I take my last breath on this earth. And I'm forever yours. Also hours before you killed her. Thank you for your time, Aaron.
There's nothing further. We'll leave that.
Yeah, that's the hard part when you're dealing with death. It's like, what could I have done differently that night? What if I did this? What if I just decided to delay leaving the, the venue, like 5 minutes, What if I made a left turn instead? Like, I don't know, there's like so many different scenarios that you run through that you wish you could have like done differently, but it just doesn't help you. But it's definitely like a stage of grief. It's like, blame what you do differently. But at the end of the day, ultimately, it's her fault. They didn't know what was going to happen to them.
For feeling the facts and circumstances, such as victim himself.
Way up north, like Canada? Canada North?
Williams? Your Honor, of course, indulgence, I'd like to address the court in argument on behalf of Ms. Komoroski. Sure. Thank you. You may proceed.
I've had the privilege of representing Jamie Komoroski for the last 18 months. And before I get into my sentencing argument, I would just like to take a moment to truly express my deepest condolences to the Miller family, the Hutchinson family, the Garrett families. For my entire defense team, as well as the Komoroski family, we are truly regretful that you have to go through this. And I hope that your injuries will eventually clear up, and I'm so sorry that you have lost a man in your life. I mean that genuinely. Our entire defense team and the Komoroski family cannot fathom the pain that these lovely families are going through. And while we know it's never enough, we genuinely convey those deepest sympathies and prayers. And I want the court and everyone in the courtroom to know that Jamie has heard the calls for punishment. And as you will soon hear, she recognizes those calls are justified. Punishment is one cornerstone of our criminal justice system. And punishment is warranted here. No one is contesting that. Most importantly, Jamie. And we also
in the jailhouse call, she was crying. She was saying like, "Oh, what if I get 15 years? Oh my God!" I was like, "15 years? You think you could get 15 years? I don't know." Like if I was in her situation, I would be like, "Damn, I'm here forever, for life. Like this life thing."
Recognize that punishment serves deterrence purposes. It ensures that people are accountable for crimes that are committed, especially those that, like in this case, involve victims. Here has been highlighted a beautiful bride lost her life, and several were seriously injured. And that's, as I mentioned, that's not lost upon me, the Komoroskis, our entire defense team, Your Honor. We also just respectfully ask this court to equally consider various other sentencing factors that are likewise cornerstones to the criminal justice system, factors that we submit are material of fashioning an appropriate sentence here. And those factors necessarily include Jamie's history, her character, her rehabilitative potential, which must be equally weighed with the need to protect society, to deter, and to punish. It is my hopeful goal to convey to this honorable court that there's more to Jamie than just the person who committed these terrible crimes and who made these terrible decisions on April 28th. Jamie is a 27-year-old girl who stands before this court with no prior criminal offenses. She's never before been charged with a crime, save a couple minor traffic violations, never even been disciplined for a single infraction. Through her entire life,
I wonder what those minor traffic violations were. Or actually, I think I can look it up. I think it should be in the system.
Jamie has maintained a warm and caring outlook on life for all those around her. She's strived to help others even from a young age, entrusted by so many to care for infants and young children in some of the families where she grew up, and in the Charleston metro area. This compassion and care is what caused Jamie to volunteer annually in high school to support the Special Olympics, a cause that was near and dear to her heart since she was a young child. As the court heard, Jamie attended college in Coastal Carolina and obtained her Science and Business Administration degree. And she ended her career at college on the dean's list, ultimately moving to Charleston after graduating in hopes that there would be employment that she could sustain. Maintaining full-time employment, like for so many others, proved elusive for this young graduate. But instead, Jamie took a number of part-time jobs, including continuing babysitting services and working in the service industry in and around the Folly Beach area. Now, sadly, since her college graduation, Your Honor, Jamie has struggled with the demons of alcohol abuse. That is obviously clear here today. And this is something that has likewise challenged her extended family. Jamie was abusing alcohol on a near daily basis, and oftentimes well over in excess. And her addiction, I want to make this point very clearly to the court, it is not offered as an excuse to her conduct whatsoever, or to make it appear that she somehow is the victim. We all recognize, most importantly Jamie, that that is not the case. She knows no one forced her to drink or drive a car. She more than anyone in this courtroom knows that. And I raise this only to demonstrate that her alcohol addiction, the level and scope of it, played a central role in how we arrived here today.
She was a
As the
party
court is well
girl.
aware, this is unfortunately not a unique tale for those who struggle with alcohol abuse. Jamie undoubtedly made a tragic and terrible decision to get behind the wheel of a car on April 28th while significantly intoxicated. It was hers, her decision, and no one else's. And I can tell you, after talking to Jamie on a near daily basis during the entire course of my representation, this evening continues to haunt her, and it will continue to do so for the rest of her life, no matter what happens in this courtroom today. Every day, Jamie tells me she wishes she could go back and change what she did, to shake that young girl to her senses. Even Jamie will admit that she doesn't recognize who she was back then, a sentiment that candidly even friends have shared, but unfortunately she can't.
Red means nothing.
Your Honor, it's often been said that character is truly demonstrated in times of struggle and failure, not in times of success. And in that vein, and in that concept, I ask the court to consider Jamie's actions and behavior since these tragic events of April 28th, in addition to her personal history and characteristics. Jamie has not approached this with a woe is me attitude or felt sorry for herself.
When I used to work in the restaurant, oh my God, dude, we used to drink all the time. Because, like, you would have, like, a 12-hour shift. When you're done with work, you're just so fucking tired. You just want to have, like, a drink. And we would spend, like, most of our tip money going next door at the bar. Very unhealthy during that time. It was like when I was in, like, college, I think. Just work hard and then play hard and then save no money. But, of course, there are people that didn't drink or would do better. But yeah, like for me, it was not good. It was very unhealthy.
Or tried to endorse any victim mentality. Instead, she immediately accepted her addiction and embraced the need for alcohol treatment. And while there were inherent limitations in the substance and depth of that treatment, she did what she could.
When you say inherent limitations, what are you referring to?
She was not able to be visited by a therapist while she was at Alcan. And based on the
How long
restrictions,
was she at?
she was there for a year. The court will indulge me for 1 moment. From April 28, 2023 until her release on March 1st, 2024.
Is there a reason she didn't avail herself of the programs at the jail?
The programs are very limited based on the ability to communicate with inmates there.
No, there's a peer program for 16 weeks that's available. Someone could have asked it if you ordered. She could have well taken advantage of that.
No, Your Honor, to be sure, she did. I'm talking about more substantive treatment, which obviously...
Here is the substantive program. Yes, very much.
She did avail herself.
She did do the peer program?
Yes.
The judge is asking questions. He was trying to say that she didn't have a chance to join this program, and then the judge is like, well, hasn't she been out on bail since March? Why didn't she do it then or since then? And he's trying to explain it right now. It really is being sober. Being sober is all about your environment. I had to give up 95% of my friends in 3 years sober. I wouldn't change a thing. Oh, congratulations! Yeah, it's also the social group as well. My social group, we're all heavy drinkers. Heavy drinkers, drink all the time, beer pong. I don't know. Really depends on who you surround yourself with. And drinking is fun, and drinking is one of those things where if you're in a party scene, you don't have to go through that awkwardness of knowing someone and getting to know them. You just start drinking, and that's how you bond. It's a really easy and cheap way to bond with people. And I really didn't like that because as I got older, I realized that I didn't know how to meet people naturally and be friends. It was I needed a alcohol in my hand in order to be comfortable with that. And I really didn't like that. I felt like it wasn't a good way to, I don't know, kind of just every time you go out, you need to have a drink type of attitude, You've been Kelly sober for about 6 years now. Alcohol and I are not a good mix. Congrats, Lauren. Congrats.
Excuse me, Your Honor, one second.
Did she do the peer program, Mr. Williams? It's the peer program. It's an acronym, PIER. It's a substance abuse intensive program that's 16 weeks at the jail. It's offered by Charleston Center. It's substantive drug and alcohol treatment. It was never offered to you. You have to sign up for it.
It was never offered to you, but you could proactively sign up for it. I think that's what the judge is trying to say.
You out. I do not. So she did not. Okay. You may continue. That's okay.
Jamie, as the court heard, she's been participating in AA meetings while detained at Alcan, and since her release to restricted house arrest, been participating in meetings 6 days a week. She has hosted in-person meetings at her apartment every Friday, and also chairs an AA meeting on a weekly basis. Jamie has also volunteered to answer the AA hotline once a week, trying to offer steady and experienced counseling to individuals who may be in crisis.
So why didn't she try to get some inpatient treatment? What was the impediment to that? Or having something, not that I'm knocking AA, because I don't. It is for many, it is a great program that assists them, but it usually follows something more substantive, such as intensive inpatient treatment or ongoing intensive outpatient treatment. And I think that's the question that I'm more interested, or most interested in hearing. When you say someone's availed themselves of substance abuse treatment, I expect something more than AA.
We attempted to do that, Your Honor, when we had our detention or bond hearing. In fact,
she's been out since March 21st, so let's go from there forward.
Oh, and that's why the mom said that. So the victim's mom, earlier when she spoke, she was just saying that AA is when, I think she was saying how AA doesn't, what did she say again? She said AA, I think AA is for after you've gotten treatment and you're trying to live with it and you want to be surrounded by other people that are in a similar situation as you. But AA alone is not going to treat you from whatever it is that you're suffering through, alcohol. AA is alcohol, duh. But yeah, with alcohol and stuff like that, you actually have to go to actual treatment in order to treat your alcohol addiction. So I think that's why the mom mentioned that, because the mom was probably well, she only went to AA. What? It's been how long has it been since she's been out on bond? She's only been to AA.
Really restricted house arrest. And as I understand it, unable to facilitate the visits unless we were to go to a facility.
Which you could have asked for permission to do, correct? And so that's what there was no attempt to have any type of treatment of that sort.
Endorsement of that permission from the state was not forthcoming, Your Honor.
Did you ask?
We did. We had those discussions.
Well, let's see what the state has to say about that, because the judge is wondering, why didn't she seek intensive treatment?
Any attempts to have any online therapy?
As best as she could, Your Honor. Yes, ma'am.
You may continue.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
While detained at Alcan, she obtained a professional skills credential from South Carolina Works in digital literacy while she was detained.
This judge is not having it.
And following her release under the House release conditions, as she alluded to, she's been working 2 jobs, trying to continue to be a contributing member as best as she could under the circumstances to society. She worked remotely as a web designer, and then one colleague through AA was so compelled by her that she hired her as a remote digital marketing assistant, which I am told is a job that she can avail herself of ultimately when she is released. As you'll soon hear from Jamie herself, she deeply regrets these decisions that she made on April 28th. And since the day we were retained, she's been heartbroken for Samantha, Eric, and the families that were involved in this ever since the crash. It's important, and I know she wants me to express this, that she is a daughter and sister, and she has, since day one, expressed her sorrow and remorse for the actions that she committed. This has been Jamie's goal and intention ever since we were retained, but on the advice of counsel, we recommended that she hold back on that. There was a period of time where discovery was not...
I think he said that she's done AA like 6 days a week, but the judge is trying to say like, no, she needs treatment. She needs to get like real treatment.
Available for a while, and any delay in this guilty plea should be attributed solely to our obligation, our ethical and professional obligation to explore defenses and mitigation possibilities, not because of Jamie's failure or unwillingness to plead guilty and exhibit remorse and accept her responsibility. One instance, as attached in our sentencing memorandum, related to a time where we needed to retain a blood alcohol forensics toxicologist to review the state's findings, and we have attached counter findings to that.
Did you all provide a hard copy of the mitigation packet that you provided to the court to my law clerk? Mr. Williams and KP plan to bring one with you.
Yes, sir, we have one.
And do you wish to have that filed?
Yeah,
Or did you already file one?
we have an active version of the file and an active version of the court.
Yes.
Thank you, Reverend. As I referenced, we included findings of our forensic toxicologist who was retained on behalf of the defense, but I want to emphasize that regardless of that lower BAC, that Jamie recognizes the gravity.
Wait, what? I thought he said 6 days a week. Once a week? I thought he says she does AA 6 days a week, and then every Friday she hosts at her place. Did I misunderstand that? Well, I need to use the bathroom really quick. Hey, Chai, how are you doing today? Thank you so much for the resub. 64 months. Welcome back. Thank you so much for supporting. How are you? I heard 6 days too. I heard 6 days, and I heard 1 day, Friday, she hosts at her house. Because I was like, once a week? That's doing the minimum. I'm going to use the bathroom real quick. Hey, Shira. Hey. Oh. Yeah, the jail calls are bad. I wonder if the judge has already listened to the jailhouse calls, or are they going to play them here during before sentencing?
Of her crimes and has consistently shown unabated remorse for her actions. I offer that only for the court's consideration in the context of mitigation, and we certainly recognize that regardless, it is above the legal limit. Your Honor, taking all this together, we respectfully submit that Jamie has demonstrated and continue to demonstrate strong rehabilitative potential, and the prospect of her rehabilitation and restoration to a useful place in society, which are key legitimate interests of sentencing, is unquestionable. As you will hear from Jamie herself, she will never be an offender in the criminal justice system again. She continues to work on bettering herself and improving herself following these terrible acts. She helps others by sponsoring and paying her terrible story forward of what happened to these families and seizing any opportunity to help other alcoholics in an effort to prevent further unnecessary death or injury. So, Your Honor, we ask that you consider these sentencing factors equally with the obvious need for deterrence, protection, and punishment that has been alluded to. We have cited for the court's consideration as it sees fit numerous empirical studies that show that there is limited relationship between sentence length and general or specific deterrence. And it actually demonstrates that longer incarceration could potentially be counterproductive for the types of individuals who have no criminal history like Jamie. But again, I leave that to the court's consideration.
Oh man, Vinnie Politan's title, Sarah Boone attacks the victim. Sure did.
As I open with, Jamie recognizes that she is due a punishment for her crimes today. The court, as you heard me say, she's been detained at Alcannon from April 28, 2023 until her release on March 1st, 2024. And since her release, she's been fully compliant with the terms of her monitored house arrest. Pursuant to South Carolina Code Section 241340, we respectfully ask that the court grant Jamie credit for her time served under strictly monitored house arrest, of which she's had no violations. And should the court agree with that request, it would give Jamie a total of approximately 580 days jail credit as of today.
When was she released and placed on monitor?
March 1st, 2024.
Man, house arrest and being in jail is not the same thing.
Thank you, Ron.
You're welcome.
Incorporating this credit, we only ask that the court fashion a sentence that is sufficient but not longer than necessary under these circumstances. It is genuinely hoped by Jamie and by all of us and her family that while she caused this great tragedy, her actions on this one day of her 27-year life will not solely define her as a human, and the court will see that. Prior to becoming a defense attorney, Your Honor, I spent the bulk of my professional career as a federal and state prosecutor, including 10 years as an appointed district attorney. And I had the unfortunate obligation to determine countless plea offers in felony DUI cases in a dense jurisdiction of nearly 700,000 people. And sadly, these types of cases were not an uncommon occurrence. To be sure, these are the most difficult, gut-wrenching cases to assess. And as is the case here, defendants are typically people who have lived very productive lives with no criminal record. And I just want to highlight what I believe the court is familiar with. These defendants don't set out to commit crimes with malice or evil in their hearts. But nonetheless, those actions that they take have destroyed or taken lives.
Mm-hmm.
Balancing the interests of the state, the victims, and the defendant is extremely difficult. And Jamie here is no different. She has chosen to plead guilty to her crimes without the protection of a plea agreement. The court should see this, I hope, as evidence of Jamie's genuine remorse and acceptance of responsibility for her actions. She never intended to challenge these charges because she knew what she did was wrong.
I wonder what she expected the judge to give her for this. I wonder if she's like, oh, the judge is going to go easy on me. I'm a first-time offender, and I'm pleading guilty. You know, I'm saving the victim's family for having to sit through trial. I wonder what the attorneys told her. Hey, like, you know, maybe you'll get 5 years, Jamie. Maybe it's just 5 years. Maybe it's not that bad. Maybe it's just 5 years probation.
The minute that it happened, she would never put the Millers, the Hutchinsons, or the remaining family members through the pain of a trial, having gone through what they already have. Your Honor, I say the last concept for what I submit is the most fundamental cornerstone of the criminal justice system, and that's mercy. Mercy is not often spoken of in the courtroom, but the courtroom is precisely where the place where mercy should exist, especially considering the nature of felony DUI cases, where tragedy exists on both sides of the V. It is difficult to keep mercy at the forefront, especially when a beautiful life like Samantha's has been taken, and wonderful people that stand and sit behind me have been through what they've been through. But I humbly submit, this is where mercy plays the biggest part. Jamie and our defense team are not arguing for release. As stated, we recognize that punishment is warranted here. But we simply ask the court, is this 27-year-old girl with no criminal history, who struggles to face the...
Nah, Jamie's young, dumb, reckless. I wouldn't put her in the same category as Sarah Boone. Sarah Boone's like a fucking S-tier villain, okay? She's like the S-tier evil. Sarah Boone's on a whole different level.
Demons of alcohol abuse, and who made a tragic error in judgment to drink and drive, who has no history of violence, and who most importantly has regretted and has been remorseful for her actions since the moment she committed them. Is this girl deserving of the court's mercy? We humbly submit the answer is yes, and under these circumstances, ask the court to properly fashion a sentence that is sufficient but not greater than necessary to punish the conduct here. Jamie's a young girl who made a truly terrible error in judgment, and there but for the grace of God go us all. That concludes my argument, Your Honor. With the court's permission, I would invite some of the members of the Komoroski family and other supporters to address the court.
I have a list of 7 people? Is that, well, not including your client, I have a list of 6 people. Is that what you
7
referred to?
people?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Jesus.
Thank you, Your Honor. The first person I'd like to invite to address the court is Jamie's father, Charles Komoroski, who's seated on the left side of the courtroom.
Yes, sir.
All right,
Please
here
state
comes
your name for the
Daddy.
record.
My name is Charles Komoroski, parent of Jamie Komoroski.
Father? Yes, sir. Be glad to hear from you.
Your Honor, I would like to address Samantha's family, the Millers, and Eric Hutchins' family. In the courtroom. I'm very sorry for the pain and suffering. And my daughter Jamie's terrible decision to drink excessive amounts of alcohol and drive a car that resulted in taking the life of Samantha. I'm so very sorry, and so truly very sorry. Because of the pain that she has caused, Jamie is doing everything she can to help others. She has become very involved with Alcoholics Anonymous. She attends virtual Alcoholics Anonymous meetings every day. She's the chairperson of one of the meetings. She hosts a meeting every Friday morning in her home, at her apartment. She volunteered to be on call for the Alcoholics Anonymous hotline. She answers calls from people that are in immediate need of support and information. She advises them on how to get involved with Alcoholics Anonymous and also reassures them that they are taking the first step to getting help for their addiction. She shares her personal story so that it may prevent others from drinking and driving. She is passionate about trying to help people to not drink and drive. She is a very caring, loving young lady. She's working and will work tirelessly to help others to make better decisions than she has to never drink and drive. She has taken full responsibility for her disastrous decision to drink and drive, resulting in taking Samantha's life. Please allow her to fulfill her heartfelt desire to help others and prevent someone from making the tragic decision to drink and drive. She truly is a wonderful person that can and will help others. Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
I'm very sorry.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd like to invite Jamie's mother, Tracy Komoroski, to address the court next.
Yes, ma'am. We'd be glad to hear from you.
His mom?
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Tracy Komoroski. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. Could you spell your first name for the record?
T-R-A-C-I.
Thank you, ma'am. You may proceed.
I'm Jamie's mother. And first I want to say how truly sorry I am for all the pain and suffering and heartache the victims and their families and loved ones have endured. With my deepest sorrows, I will always feel the pain. I will not feel the pain, I will feel God for what has happened to everyone. Jamie is compassionate, caring, generous, and a loving person. She's been a loyal friend, sister, and daughter. She greatly cares for others and wants the best and happiness for others. This makes her happy. Jamie was a good student who graduated from Coastal Carolina College and made Dean's List. She chose to stay in South Carolina to live rather than come back home to New Jersey. A couple years after college, Jane started to share with me that she had been suffering from anxiety and depression. We spoke about talking to someone and seeing a doctor, which she did. I often thought her anxiety and depression was due to being homesick and lonely and perhaps just to the daily stress of life. I now believe Jamie was using alcohol to cope with her feelings. I will forever regret not speaking to Jamie about alcoholism because it's been our immediate family. Jamie has been doing everything she can to better herself. As I know these things are being repeated, but this is what I wrote down. She has been involved with AA and its members. She joins meetings online, answers AA hotline calls to help others. Jamie is constantly sharing her story, constantly help others from making the same mistakes she has. She has opened her heart to many. I respect your sentence for Jamie, Your Honor, but I do ask for some mercy on my daughter. I know she made a horrible decision, but she is a good person, and I thank you for this opportunity to speak about my daughter today.
You're welcome, ma'am. Is there anyone else that wishes to address the court?
Yes, Your Honor. Next, I would invite Jamie's sister, Kelsey Komoroski, to address the court.
Yes, ma'am. If you would tell us your name for the record.
Kelsey Komoroski.
You can spell your first name, please.
K-E-L-S-I.
Thank you, ma'am. You may proceed.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Of course, first I want to apologize to friends and family and loved ones of Samantha. So sorry, and I know nothing about it. I'm here today to be able to, this is horrible to see back. I wish there was a
Ma'am, we need you to speak up for us, please. The court reporter can't hear you. I'm sorry.
I wish there was a way to go back in time and change the horrible decisions that Katie made that night. And I can only imagine the depth of your sorrow and your heartbreak. I am truly, truly sorry. I know a lot of people have spoken about what Jamie has done since being released and coming onto house arrest. And I think the biggest note here is that she's just taken as much action as she can. It was an action that caused the death. And I know she's going to vow and commit herself to placing actions out in the world that could hopefully right these wrongs in one way or another. She's here to help others through their struggles and to be more open about struggles of alcoholism. You know, how you see it in your family and how you can prevent things from moving forward to something so devastating happening. I love Jerry very much, and I'm sure that's hard for some people to hear, but I've known her her whole life. She's not a bad person. She won't wish harm on anybody. She did make a horrible, horrible mistake. I am very sorry to the Ben's families and loved ones. And I just ask the court sees the potential in her to be able to move forward and help others. I know she will, wherever she may be. And just thank you.
What's the correct way to say it? Not like she made a horrible mistake. It's more like she made a horrible decision. Because she decided to drink that much that night, decided to drive around, decided not to get Uber, decided not to get a Lyft, decided to drive fast. It's like, I don't know. Like, to me, I guess, like, maybe it's like just too nitpicky, right? When he was like, oh, they made a horrible mistake. It's like, a mistake? Or are these just like series of just horrible decisions?
You're welcome.
I don't know. Mistake just sounds too minimizing.
I'd like Kim Walters to address the court.
You would state your name for the record.
Yes, Kimberly Walters.
You may proceed.
First of all, I'm deeply sorry for the loss of Samantha, as well as the financial implications, as well as the implications of the family. My name is Kimberly Walters, and I'm a sober member of Alcoholics Anonymous. I've been attending MEA for many years. I take meetings to jail, and that's where I met the defendant, Jamie. I met her in May 2023. She was extremely sad and confused when I met her, and she didn't grasp the situation. While in Jamie, she had limited access to counseling while she was in jail, but she did attend the AA meetings that we brought in from the outside. We provided her with a big book, and she started to go through it with some of the members in her community and read the big book as well. When she was released on house arrest, she reached out to me through some of the Zoom meetings and asked me to be her sponsor, and I gladly accepted. As her sponsor, I met with Jamie twice a week at her apartment, where we went to the big book. We began working the 12 steps of AA. And AA is not just a fellowship, it is a way of life. It's a way of life for me and many others to keep me sober. I work with other alcoholics. She has taken complete action for accountability for her actions, and she's made amends where she can. Jamie approaches part of the process with fearless determination to turn her life around and take responsibility for her actions. She made direct amends where she could, and she took on a path of honesty.
I mean, it's good that she's taking the steps to do AA, to be a part of all this, but to me, like, it really doesn't mean too much to me because, like I said, she's awaiting her trial, awaiting her sentencing, and of course, you're gonna have to be on your utmost best behavior. You have an incentive to be on your best behavior. You gain something. So to me, it's like, okay, well, it's good that she's like, she could have chosen not to attend AA. She could have chosen just like, fuck it, I don't give a fuck at all. But to me, it doesn't really mean too much because you have an incentive to be on your best behavior, like I said earlier.
Integrity. Through her involvement in AA, we've heard of all the great things she's done, whether it be hosting meetings at her home, reaching other alcoholics, or sharing her story, so this tragic accident will not repeat itself. In addition to recovery efforts, she's also found a part-time job, using her education to better herself and care for herself. This opportunity has allowed her to give back to the community by advancing her career. She's passionate about helping others, as we've heard, and helping other local-run businesses and helping other women and alcoholics. As we all know, what has occurred is a tragic accident as a result of the disease of alcoholism. While there's no true way to right this wrong, Jamie is deeply remorseful of her past actions, and I care for her as she was my own daughter. She's thoughtful, kind, and passionate. This tragic experience has unfortunately awakened her and had her claim that she's now an alcoholic, and she's now embraced the principles of AA. In my many years of Alcoholics Anonymous, I have worked with many sponsees. That's part of this program. We can't get sober alone. We do it with others. We continue to carry the message to help other alcoholics. Jamie stands out to me as a very impactful person, not only because of her circumstances, because of her unwavering faith, and a brighter future, and an embracing of the AA program. Jamie is ready to make amends for the life she took and for all those that were affected. She's accepted whatever the judicial system imposes on her and intends to face this with dignity and sobriety. I'm incredibly proud of her, and although she's remorseful for choices, She is an alcoholic, and she was sick. She did not make the decision consciously of saying that she was drunk. She made the choice to drink, but unfortunately, in alcoholism, this is a deadly disease, and we make very poor choices. While nothing can be done to bring back Samantha, Jamie's a young woman with a full head of life ahead of her. She's already on the way to changing her life around and having many, many years of sentence. Might be reckless as well. I have 2 teenage daughters, and while I would be devastated if something happened to them, I would hate for another life to be taken away during the sentence. I strongly believe that our AA community and the broader society would be better off with her actively contributing as a member, and I pray for mercy and leniency. I thank you for considering my words.
You're welcome.
The shifter?
Next, I'd like to invite the director of the Charleston Recovery Center, Jennifer Jett, to address the court.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. If you would tell us your name for the record. My name is Jennifer Pett, Jenniffer, P-E-T-T. Thank you. You may proceed.
I have had a lot of tears for both families involved in this, and a lot of prayers for both sides of it. There's no easy way and no easy solution for anybody in this courtroom. I got a phone call before I'd even heard of Jamie from her dad asking about getting her in for treatment at the Charleston Recovery Center. I know that she had wanted to get help for her alcoholism.
What does that sound? Is that still a sound of someone like taking pictures? Jesus, that's so distracting.
Yes, it was shortly after the accident. I don't watch the news. I didn't know anything about that. I didn't know her. I didn't know her dad. I knew that her dad was reaching out for help. I later found out who he was calling about was Jamie. And I was invited to the bond hearing where the family and her attorneys had hoped to get her involved in the Charleston Recovery Center for a residential long-term inpatient recovery center, and they wanted to have Jamie come there. It didn't work out with the decision of the court. But shortly after Jamie was released on her bond, she reached out to me, and I know that she reached out to several other women at AA and tried to get some sort of recovery going from where she was standing. She wasn't sure how that worked. It sounded like she had found a wonderful sponsor. She checked in with me several times since she's been on house arrest. She's been making good progress with her sponsor. Alcoholics, I'm a recovered alcoholic myself. My sober date is April 21 of 2019. And I've been on the side of the law where, the courts, where I was facing time. And I know that from that side of it, God can use us wherever, whether it's this courtroom, whether it's jail, whether it's home. In Jamie's case, she has thoroughly embraced the steps. You're right, Your Honor, you can't go to AA and expect to stay sober. You have to thoroughly walk this path. You have to thoroughly invest yourself in this program and work these steps. Jamie has worked all the steps. And a huge part of this program is continuing to pass on this message to other alcoholics. And her story is powerful. Working in the recovery community, I've seen a lot of tragedy. It's a heartbreaking field to be in, but it's also very rewarding because I've had the benefit of seeing people like Jamie turn their lives around and carry this message to help countless other people that can live behind them. I went to an AA meeting once and they asked somebody who was sober several years, several decades, to stand up. He was dying of natural causes. He was still sober. They had asked everybody who he had helped who he had sponsored to stand up. And a handful of men stood up. Then they told those men to keep standing, and the people that were sponsored by those men to stand up. And more people stood up. And then those people who had they sponsored to stand up. And eventually, out of about 150 people in the room, everybody was standing except for a couple people who hadn't had a chance to embrace this as Alcoholics Anonymous. And the ripple effect of what Jamie's story is, and how it can heal people and help others, she may deserve a punishment. But the people that she can help don't deserve that. I believe that. Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Last week, I had Jamie's brother, C.J. Komoroski, to address the court.
I think it's gonna be her brother and then her next, I guess.
Sir, if you could tell us your name for the record.
My name is C.J. Komoroski.
You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
To Mr. and Miss Miller and Eric, I'm so sorry for what you lost and what you will not get back. I'll carry this day with me as a reminder to forever and always be careful and think twice to make sure nothing like this will ever happen again. I wholeheartedly believe in my sister Jamie that she truly does feel the same way. And I trust her. I'm confident in her beliefs and her abilities to make something right out of all this. That is all. Thank you all for your time. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. With the court's permission, I'd like to invite Jamie up to address the court.
You're welcome.
My name is Jamie Komoroski, and on the night of April 28, 2023, I chose to drink and drive, which resulted in the death of Samantha Miller and the serious injuries of Eric Hutchinson and injuries to family members Benjamin and Brogan. This is the worst decision I have ever made in my life, and it has affected the lives of so many. First and foremost, I want to address all the victims of the accident I caused and say how truly and deeply sorry I am. Due to my poor decisions, a beautiful life was taken. A wife, sister, daughter, and friend of many is no longer with us. And for that, while I know an apology will fix nothing, all I can say is how incredibly remorseful I am. I also am truly sorry and remorseful for the physical and emotional pain I caused to the other family members. I wish I could go back and undo this terrible tragedy, but I cannot. I will live the rest of my life with immense regret for what happened that night. I also want to express my deep remorse and sincere apologies to all who were involved in this tragedy, including the first responders, police, friends, and families of the victims, and anyone who was hurt in any way due to my poor decisions that night. This will be something that impacts all of you for the rest of your lives. I take full responsibility for the tragic outcome that my decisions have made. I will carry this guilt with me for the rest of my life. And as much as I wish I could go back in time and have none of this happen, I know that cannot be done. A lesson I have learned is that just because you have good intentions or would never want to hurt anyone, if you aren't being responsible for your actions, you can and you will hurt people. I know I am going to be punished for these actions, and I agree that it is something that must be done. I would like to make it clear that whatever my punishment is, I will use the time to better myself, spread awareness about the dangers of drinking and driving, continue to help others with addictions through AA, and work every day to improve myself to give maximum service to the community and my fellows. Some ways I plan on doing this include staying extremely involved in AA and the fellowship of helping people recover from their addictions. I am able to do this because I know what it is like to be an addict. I did not want to believe that I had addiction to alcohol before this tragedy, and so I told myself every day I was normal. The fact was, though, that I was helplessly addicted to alcohol, and that I was living every day with no meaning. This led to me not caring about how my actions would affect others. I never want to live my life that way again. And I hope to help people to never have to feel that way as well. After completing my sentence, however long Your Honor decides, I plan on going back to school to get a master's degree in animal-assisted therapy. This degree will allow me to follow out my dreams of being able to help people recover from PTSD, anxiety, depression, addiction, and more through the use of rescue animals. Lastly, I want to share my story with as many people possible in order to try and prevent tragedies like this from happening.
Do you think the judge is going to ask her, so did you make the artwork that you were planning on making and then helping charity? Did you make that little library that you're planning on building? I don't know. I wonder if the judge is going to ask her that, because she had a lot of stuff that she was talking about in the jailhouse calls. I think her speech is decent so far. I think it's decent. I think she did a good job at saying that it wasn't a mistake, that she made the decision to drunk drive that night. So I think that's fairly decent so far. I had another comment I was going to make, but I forgot. I don't remember.
To other families. I want to emphasize the importance of warnings of drinking and driving to college students as well as young adults who haven't heard the message since high school.
Oh, yeah. So decent so far. But what I wonder is, was she suffering from alcohol addiction? Was she truly suffering from alcohol addiction, or was she just a party girl? Was she just a party girl who loved drinking and just didn't give a fuck about other people on the roads? Was she just super reckless? Because, you know, I think it's easy to be like, oh, I'm in the pitfalls of just, I'm just addicted to alcohol. Like, man, I couldn't just help myself. I didn't know I was suffering from this disease. It's like, were you addicted to alcohol? Did you have an addiction, like a real addiction? Or did you just like taking shots? Did you just like partying it up? Did you just like having fun? I don't know. That to me, that's where I'm always kind of like skeptical about, unless we hear of like a severe history of like where it really sounds like you had alcohol addiction. To me, I just don't know. I just don't have enough information.
It is vital that the warnings of drinking and driving don't stop after the age of 18. I feel we all need to be reminded, no matter what our age is, so that the reality that this can happen, if not careful, stays fresh in people's minds. I had never been in trouble before, but one isolated decision of mine devastated so many lives. All of this work I plan on doing will be dedicated to Samantha and her family. Unfortunately, it took this incredible tragedy and terrible incident to wake me up to the extent of my addiction. I hope to help people wake up and rehabilitate before it's too late. Because every single decision we make has consequences. And knowing you have taken a beautiful life from this world is something I will live with every moment of every day going forward. A life that should have lived on to fulfill all of her dreams and ambitions, who would have helped so many people in her life, all because of my own inconsiderate and thoughtless actions. I want the last thing that I say to be that from the very bottom of my heart, with every fiber in my being, how sorry I am, and that I take full responsibility for my actions. Hopefully one day you will be able to forgive me, but I know forgiveness must be earned. Regardless of whether that day ever comes, please know that I will always be devastated, deeply ashamed, and terribly sorry for what I have done. I pray God stands by the side of my victims and their family and loved ones for the rest of their lives. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Anything from the state? I would like to hear from the state regarding.
Hey, compared to Sarah Boone, way better.
Defense request for credit for home detention pursuant to 241340 or house arrest.
Thank you, Your Honor. You're welcome to the court. Yes, the state's opposed to that credit.
I'll tell you why.
Well, Your Honor, the state's position is that pretrial detention, incarcerations, manifestly different than being at home.
Well, I don't know. I mean, Sarah, she was not on bond. Jamie was on bond. Maybe she had ChatGPT to help her. Sarah Boone was like, I'm gonna write from my heart. Y'all gonna see the real Sarah Boone.
What does the statute say, though, and what's the legislature say about the statute? Why did they amend the statute?
The statute leaves it in the court's discretion, and understanding that it's the court's decision to make. I'm just conveying the position of the state. So it is in your discretion. It is may be granted according to statute. That the state sees that pretrial detention is different than house arrest.
What was, it's my understanding, and I don't have the bond order in front of me, and I apologize in advance for that, because I should have it in front of me so that I'd be able to refer to it. Not your fault, of course, or your responsibility. But doesn't the statute speak to these type situations where someone is on strict house arrest, where they're not allowed to leave their residence, and but for the fact that they are at home, they basically are incarcerated, and that's why the statute was amended?
It speaks to 24/1340 does speak to that under conditions where one is under strict house arrest, credit may be given in the discretion of the court, essentially.
I think that if you look at the legislative history, that's what the legislature contemplated, and that's why the statute was amended. Do you have any indication that she was allowed to leave her house during the period of, I believe what your lawyer said she was released on March 1st?
She was released March 1 of 2024, Your Honor.
And do you have any indication that she was allowed to leave her house, or was she strictly confined to her residence on GPS?
Your Honor, according to bond order, she's strictly confined. She was able to leave, and with the understanding of the state for the SLED mandated maintenance of the GPS monitor.
And to see her lawyer and for emergent medical situations, correct?
It was for medical emergencies with the permission of the court of the bond order.
And when was that bond order established? When was it?
The hearing was August 1st, 2023, Your Honor.
And when was the order issued?
It was issued immediately afterwards. I don't know the exact filing date, but it was drafted and then filed.
Was Judge Nelson?
It was.
So the order was issued August 1st of 2023, but she did not bond out until 3/1 of 2024, is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor. That was a condition of the bond.
But what exactly were the conditions of the bond? Was it simply house arrest, or was there more to it? Was there a surety put in place?
There was. It was $150,000 surety. It was strict house arrest, but for medical emergencies. The defendant was to wear a scram monitor and be monitored by GPS bracelet, right? And then by consent, we modified that.
I apologize. So she was allowed, in the initial order, she was allowed to leave her house for what purposes?
Medical emergency, Your Honor.
And that was it?
That was it, yes, Your Honor.
And then you said you all consented to?
We consented to an amendment that allowed her to leave pursuant to the requirements of SLED maintenance on the GPS.
So she had to go someplace in New Jersey to have them maintain the monitor, or how did that work?
No, that was local, Your Honor. That was, her bond was posted by Bad Boys Bail Bonds. And
So she never left South Carolina, is that what you're
That's correct. She had to maintain residence in Charleston County.
Okay, that just needs the clarity I need. So she had to go to that, where'd she have to go for the maintenance on the monitor?
To, I think it's Somerville, that would have been the monitoring agency's office. She did that every once a month. And prior to that, it was every 90 days to check the battery on the scram monitor.
And I have that order, and I have the modified order, I have the original order from Judge Nelson. But I signed the original modified order on May 17th of 2024, and what you all agreed to was $150,000 surety, electronic monitoring, and house arrest, permitted to leave residence for medical emergencies, or as directed by prior orders of the court, where scram monitor must reside in Charleston County and must surrender her passport.
That's right, Your Honor.
Bear with me. Thank you, I appreciate it. The original bond order was entered March 1st of, well, when I say original, I mean by search. March 1st of 2024, and that was by Judge Nettles, and what he indicated was, and that was, it was signed 2/29 of 2024, but it was issued March 1 of 2024, and the hearing was, you said, in August of 2023. And that order provided $150,000 surety. The defendant shall be subject to electronic monitoring house arrest. The defendant shall only be permitted to leave her house for medical emergencies, or as directed by prior orders of the court. The defendant shall be required to wear a scram monitor, and for the benefit of the court, that's an acronym, and it is SCRAM. The defendant must maintain a residence in Charleston County. The defendant is prohibited from driving and must surrender her passport. So it looks like the only difference was the allowing her to leave for medical emergencies. Was the only no? So I'm trying to figure out what was amended by the second.
So
to allow the SLED monitoring. I got you. I apologize. To go to coastal monitoring for her monthly SLED mandated monitor inspection.
That's correct.
Okay. And so that was what, a couple hours every month? How long? Do you have any idea how long that maintenance took?
I do not. I did check with monitoring company today. They did not identify any violations.
I'm present. Perfect. You can answer that question for me. How often was the maintenance? If you could tell us your name for the record.
Stacy Andrews, SDACY.
And you were with Bad Boys?
No, ma'am. My company is Coastal Carolinas Monitoring LLC.
And how often did this
Bad Boys Bail Bonds? That's a funny company name.
maintenance take place?
Now that we're SLED mandated as of January this year, GPS lines must be visually in person inspected once a month. So she was at my office for about 20, 30 minutes at most, once a month.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm sorry. You may continue your argument regarding whether regarding the request for credit for monitored house arrest pursuant to 241340.
I don't think I can further than that, Honor. Your
Well, tell
Honor,
me again why you feel it should not be awarded.
it's the state's position that, although contemplated by the legislature, it is inherently a manifestly different to be incarcerated within the jail system versus being home.
You're saying the house arrest system, when they modified the statute, that was their intention, that you only get credit when you're in jail?
That the credit is at the discretion of the court, Your Honor, and the state's position is that that should not be granted. However, again, it's a discretion of the court.
Anything further from the state regarding any response to the defense argument on sentencing?
Only as Your Honor pointed out, the only amendment to the bond, the only amendment sought for the bond was to maintain a GPS monitor. There was no other discussions of the reference regarding substance abuse treatment. That was conveyed. That's a discussion. That's a determination of the court. That was never sought.
Are you saying that she never sought permission to go to intensive inpatient or outpatient treatment?
Not from the court, Your Honor. No.
That's not a question. Did she ever ask for y'all's permission to do that? And is her counsel correct in his representation to the court that y'all were not amenable to that request?
It would be a consent. We would not.
All right. Anything further, Mr. Finch?
No, Your Honor.
We all have been sitting over 2 hours. I think it would be appropriate for us to take about a 5-minute break. I need to think.
What? A break? Okay, I guess they're doing a little break before sentencing. I'm gonna forward through it.
Provided upon the service of 10 years. Based on what has been presented.
All right, y'all. Don't spoil it, but what do y'all think she's gonna get? I said earlier that I feel like, I don't know, man. Something tells me that drunk drivers just get a lighter sentence. I was saying 8 to 10 years, but I'm hoping at least 15 minimum. At least 15 minimum. What do you guys think she should get? She's facing 3 years max and like 80 plus years. Sorry, 3 years minimum and then 80 plus years max. 10 to 15. 25 to 30. 25, 15. Like 10, 25.
All right, please. Be seated. This has been presented to the court, and I have taken into consideration the mitigation that has been presented. And based on what has been presented to the court, I find following appropriate in the nature of sentencing on the offense of reckless driving, reckless homicide, which is 2023 GS 103895. You're sentenced to the State Department of Corrections for a period of 10 years and $5,000 provided upon the service of 10 years. On both counts of felony DUI, great bodily injury, you're sentenced to the State Department of Corrections for a period of 15 years and $5,100 provided upon the service of 15 years. And on the offense of felony DUI with death, you're sentenced to the State Department of Corrections for a period of 25 years and $10,100 provided upon the service of 25 years. These sentences are concurrent with one another. You get credit pursuant to 241340 if that becomes applicable.
Holy shit, did she just get 25? It's all concurrent, right? Not consecutive? Holy shit, I don't think she expected the 25. She just turned around and was like, what the fuck? Y'all said I was only gonna get maybe like 10 to 15 years. She just gave me 25? Holy. Let's watch that reaction again.
$100 provided upon the service for a period of 25 years and $10,100 provided upon the service of 25 years. These sentences are concurrent with one another. You get credit pursuant to 241340 if that becomes
they are concurrent, okay.
Applicable. And I think it is appropriate, and I queried Mr. Finch for a particular reason. It was not random. Our state legislature, in their infinite wisdom, amended 241340 to allow for time spent on monitored house arrest. And it was contemplated that a person get credit when they are basically in jail at home. And based on how Ms. Komoroski's home detention was structured, she was in jail, but for being at home. And I think it is appropriate that she receive credit for any time served on monitored house arrest or home detention. Those terms, in my mind, are interchangeable. From the period of 3/1/2024 through the present, and we'll calculate that and place it on her sentencing sheets. Again, these sentences are concurrent. I've ordered the ATU if that is available to her, and she will get credit for any time served pursuant to 241340. Thank you all for your time here.
Holy shit, 25 years. I didn't expect that. I didn't expect 25 years. Wow. What was the minimum for the reckless homicide? Holy. Maybe reckless homicide had a minimum of like 25 years. Jeez. I don't think she expected that. She didn't really flinch too much at the 10 years, the 15 years. I didn't really see too much reaction, maybe a tiny bit. The 25 years, she was like, everyone lied to me. Y'all lied to me.
Attention today. Have a good afternoon. And I will leave the clearance of the courtroom to security, so I would ask that everyone stay in place and allow Major Burnstead and those who are assisting him. Ma'am, you may want to leave any valuables you have with your family. Leave that to them, so I would ask that everyone stay seated until security does what they need to do in terms of clearing the courtroom. And if Mr. Curry and his client are present, as soon as y'all get through doing that, if y'all could bring him in so we can take care of his matter as well.
You think she'll get out on good behavior? Is there such a thing? Yeah, I wonder how the families feel. I mean, they didn't have to sit through the trial, right? Weeks of the trial, however long it was going to be. They didn't have to wait through, you know, go through the anxiety, has to like testify. You know, she got 25 years. I really, really thought she was going to get way less. Yeah, 25 years. She deserves it. The mom of the bride, yeah, she spoke earlier. That's her right there. Mom of the bride, groom. This is the groom's family members right here. So he was on the cart. He was on the cart. He was also on the cart as well. Yeah, is there like a good behavior credit in South Carolina? Yeah. Like if I was the groom, you would have the feeling of like, man, I wish it was me. I wish it was me. Why wasn't it me? Why did I live? Yeah, you definitely have those type of feelings. I did hear there was drama between the bride's mom and the groom. I wanted to look into that.
And is Mr. Do you know where Mr. Cooper and I think he's on the other side of the case. Can you help me out with this?
Mr. Brady?
Yeah, are they here?
They're not here. I can send a message.
Could you find out for me? That would be very
Yes, Your Honor.
I appreciate it.
If she's serious about recovery, she'll behave, do well in jail. A long sentence will prove how serious she is about rehabilitation. Yeah, I was just scared that the judge was going to go light on sentencing. I don't know. I feel like after the Boy in the Box trial with Timothy Farrader, When he got to me, it seemed like a light sentence. I don't know. I always just try to be pessimistic about sentencing. The mom is suing the groom for insurance money. Not a fan of the mom. I wonder if there's just like... Because I heard how the mom didn't want the daughter's name to be... I don't know if it was just like sensational reporting or what, but I saw like some of it in the news about the mom didn't want to have her daughter's last name to be his last name. That they weren't technically or officially married yet or something like that. I don't know. That to me didn't really make sense because, I mean, the daughter obviously had the intention of marrying him and taking on his last name, no? And then, yeah, I heard something about the money stuff too, which is like... trouble between the families, something to do with the marriage not being certified yet, but it's like, wouldn't you want to honor your daughter's wishes? Like, she obviously had intentions of marrying him, right? Taking his last name, I think. I don't know. It just seems a little bit silly to me to go through such tragedy and then to be fighting over stuff like that. But I wasn't sure if it was true or not. You're disgusted with the judge? Yeah. Tim Ferritter? Mm-hmm. Very disappointing. What a letdown. That's how I feel about like child abuse cases too. It seems like if the child doesn't die, then they get off easily. To me, that's what it seems like. The mom wants insurance money on grounds that the marriage license wasn't certified yet, so they technically weren't married. He isn't legally her spouse, so she's entitled to the funds. I mean, why? Like, I don't know. Why fight over money in a time like this? Why? Did she like pay for all the wedding or something and she's in debt and she needed money for it? Like, I don't know. I guess like I just don't understand. Brian Bradley, thank you so much for the super chat. Great day for justice. Thank you for all you do, Corey. Now, thank you guys for hanging out with me. I appreciate you guys being here. Thank you for your patience. Thanks for being around. Thanks for keeping me busy. I enjoy watching a lot of the trial stuff and you guys are here with me. So I really appreciate that. Something about how the mom didn't want them to sign the marriage certificate until after the marriage. Oh, he was? Oh my gosh. I think I remember hearing that he was going to try to attend one of her trials, but he was unable to because he was babysitting his kids. I think his wife was out of town or something, but he was there for sentencing. Okay. You'll have to check out Lawyer You Know stream later. He was in the courtroom for Sarah Boone's sentencing. Wait, what did he say? Give me the recap. Finally, glad the Lawyer You Know made it to Sarah Boone. That's weird. He offered to split the insurance money with her and she refused and tried to sue for the whole amount for what I've heard. That's sad. That sounds really sad. I heard he offered her half the insurance payout. She rejected. I miss watching with y'all. From what I'm seeing, jurors were in there for the sentencing and his family left mid Sarah's speech. Dude, it was, I don't know, it was pretty unbearable, in my opinion. It was pretty unbearable. It's just like, oh, God. Like, by the time when Sarah was talking, I could see the frustration. The family members were just like, oh, God, when is this going to be over? This is ridiculous. She'll be 50 by the time she gets out. Yeah, she's, what, 27 right now? 27. I mean, hey, you still got a life, you know, past 50. Still got a life past 50. You can still do things. You're going to miss out on a lot of stuff. But hey, that's what happens, you know? You make stupid decisions. You're reckless. You've ruined people's lives. You got to be held accountable for that. They got up and left and came back after she ran her mouth. If I was a Taurus family member, I'd be in jail tonight. I have flown across that courtroom. The marriage certificate wasn't filed in court yet. All gifts and money went back to people. There should be time limits on the defendant's statement. At least she forgave George's family. Yeah, at least she forgave George's family and the rest of us. The mother was considered next of kin, not Eric. That's how everything started. I don't know. I feel like at the end of the day, it's just like when you go through such tragedy. I mean, there's a lot of things we don't know, I guess. There's a lot of things we don't know. But my impression of not knowing anything would just been like, I mean, it's just fucking money. Like, he went through such a horrible ordeal. Why not just let him have half of it? I don't know. But maybe there's a lot more that maybe if we understood the mom side of the story, we would understand. I don't know. Because I just feel like it's just money. She loved him. Take care of him, you know? That's the best you can do. She's gone already. The best you can do is just take care of the man that she loved, the man that she planned on spending the rest of her life with. But maybe something was, maybe there's some stuff going on. All right, y'all. Well, I hope you guys have a good one. Hope you guys take care. I gotta go eat. I'm so hungry. I gotta eat my lunch. It's super late lunch. I'm gonna go eat lunch, and then we'll probably edit down the Sarah Boone video and then the Jamie Komoroski video. But just to recap for today, if you guys missed it, Sarah Boone had her sentencing today. She was sentenced to life in prison. She was given a chance to monologue, and she sure did. She monologued, and she essentially blamed everyone. Everyone. We had the Sarah Boone letters version of her today. And I think that's a version that she wanted to present while she was in trial, but she, she had to be on good behavior. I think Mr. Owens did a really good job to make sure that she didn't come off as an asshole during the trial. She came off pretty okay, but man, during sentencing, she really had to tailor down her original thoughts that she had, her monologue. She said it was just the tip of the iceberg. And that's just like, she's just such a petty person. It's like, I want to let you guys know I had way more shit to spill, but because of Mr. Owens, y'all are only getting like 1% of it. I know, she's just like such a petty person. So petty. But she gave her monologue. It was pretty bad in my opinion. Some parts of it were pretty okay, but because of the context of it, the whole thing of it was just pretty bad. She gave like some good liners, but like I said, she would always ruin it with the next sentence. So she got life in prison. She deserves it. She's got about, I think, 30 days to appeal that decision. They're going to assign her a court-appointed appellate attorney. And as for Jamie Komoroski, again, Jamie Komoroski was driving drunk, had about 3 times the blood alcohol in her system. And she was going about 3 times almost the speed limit, allegedly, when she struck the golf cart. And the golf cart had Samantha Hutchinson Miller in it, Eric Hutchinson, and 2 other family members. Samantha, the bride, died at the scene. And the other 2 were extensively, very, very injured. One of them was not really injured. And yeah, she... I mean, I think it's good that she waived her right for a jury trial and just went straight to sentencing. I think it was good, but I don't think she expected to get 25 years. I think she was told that she would get like 10 or 15 and like, oh, with good behavior, you'll be out in like, way sooner than that. But I don't think she expected the 25 years because she looked around real quick. It looked like she was in shock. Was it almost 6 hours today? Okay, so for this week, there's a lot of sentencings happening this week. I think I want to watch it. I think tomorrow's going to be Ashley Banfield. That's the ballerina murder. She murdered her husband. She tried to claim that he was very abusive, that he was poisoning her and poisoning their daughter. A lot of it was unfounded, of course. She seems like a crazy Amber Heard type. And then there's also the sentencing of this other woman. I forgot her name, but essentially she was found guilty for murdering her husband, burying him in the backyard, and she tried to blame it on her kid. She tried to say, it wasn't me. My kid did it. My kid killed him with a gun. Very wild. So I might try to watch those sentencings. I think it'd be really interesting. In South Carolina, when Jamie's crime occurred, you serve 85% of your sentence before being eligible for parole. That's at least 25.25 years for her. Yeah. And then minus the time served. So she already had, about like a year and a half for time served? Still, a lot. Owens told Lori, he was a fan. Oh, that's sweet. That's sweet. All right, y'all. Well, have a good one. Take care. Thanks for hanging out. I will see you guys later. If you guys miss any parts of the stream, we will have the videos up as soon as I edit them and get them out. All right, y'all. I will see you guys. I think it's tomorrow. So join me tomorrow for Ashley Banfield for her sentencing. That's a very interesting one. All right, y'all. Have a good one. Take care. Bye. Bye, Twitch. See you later. Oh, yeah. Join the Discord if you haven't already. Join the Discord.